important that you're the one that hovers Ivern and not me, and then I'll just join you and I think like Tarek Nunu are probably among the better ones, but we could also do like Briar. I don't know. There's probably a lot of options.
Oh, you're talking about like multiple different possibilities.
Yeah. So basically,
I thought you were talking about bot lane, and I was like, oh man, do I want to play Nunu fucking Tarek bot lane? I'm so fucking in.
oh, nice. No, I was talking about different junglers that. So basically, this guy always queues top, but goes and ignores top, and instead makes plays. And like hex flash is really important. Um, and basically it's less about trying to synergize with his own jungler. It's more about like interrupting what the other one's doing and stealing camps away, which I know you know exactly like which things to go. We can go invade at early levels. I could also be something that's like super early to try to help
I mean,
like
I think Rengar is not a bad plan in that it'll look like a top laner,
yeah. I'll hide this.
and like you can jump off of JC's stealth and my bushes.
Ooh, wait, I can jump off of just the stealth?
Send us E. Yep. You're concealed.
Really? Ah,
Man, I got to make another Ivern page for this, but I need that hex flash.
X Flash, big one. Make sure you get Flash, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna get flash.
Yep.
I have hex flash. Gotta get flash. Can I top?
That's funny. Hmm.
I mean, to be fair, they saw Senna support and like, fuck that.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
Oh, I guess I'll say it like that. We'll see. We'll see how receptive they are. So we're gonna go invade topside.
Yep.
And you use that as a setup for Ivern to do their thing. I don't know if he got jungle. I assume he got jungle item because it's super important to get that early
You
experience.
have to get jungle item. There's no way to do anything else.
Yeah, and that guy went the red one, to have more upfront damage, but that seems kind of crazy when the blue one is as good as it is. But that said, you know, it all just changed.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Guys, AWOL, trying to look us up, you know.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Already
No.
flashed. Cool.
All right, that was a flash, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and we have a ward. We're good. So you'll stay here and take this quadrant, right?
Yeah, as long as they're not here.
Yeah. Did he drop a ward? Do you think I need to sweep?
I don't think I,
I didn't
saw
see
one.
one,
Oh, found some.
but he could have put it in the bush before we entered.
Yeah. Oh, good. Look at that XP. Oh my god, it's so busted. All right, so if they're gonna see you, then what I can do is I can go for red here.
No, I'm heading towards bot side. They're here.
Okay, but we have to try to take his camp.
You know, we've got his red buff.
Oh, you want to go get his red buff?
Yeah, I've got his red buff.
You've got his red buff. Okay. Let's see if he shows up. Yeah, there he goes. All right, perfect.
You got two champions down bottom, right? Yep. Going bot before gang.
I'll see if I can get him to peel onto me. He's been. Oh, fuck.
Did you mark raptors?
I did.
Good. All right, I'll come over and help you out in a second.
Just lit up.
It's so good that you already know how to do this. Alright, we'll go get his Krugs, and we'll regank bot. Oh, look at how juicy they are. Oh my gosh, they're not expecting a 3-minute...
Use here.
Alright. Coming to you. Ready to look at this,
Okay, he just checked the thing and was, like, sad about it.
Yeah. Alright, wanna do this? Go, 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 go! Where's the shields? Rip.
Spend. Like, I'm level 3. What do you want?
Yeah, okay, my bad. It's alright.
You going to top scuttle?
Yes, I can go straight there and then I'll come back. Krugs and path towards bot. So we have his red timer, right? Yeah, so we're going to control all of his buffs. Also, we know his blue is going to be at 545. Sorry, 645. I'm looking at Victor. Nice gank, nice. There's the E. Can you survive that?
I can survive you.
Alright, he got top scuttle.
Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
literally, I don't have a loss against Yi. I've played him like more than 15 times.
Right? Nice.
Like I could literally be just attacking him in the jungle, and it would be the same thing.
I'm not sure where bots were using to back.
Yeah.
Like their boss not backing?
Yeah.
He's
Oh, wow.
somewhere.
Yeah, I'll get a pink word in the front.
Yeah, I can definitely feel raptors being bigger now. It's gonna be a sad Yi with his respawn coming. Gonna camp his ass right here. We can take this dragon right on spawn. Oh, we've got Victor. Victor's looking down here. Hiding right in this
Enemy has been slain.
spot if he decides to path through here. Oh, there he goes. Alright.
You guys are fine, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's coming back in. Alright, my mine is still 600.
Okay. Right here. Do we look bot again?
If you have enough hit points.
I mean, well, if they want me.
No, let's back out. Let's back out. Yeah, Ezreal's recalling.
Okay.
Let's go get his Raptor and Krugs again though.
Clear your blue side. You can't be falling behind on levels.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted
My
to.
job is to fall behind on levels.
You have 2 smites. You're good.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
He's just at Krugs.
He just did his Krugs.
Yeah, he's down here.
Careful.
Yep, I see him. I'm going top scuttle.
Alright, his blue buff is respawning right now. Can we steal that first?
I don't have smite.
He's definitely going there, so definitely be careful.
I mean, I can attack him all day. Although I am guess giving up again. There he is.
Okay, you know what? I can come to you.
You just started it? Fuck, Yon spotted me.
I think you want sweeper soon. Be able to make sure that you're covered when you do go in.
Wow. I was not expecting that to still be there.
The scuttle crab?
Yeah.
Oh boy, he was must have been panicking about getting his chance for his camps. Okay. Dig it. Nice. Great kill. Do we herald here?
Oh yeah, we gotta get Herald without letting them get it. Fighting.
Okay. Alright, I need to shop.
He already owns bottom.
Oh, neat. I have ult. We're gonna go get this shutdown. Careful, the Vic.
Yeah, no.
Flash. Looking at Yon.
Oh.
Yep. Okay.
Dragon
Jeff.
coming back up.
You don't have sweep. Oh, we got that.
No, I've got some more stuff.
We can try to drop this mid and use it to get the next dragon. Oh, Zaya's top. Maybe we should go just gank her because she's off by herself. Yone has a heads up reply.
He's on mid. Oh no, it's me. Yeah.
He's on me.
So Zion.
An ally has been slain.
One soul away from being able to hit that.
Nice, you'll get that right here. And we'll go fight this Yone.
There, died.
We go after the Rakan here. For that blast cone. Nice.
Oh, are we diving? Okay.
Fuck, I just won too many. Just got excited.
No, alright. Alright, at least yours was a thing. But we got that big shutdown. That's a fast shutdown. That'll pay off.
But they're coming down. Gotta get out of here, Kalia. Kalia. Aaliyah.
I have my ultimate for the Zaya. Ooh, no, or can I keep fighting bot? Yeah. Ooh, nice. Beautifully done. Just a Rakan. That's a Yone though. Nice P. Oh no. I'm looking at this Yone. No, he's too big.
Yeah, I forget words.
Dude, fucking attack him, you stupid daisy man.
God, I wish I had all.
You put it to good use before. Gotta avoid the Yone. That's on me. That was dumb for me to limit test. But well, you know what? I wanted to limit test. I want to see where the ins and outs are gonna be.
Turret plating will fall soon.
We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds on Dragon. I'm getting warded right here.
Oh, they went. We're good here. Should be stronger than everyone on their team, and he's tiny also. I like Talia's digging. Has no flash. No ult, I should say. Alright, we take Geraldo. Guys, itty bitty. Drop this for the Ezreal. We'll go line up. I'm gonna shot before Dragon.
I'm looking.
What we're looking.
Game's here too.
No, mechanically misplayed.
Lol.
That was
For
good.
even.
That was a big shutdown. That's a whole breaker Yone trying to group. Great success. I think I cast my ult. Yeah, I did cast my ult in the middle of that fight. I think next time, even though Rengar is obviously going to be a good synergy with Ivern, I think I need to put it on something that I'm more familiar with.
No, guys, help me. Okay, your help. Fine. Not bad.
Nice.
Alright. This is where I don't know if we get creative or it's just a matter of like keep shutting down E as much as possible.
Ah,
Gotcha.
fuck, Fiona. Oh, shit.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I think we always have to be careful about other side of the map.
I figured he was staying bot.
Nah, he's been roaming around.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, the big thing is that I haven't finished my mythic yet, which is a big deal.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Careful with that guy. We don't want to be here at all. Need to get you some camps. Careful of Yoni on your right.
Yep.
Okay, would people mind feeding her and letting her out this evening?
Yeah, not a problem.
I'm going to a wedding at 5 and
You know, like 6, 7.
Oh.
yeah, she'll start bothering me probably around 6:30 if you haven't fed her yet, but like, you can honestly do the random stuff.
Sounds great. Have a good time.
Oh no. Just off Rage Blade? Rip.
I mean, Yone started leveraging his lead to stop me from getting into these jungles, so he's been able to power clear it twice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I would do. So this guy that does it in solo queue. So he's doing it without scripted.
Without consent, basically.
Yeah, and without team play. So like the jungler should be behaving potentially normally. But the idea is basically constantly grouping, always being where they're strong, stacking dragons, which is in 11 seconds. The question is whether or not Yone is actually strong, and he's three items for this. So a good chance at a soul.
Tricky.
it looks like they're trying for Baron.
Go get the dragon then.
Yeah, if they go Baron, we get Soul. They shouldn't allow us to get anything here. We got about 6 seconds.
Got enough ADCs.
Alright, we can let top die.
Your turret has
They're
been
split, which means we're going to win this fight against the Yi. He's trying to end. But our base, no. All right, here we go. We shook off some rust on it. Top cap, it's true.
Top gap A.
It's true. That's the biggest top cap I've ever seen.
I mean, I definitely think at a certain point in solo queue, for example, that allies successfully will like want to go gank the Yone who's too far forward. It's not necessarily something we were getting out of the Talia, even though Talia is like a thing.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough one because they're so far ahead, right? And especially early in the game when the levels are the most impactful. I think the idea, at least the idea that this guy's doing, is completely ignore that guy until we have 5 people. But Yone rotating over and sending Xayah up top means that we should have swapped over and gone after Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I wasn't able to deliver on was like really set bot behind. Like we did manage to get them 2 levels behind, but they weren't like into the ground behind.
Yeah, and we died. We had 2 deaths on the bot dive, so we could easily get that so much further ahead that Ezreal would be able to solo carry against Yone. Not solo carry, he, but
Yeah.
get strong enough.
I mean, Senna can too, as long like the 2 of them can definitely stop Yone with reasonable farm.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they don't line up for one ultimate.
This is River either. Years ago, we had River Shed. The moon strategy spends the whole game.
But like, yeah, I was on top of it for like the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game, and then I dropped it.
It's a counter.
I wandered somewhere I shouldn't have and got punished for it.
It's all right. That's round 1. Let's do it again.
And they started to blame River. The vital part of the game for River either. He tells his teammates which champions are good.
Oh, yeah, you're playing the video in the background. Nice.
Some champions.
Jason,
I recognize that guy's voice.
He wants a
Yeah,
low
tend to be fine.
yeah.
An
Also,
early
the
game and a strong early game AD carry who can fight. Ideal.
the issue is that like the champion picks matter to some degree.
Well, it starts with
Like,
champion.
I can't hear you very well. Are you nearby?
I'm just further away. Perhaps my mic is on my monitor right now.
Got you.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be Rengar, right? Like, you want somebody.
Oh, I think it's Rengar, but like I'm not good at Rengar, so I think actually Rengar might be in my bottom 10 champions.
I mean, there's definitely some mastery that goes on with that champion. It's why I bounced off center Rengar bottom with JC.
16th.
Or it's why JC banned it. I'm not sure which thing actually happened.
Rengar is on my same level as Yasuo.
But, like,
Yasuo, Bard, Aphelios, like way down there.
I think that Pantheon and Jarvan 4 and people like that are a lot better.
Jarvan, yeah. See, Jarvan's in my wheelhouse. We'll take that.
Right, you want somebody who's flexing their lead, right? Because you're going to get to do easy clears and then come to whatever shenanigans is happening with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, perhaps, and I know I definitely lost some tempo as well, trying to make some plays. I do like that we had that bot dive where we had 2 3s and 2 2s against their 2 2s. We just have to be precise with that. If I'm Jarvan, it'll be a lot easier because I can just walk in, start with my W, and then line up, try to get a double.
And I just barely fucked up the when we dove the Yone, and I was like, we're fucking getting this guy. Like,
Yeah. Let me
just,
look up. Let me look up what it was.
Got too many get to me. What boots does he have in these? Because I assumed that I wanted to move faster.
I
Say it again?
More importantly than boots is his use of X flashes for early ganks. Like
I
I did X flash to get mid and your lane.
Let me pull up the video too, so I can look along, and I'll pull up the replay so we can go over some of the things.
I definitely have.
This is River.
Not probably as much as I can.
See if he has the build in the description, or we can just look him up. I think he's in EU West.
One of them is feeding the daily carry. Another is invading and destroying the enemy jungle. He can also roam with his mid lane and get them fed, or even just getting lots of kills on Ivern can be a really good mission, as he can build full AP and still carry. Even though he can focus on getting every stuffy trap, if he can always go first, he can mark and fight. And unlike a jungler, he doesn't have to focus.
Right. The strategy is basically to really put the screws to the enemy jungler and the enemy bot lane.
Using the push over the wall to get vision, cue that over and then march into smite. Even text slashing away after. He's fully focused on these specific moments, so it's very hard for the enemy jungler to contain the other stuff they think about. But we have to talk about the one obvious problem. We all know it's top lane, but this Ivern simply just doesn't care. His mentality is that even if the enemy top is getting very strong, it doesn't really matter. He's doing so much in bot lane that's way more important. Removing the enemy jungler from the game, killing their AD carry on repeat to make them useful, and of course getting these dragons back. It's a perfect.
I do think that it was unfortunate that it was a Yone per se, because that puts a lot of pressure on my ADCs.
Especially for the buying a dark heal. Suddenly his ganks are no longer just easy angles. He has his ult to chase enemies down, and his team are also all grouped up for these objectives, so it's a great time to fight. This is really where you can see the power of this game.
All right, always Ionian. He actually sometimes he rushes anathemas to target the enemy top laner, which is kind of hilarious. I don't like the anathemas though, because you're not supposed to interact with that top laner, and it's not about them damaging you. Although letting them get extra tenacity or taking away their tenacity.
On the enemy team that matters.
What's up?
They might be the only person on the enemy team that matters.
That's why I think anathemas will be fine, but later, right? Like getting it early means that you're necessarily not. You won't have.
I mean, Avern has gotten, tweaked a bajillion times.
Yeah.
When did this thing come out?
Oh, this video like a month ago. He got it last season. He's going up again right now. Let's see. We've got some games with Ghost. Those didn't seem to go. It's very streaky. This looks very streaky. He's got a lot of Dark Harvest to try to get some AP scaling, which makes sense because if you're perma fighting, you're gonna get lots of stacks. But it's like air. How do you not get like Glacial Augment? You know, Glacial Augment seems like it would be so good.
You absolutely do not need Glacial Augment.
You don't think you need it, but it stops their damage while they're rooted, right?
To your allies.
Hmm?
To your allies.
It's not a like I can survive my own fight.
Even if he makes great play from behind, this can lead to more and more deaths. And he has been banned twice for doing this strategy.
He's been banned twice.
Times after Riot reviewed the game, he was unbanned after only a day. So the strategy does have a pretty big
I
damage.
mean, Riot will somewhat protect from that. Like if you're
Oh.
completely ignoring your lane, like I'm sure people will successfully ban him sometimes.
Oh yeah. Slows the enemies. Reduces their damage against your allies, not yourself. Okay, but I mean, still, it's the big slow Like that's what I'm more thinking about. It's more like your team, because you're not trying to win fights by yourself. You're trying to win
Yeah,
fights with your team.
I do think it's an excellent 5 strategy, and we should have that in our back pocket.
Well, this guy does it in solo queue, so if he can do it in
Yeah,
solo
no,
queue, we can do it
I
in threes.
understand that he does it in solo queue. Like, I probably get reported enough for being off meta. Like,
Are you afraid of getting well you're not the one, you queued to jungle, you're fine. I'm the one who's queuing top.
but that is true.
Start to be able to start stacking, rushing night. It's a very high value target.
No, I think we saw that it was possible.
Alright, so yeah, I mean, like, for example, this bot lane dive at some, I'm 257 on the replay. This will be an easy conversion. What are we missing? I'm 3. You're not. He's out of the picture. We have the big wave. I don't actually like this double flank here. I think Senna wants to be behind Ezreal. This is a good job by Rakan hitting as soon as we take aggro, but like we want to be hitting together. No one else is in position, so this is just a free kill to start. Obviously we don't want that, and Ezreal has no intention of going in. Like, yeah, like this right here, we could have won the game right here, and instead we lost the game. And even then, I mean, the game wasn't particularly competitive.
Lost the game when I got triple games in the top lane. That was
Yeah, obviously we just clean that part up, right? Like we never go to the top side, we never go near Yone at all. And then this, you know, expecting people to get this right, obviously not going to happen. And that's something that in Challenger they can expect to have, where these people will actually get this right. But like this was, you know, about as bad as it can be.
There was also some rust on my Ivern. I've been playing a lot of Pantheon.
Yeah, you play Pantheon, I'll play Ivern. I'll take the flak for it. That, if that's what you're afraid of.
No, that's not what I'm afraid of.
Sounds like you're afraid. No, I'm teasing. All right. Are you watching the whole video? I'll give you a chance if that's what you're doing.
Oh no, I'm done. Yeah, what boots does he get? That was the big
Ionian,
question.
100% Ionian.
Yeah, I mean that's usually what I do, but I wanted to move quickly.
Yeah, the amount of hex flashes, the utility of that, and the fact that you're going to get more Qs off and Es off in your fights, I think is good. I don't know. I mean, Dark Harvest might be fine. I'm having a tough time believing that it's better than having access to water walking or yeah, basically water walking.
No, I do think that the red ones are good.
The red ones are,
You
the
get-
rest of the cheat's good.
You get water walking for successful takedowns. Like you get more than water walking because you've got the out of combat move speed.
Got you. Yeah, Relentless Hunter's even faster, right?
Water
And-
walking is a lot less.
And
stats.
and no, I went Hail of Blades like I usually do. But I think that Dark Harvest is a better plan.
Oh, Hail of Blades. Yeah, this guy in most of the things he wasn't attacking. Although Hail of Blades is largely for the very early game, and that's where it's going to be best.
I mean, that's definitely how I would put Screws to Master Yi. And now
Right.
I have a jungle lost to Master Yi. Everything's terrible.
Nah, but you know what? It was an experimentation phase, so don't worry about that.
I mean, I have an excuse, but like,
Don't worry about results.
Anecdotal data suggested that.
All right, you ready to queue up or what?
all
There
right,
we go.
I'll play one more.
Just one?
Yeah, I mean, like I've got like work and stuff to do.
This is work.
This is not work for me. This is work for you. Like
I'll give you a cut of today's profits.
today's profits are 0, aren't they?
Yeah, today's profits are 0. Watch me land like $1,000 contract, or
Today.
or a 10,000. I'll have to pony up.
In theory, if you're buying JC and my time, it's $75 an hour.
For the two of you or each?
Each technically.
Shit.
That is what we sell to other people.
This is a collab.
We don't have a bunch of work in the hopper at the exact moment. We're waiting for a customer to pay us before we can do a big chunk of work for them.
Yeah, sense. All right, it looks like he went on a binge playing Crown, and that was awful. That makes sense. No, he actually went on a binge playing Crown, and he Wow, this guy streaks like crazy. 8 wins in a row.
I mean, I imagine in Challenger, it really kind of comes down to like who are in your games,
It can.
right? Because like if they're chill and they're like, yeah, this strategy is legit, he probably wins a lot. And like if he's getting into like the same grouping of people, like some people get some practice on it. I'm support.
Okay,
Your
that works.
support.
I got top. It works.
All right, I'm gonna give you a fantastic champion to play with.
Ooh.
You want a good target for the shield, and like Rengar wasn't quite there. It is my only complaint about Rengar specifically.
Oh well, let's not pretend that you cast shield on me.
I did a lot.
Okay, yeah, no, I bet you did.
You actually got them more often than anyone else.
Really?
They just weren't powerful yet. I didn't get AP scaling. I wasn't level 7 for most of the time, right? They wasn't max leveled. Like,
Got you.
good champions for Ivern or fighters and engagers. I can provide one of those.
Yeah, you got both. All right, let's see. We try it their way, so it's gonna be Relentless Hunter for sure. I suppose it's probably Eyeball Collection because he wants to go heavy on the. But like not having Nimbus Cloak to go with Flash Traption just feels wrong. I'm gonna do what my instincts are telling me, right?
The incident? That's pretty good.
They did
So-
take away a lot of the move speed from water walking. I like your name. Oh, it's very tempting to go Celerity as well, especially with Nimbus Cloak, and especially if it's going to be with the blue. Because this guy goes red, but just because he's really good at the game doesn't... I mean, he might just be right about everything. Probably worth testing it.
He's an experimenter, just like Light Rocket. He fucking tries everything. Like,
Yeah. Although Dark Harvest seems to be ubiquitous. X Flash is a ubiquitous, or he's always there.
Basically, Dark Harvest and Hex Flash. I think those are very critical.
You think those are critical?
I think those are critical. Oh, did you not want to go center?
Look at our team.
Got it.
No magic damage.
Oh, Ivern's AP. That's okay.
I'm very used to playing with Kevin's Avern and not considering Avern to be a damage source.
See, mine might be a damage source for the opponent. You know what I'm saying? Extra farm.
50 gold on Daisy.
Oh, I'm kind of guys in case they want to chime in. Not to Discord, but. Not to Discord, but.
I mean, the good news is it's an ergot. Meta is fluid. I mean, I very much agree with the guy when he was like, when somebody was like, "Why are you playing like this?" and he's like, fuck your meta.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so
it's possible that he's also very toxic in chat. Who knows how he actually got banned? But like,
oh, this guy, no, the guy on the YouTube video, no, it's always being, well, at least according to what they're. You have my Twitch stream open?
no.
Oh, I do. Wow, that's so weird. Okay. That's weird. The sound just randomly came on. At least this video purports that he is always a cheerleader.
I mean,
And it's
You would need to be, right? Like when you were playing Gangplank support, the only way you lost was mutiny.
yes, that's true. Captain Gangplank is here. Oh man, actually, I love that we have Gangplank. Gangplank's totally capable of picking up multiple waves and wants to. Also, we have 2 bot laners now, so
I
it's.
mean, I
it's
wish he had. I wish he had teleport. Is where we're actually
oh
at.
yeah, that's true. That's true. And cheer him on for the solo kills now.
The best strategy against Viego is to never level up any of your abilities, so he doesn't get any of them.
Just play with base stats. That's funny. You guys aren't coming.
I'm coming. I'm sorry.
Summoner's Rift.
You want to
Okay.
wrap wide? You're going tight. Okay.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
He spot you and get a ward.
All right, we'll keep going. We'll get this guy set up. We're gonna chase him out. There's no way that they want to stay here, and then that'll allow me to take a camp, or let Viego do his thing here if he wants to go for the invade. Zion's gonna do this. Oy, how did I miss that?
Back off.
Minions have spawned.
In for her.
Flash, heal, and we're free. Hallelujah. That is a Morgana that's going back to her blue buff right now. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna go take her red. Hopefully I don't die to a, Oh, you know what? I have Hex Flash. What am I doing?
Other way. Other way. Yep. Get there, JC. Don't get distracted.
Yeah. I'm unleashing blue buff.
You got Pike on you.
That's fine.
I'm coming.
Alright, blue buff successfully unleashed. Kais is behind us as well. She's level 2.
Yep, I'm here. Get linked away.
Enemy has been slain.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ, how do you get everything
Ally has
back?
been slain.
Oh no, he got the kill back. All right, Morgana. Oh, Morgana's on 0 camps. Okay,
Yeah, I know. I at least blue for her.
nice.
There is fucking free shit over here if anyone
I will be. Let me pick up 3, and then I'll be right over.
An enemy has been
Go get him.
slain.
Go get him, Via. Go. Get her.
An enemy has been slain. An ally
Well,
has been
I'm gonna go
slain.
pick up that wave and good work. Successful chaos. Might want to get a 350 thing.
No.
Kill stacking. No.
No.
I'm gonna pick up top scuttle while I can. Morgana's got no camps, so then I'll be able to match her.
So you reset this move.
Yeah. 4 times.
Definitely need to go back to it now, so I get 2 times up.
No, no, the other's here. Why are you careful?
Burnin'.
Oh, Morgana's also here.
Morgana.
I gotta keep
Morgana's
on
level 2.
fucking fight.
Which camp did she not take is the question. Probably. Oh, I can't do it. You can take it. Oh. No. Morgana has no camps. I'm in position. Are you guys feeling juicy here?
Sure.
Yeah, the wave's big enough.
Okay. Not okay. I just hinted. I'm so sorry. I could have waited for that E to hit. That was my bad entirely. Shit. Gosh, same as last game. Yeah, maybe we got... Well, you know what? I want to keep on limit testing. I want to keep on doing the plays.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, Morgana, where you at, baby? Oh, there you are. There's Smite. She's on 12 camps. Alright, she finally hit level 3. Gonna go take her Gromp. Oh, I'm looking. Looks like you got that.
Has been slain.
There's a juicy fruit right up here.
Mm-hmm. I should probably reset. Who's got
Me
the...
too. I've got 1,200 gold.
Yeah, let's time this.
Alright, I'll just smite then. When you guys come back, we can do dragon. Zyra damage being good.
I can come for dragon right now. We want to get it going, right? Like we wanted to do it.
Yeah, we might be able to. I mean, Zyra can leash dragon really well, so. Oh, we gotta fight mid? No, we don't care.
No, pushes where everyone can benefit from them.
Hmm?
Pushes where everyone can benefit from them. Thank you.
Does it actually affect your on hit damage too?
Killer.
An enemy has been slain.
Wolves is up. Alright, take your recall so you can shop.
I've got to deal with this wave.
Okay.
Can't let that. Cannot fall behind that badly. Once JC's back, I'll cycle. Kind of frozen here. Wanted to stop that guy from going in.
Like, some-
Oh, I forgot to put that thing on my boat wheel. Oh. No. She got. Here,
He's coming
Viego.
back up. You need to go get the blue.
Oh, yeah, we need to go steal our blue. That's right, that's right. I'm behind enemy lines right now.
Jungle to the jungle to the jungle.
I'm going to keep them up here. Alright,
Did you get the blue?
I got blue, yeah.
I'm on the way.
Here you go. You boss. Oh, magic damage breaks that shield, huh? No. Down. Like, he's only 5. He's only 5. 3 lines. Oh, nice ult.
Killing spree.
Sweep down here.
Kench, love, fight, more fight.
More fight is good. Fight is good.
Your turret has been
I am blue and red buff Kench. Come fight me.
Actually, if you just catch top. Yeah, look, my guy.
Did you see that? I leveled up mid-fight and HQ.
I did see that. I was very proud.
Oh, Kevin. You're so sexy when you're like that.
When I play the game to a better degree, yeah.
I'm not there.
Yeah, no, I'm letting them come at me.
You guys can help mid by any
They're like terrified that people are gonna come out of the woodwork.
looking. Alright, bot looks pretty overcommitted.
Hint, it is.
Go on Kaisa. Careful.
That's there.
I'm
Careful.
fine, I'm fine.
Good. Shit. Yeah, dude, the gangplank's on board too. This is spicy. 11 assists. Dark Seal's stacking up. Maybe I should start with Dark Seal.
You should not start with that. You need the first experience.
Yeah, sorry. I meant first back.
Boots is better if you can get both of them. Then sure.
Yeah, I get you. Oh, there's a more gun.
Careful, you've got the turret. Nova?
No! Tide. I let her hit me. I'm so bad. I have Imperial Mandate. Leandri's Anguish should apply, right? It applies on Daisy damage.
You trust me. You want the move speed from the thing.
Night Harvester? Okay.
And Night Harvester is probably my preferred. Is I think the best one. So
Okay.
if I'm going to be stuck in a situation where I'm fighting without necessarily teammates, it's much better than all the alternatives.
Get Digrown.
I guess cycle.
I think we actually want to give that. You
Inhib?
can. I think we want to give the inhib because then you can accelerate your resource. I'm not sure though.
I don't know. That's a lot of lane pressure, and we start giving up on the jungle at a certain
I
point.
mean, I can definitely hold him now, but I'd rather be someplace where I get to fight.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a bit.
Yep.
Oh, we
Yo,
go for this
keeping that
100%.
I can sign on our bottom.
Yep. This is a definitely kill this guy angle.
Hey, you chill right there, bro. Have a ride. On me, on the house. One free one. Alright, I don't like this. This I do like. Oh, that damage is so funny.
I am.
He ulted onto a turret.
Oh, okay.
He has anything on.
That big. So close.
Here, I'm here.
Yep, very good. What you see?
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Oh, Urgot.
Yep.
Has destroyed a turret. Your turret has
You're
been
gonna Scion?
Lion's dead.
Scion's dead.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He's just playing for Zeronis.
an enemy has been slain.
Scion is an interesting anathema to this, potentially. Because that's someone that doesn't mind dying a million times and just getting turret. We need to start making some progress on the objective landscape. We start advancing enemy lines. I dig it. I dig it. You're good. 4v2. Oh, baby. Nice. Speaking of objective fronts,
I think we go for it.
knock up. Shielded. Nice. This shit's hilarious. Tom Kench, I'm a big fan of Tom Kench with Ivern. You guys having a game?
Dragon, dragon, dragon.
Dragon. Oh, that's a good call to take the gate. God, I can only ping my pre-mades for this. Alright, we're still good at this. Yeah, do you want to burst this? I think we have to burst it.
TP's here. And they don't know anything. Not this top yet.
Nice. Whew.
Alright, we got that. Alright, I'm gonna reset. The Warden's Mail is like so much value in this game, I can't even begin to explain.
Dude, that Heartsteel's getting huge.
Frozen Heart. Alright, Frozen Heart online.
An ally has been slain.
Coming to you through the warp gate.
Okay.
We want to get that thing. I'm gonna burrow in over the wall. Here I come.
Okay. Zoned by Urgot, so just careful. You're good though, you're really strong. Good, we're good. Oh, the pike.
Go through the fucking shield. I mean, it was 5 versus 3, so. Bummer.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're losing to supers here, so.
Yeah, true.
No, he let him through.
And he's fucked.
Pass Daisy. Daisy has the speed buff at the beginning. You probably could have gotten the other guy.
Oh, is that okay? I hear you.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy has been slain.
Oh, he's gonna give me 2 stacks? What a gentleman. You got control of that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go run all the shit.
Alright, we're breaking bot.
Your team has destroyed the turret. 3 minutes
Here you go.
to Dragon.
Here you go.
You don't get the support item. You need the move speed on yourself.
You talking about? Imperial mandate?
I think Imperial's a fine second item. I really think you want the other AP item first.
Got you. Alright, I have Magi's or I have Night Harvester. Imperial is what he rushed every time, but Night Harvester seems like a huge spike too, so it's
Oh,
probably
Imperial,
better.
he's been rushing, huh?
Yeah. But that said, like I absolutely would rather theory craft as much as possible. We need to deal with this Herald and then we can actually just push that out, although Sion's gonna try to guide it all the way in. What level does the charging happen really quick? Oh, there's a Kaisa right here.
Yeah, we're just gonna deal with the guy bottom. So just be careful. Something scientists chose not to end.
Got.
Remember, we showed 2 bottoms, and you don't have the jungler. Careful.
Yep.
Lion's also going to get there first. Because he's got to go. Get out of the river. Oh, okay. Or I guess just kill the jungler that you're set so far behind.
Yeah, she's tiny. She's also going careful in that bush, but you should be strong right now. Like is really low.
No, what?
Kaisa was chunked as well. Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Come here, you. I said I ain't done with you yet.
Oh, that would have been hilarious if he dropped her on the exploding kegs. Have a party. Have a blast.
We should probably retake this song.
Yep. I'm just going straight to the inhibitor. Oh, okay.
This is the last super minion up in top lane.
Bong. Thank you for the stacks. I like the stacks.
Oh no, careful, that's an Urgot with.
Yeah, and I mean, the jungler got eaten by the Urgot, so
Yeah.
that led me to die.
That we wanted the inhib more. Okay, I could have gone right there.
Oh no, the dragon. That's the big stumble here.
No, I just walked into that. He just accidentally killed Daisy with his guns.
He didn't accidentally do it. He pressed his gun.
I know, but he accidentally killed it. Like, he just walked past. He didn't have, you know. Yeah. Gates. It might be that team went to Baron. Might have a jump here, but yeah, Pyke's going Baron. It's just Urgot and he's low.
He's not here. I'm taking the dragon.
They didn't go Baron. Okay. I mean, they were pretty chunked. They were low, but that's a Leandri's demonic Morgana. They could have done that.
This is is a big deal, Dragon.
Yep, Hextech. I accept the soul.
Man, they had us pretty warded too, huh? Alright. Gather up for shenanigans around their inhibitors. Forgot.
There's nothing to peel for him. Easy.
Bye, Daisy.
No. Get out of there, buddy.
Urgot's mad low. Shielding you, you're strong here. Beautiful. Oh no.
DP.
It's just Urgot. Urgot +1. Urgot Morgana. Morgana's tiny.
Yep. Alright, we're out. Hit the bricks.
Whee!
It's on the okay.
Uh-oh.
We're fine.
Sorry, Kevin, I didn't hear you before. What was the answer? What level do they channel really fast? 13?
Oh, I mean, it's just a scaling thing. Right?
Oh, okay. Alright, it's not like
Once it's
Gangplank.
at 11, it's pretty fucking fast. Like, it's not like a major break point or anything like that.
Yeah, got you. I chalk that one up to my curiosity. Alright, let's see. What's the next one?
14 that you get the super fast one.
So, let me see. Yeah, it just says base level. But like Gangplank, for example, it's level 7 and 13 that he has huge spikes to his barrel.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like that.
Okay. Gangplank's almost full build, by the way. Forgot it very, very hard for him to deal with, although he can cast W to his ult.
Fall, shoot him.
Right there.
Fall.
Yes! Yes! Take that. Alright, that's an end angle. Urgot's dead. He cannot stop us. For the aggro. Whee! My team did shit for all the invades, and maybe.
And maybe they'd be more behind too.
It's true, it could be.
I mean, the JC resetting the fucking Morgana 3 times.
Yep.
I'm a support.
He's like, I'm Tom Kent, I'm gonna be fine down here. And like, go back up. Fine. And then the pike went into the river while the low health fucking I did level 1 ghost after being in lane for like 30 seconds to go with JC.
Yeah.
And then 2 more kills.
Dude, Tom Kent and Zyra are 2 of the strongest champions in the game at early levels too, so it's like I feel that helps a ton because you have perma prio from that lane.
Yep.
You definitely don't want a farming lane. Like they said that like Sivir is bad for the Aversion thing, for example.
Yeah, I find that interesting though, because Sivir's ultimate would be good, and Sivir has a lot of burst damage early, and at least like so some people on Sivir have been building Static Shiv, which I think is just patently wrong, but it's
before the nerfs, I think it was fine, but now it's much
Even
better.
with, it's like one serrated Dirk does the same job that Static Shiv does. It deals that much extra.
At this point, I agree. Like,
Oh, not even though. Like wave clear was not her problem. So like I don't think you should ever get Static Shiv on a champion that doesn't need help wave clearing. That's why I think it's only good on Akali. Like right now, it's definitely only good on Akali. I think it's a dead item.
Yeah.
But it was best on champions like LeBlanc and Akali because they had dashes and they needed help wave clearing. How did I miss that Q, by the way? Shit. Didn't matter. This guy was an inting Scion. We helped him with his strat. We need to FF right now. We helped inting Scion into level 1. Wait, how did Tom Kench survive? Nice. Nice.
I know Tom Kench's limits.
I know, this is sick. Oh no, nice, good flash here. Dude, we're getting some premium flashes. I wanna see this from Morgana's POV. She's Dark Harvest too. Like if they got either of those kills, that could have been a huge problem because the first one probably would have meant the second one. This is Morgana who has Q because of the invade, which means she can't clear. She absolutely needs her Kaisa to come over right here. Oh my god, JC, what you're doing to her. That's a Q start Morgana. She can't do anything.
I leech.
Dude, you could have killed her. I guess, yeah, you can't control the seeds.
I had to respect. The Pike can kill me.
Yeah, the Pike. I mean, the Pike only had things.
Oh my gosh, Morgana.
Leashes again. Oh god.
It leashes again, and Tom Kench is like, wee! And you've got 3 different directions this fight's going. Oh, kite to your team, no. Here we go, we're back in. This is a dead Kaisa, right? It has to be.
I'm pretty sure this guy's dead. Even though I fucked it up.
Good block. Oh, nice dodge. I thought you were gonna line up and block that Q, but that was even better. ¿Dónde está Kisa? This is on me for not noticing this. I went for the invade, seeing this like delayed play, but I easily could have come over here instead. This would have been so much better if I just showed up.
Viego shows up, like, it's fine.
Kaisa hit. Why did Kaisa hit level 2? What did she hit to get level 2?
No, she was 2 when she left the lane.
Yeah, she
She was 2. Okay, right, because she had solo, because Pike spent some time out, so she was able to get a little bit faster. Got it. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful. And then this is still Morgana, the Trek.
Definitely just what happened here. And then Morgana comes back to them.
This is still Q start Morgana. I feel so bad. Like, my goodness, that's so hard. Even if you had the best level 1, you still wouldn't necessarily want Q. It's like Zac getting E, right? Like, you just can't clear if that's the case.
And then the paranoia sweep, like, oh god.
Yeah, right. They're probably coming back. Whew, she made it. If I had actually like computed that this is what was happening.
What was happening? That was like dead. Like she's level 1 still.
Yeah, and it's a Q star. She can't do anything. Even if she hits me with a Q, she's a jungler with Q. As long as laners are accounted for, I can just stand in a bush and attack her.
And even if they're not, it's Tom Kench, Xayah bottom.
Yeah. Yep.
Like the safest jungle.
This game's so much more fun like that. Oh, there's a little bit of a reach. I dig it, though. I dig it. Alright, that was cool. Alright, you guys got some work to do, is that right?
I believe that's the plan.
Alright, thanks for the games. We'll definitely have to do this again.
Indeed.
And, nice S. Nice there, Kevin. I saw the thing, I was like, oh shit, I don't think I deserve an S. And then it's like, no, Tom Kench does. the 5,000 health by the end of that? Only on 2 items, but still just enormous.
I had my second item, and it was a lot of health.
Yeah. Dude, that lane, and then you go like Abyssal Mask, I imagine, right?
Oh wait, no, I got second item Frozen Heart.
Frozen Heart, yeah. It's because like Abyssal Mask, so you have Demonic, but then between Demonic, your entire kit, the fact that we have Zyra, And even Gangplank Ultimate is magic damage. Ivern's damage is magic. Like we could easily. Abyssal Mask is such a good item. Even Renekton's are going Abyssal Mask.
Avern's damage is not a ton though.
No,
Yeah,
but
Fields matter a lot.
No, the shields matter a lot, but like that's the Abyssal Mask.
And
If we had another mage, I think it's worth.
but all the on hit damage, all of it is magic. So
yeah, everything
and
I do.
Abyssal Mask is just good on Kench anyways. Like I will bet you that it is going to be in the top 3 winningest items. If I just go back on Kench. Check this out.
That makes sense.
Winning items. All right, we're not including Magi Soul Stealer. Although that's hilarious that it has 90. This is cool days. Abyssal Mask. All right, number 7. Okay. Number 7, but still, it's up there. It's hilarious that Renektons have started doing this, by the way. Just the ultimate has so much of the damage now, and it just gives you that that 1 MR item. All right, guys, thanks for the games. I'm gonna cast some Worlds games.
Sounds good.
Have fun.
Peace. All right, what's up, guys? Thanks for hanging out. That was a lot of fun. Can't wait to do it again. That was a good time. This is right here. I put it into the chat, but how a River Ivern named Rivern is taken over. So I highly recommend it. It's a fun video. It's a lot of fun if you're looking for alternate ways to play. And double jungle is something that we've been parroting for a long time. I do think that tempo above everything, jungle does that. It does mean that you're giving up a source of income, and I do think that there can be improvements. But they just changed how much experience junglers get from camps. So I think you could even do this if you're playing Clash. You could do 3 laners and something like a Nasus bottom that has no problem clearing waves with his E, or Morgana. Those are the 2 people that have the easiest time. And then once you have Dematerializer, there's probably other champions, especially new ones I'm not really considering. And you can go, now that you have Hullbreaker, that makes it even better to play this 1v2 style lane. I'm not saying that you necessarily need it, but there's just a lot to think about. There's a lot of fun to have. But without further ado, let's go to what we do. Got Team Wales versus BDS. So I will be right back. Get a drink of water, make sure that I can handle this. This is our world's, what we project to be the world's metagame. Comment if you like. Right back, a little bio, and I'll handle it from. Garen did not show up because I could have put it on C, and we talked about it live when we did it, that Garen and Cho'Gath could show up as Cassante counters, but the fact that it showed up against, what was it, Renekton? We'll see. We've got BDS playing, so we'll see if Adam plays it again. Adam's champion pool spells GODS, by the way. Gods! Garen, Olaf, Darius, Set. All right. And here we go. All right, here we go. We've got day 3 at Worlds. We've got BDS versus Team Wales. We see our first Alistar making it through ban phase, which is a big sign for BDS, but let's see what we've got. Darius versus Renekton, heavily Darius favored. Rel versus Viego. Viego's going to be able to get the 1v1s here, but the Rel setup should be good. It doesn't synergize that great with Darius because you have to find that space, right? If they're going to be able to kite you out, especially if they have these champions that can go invisible, dash out. You've got Nico, you've got Kaisa, Rakan is very mobile. I'm not a huge fan of Darius into that. You generally want Darius into dive. Now, they do have Renekton, Rakan, Viego going in, so you should find some windows, but it is going to be difficult to get into these guys. Crowny was the weak spot on BDS. He did not play particularly great on day 1, but we do have Alistar, who is our #1 champion in the support role. Alongside Ashe. I think Ashe and Alistar together are the meta champions that will come to the forefront if they haven't already, as far as who can win. A lot of people don't realize that Ashe is just lethal at level 1. You can flash Q on Alistar because of his insanely high armor value, and you basically just win all your fights there. Let's see, we have this level 1 fight. Darius is just going to go for a chip. He does not want to allow... Oh my god, he's flashing in to get stacks. Oh man, he gets the full stack. Lethal Tempo is what he's going for. We've seen this before. Lethal Tempo is the highest damage rune in the game early. And we get the flash from Renekton already. This is Adam being Adam here. Not even using his potion. He's going to wait for the 2v1, and he's going to hide some of his strength. Now, he'd like to actually zone Renekton off of XP. Remember, it's going to be 2 casters and 4 melees is enough to get level 2. So Darius is going to use this to create a 3-wave stack. He should not be able to keep it till the 4th, although the cannons will survive a little bit longer, so we'll see if he's opting for just last frame, last hits. And if he's doing last frame, last hits, then we know he's trying to go for the 4th crash, and he might coincide it with a Rel dive. Rel is going southern quadrant into topside and going straight top, it looks like. Renekton did put out a tri-bush, so this is an important adaptation. Renekton realizes, like, hey, this strategy is going to put me in a weak spot right here. The stun is buffered by E, so they actually get out and they don't get the dive. That's a big deal here. Sheo was one of the big performers for them, alongside with Adam and Nuke. That played great in their first run. See if they sit on this dive. All right, Renekton's trying to get a stun. They're trying to coincide it with aggro. But Adam calls back. Interesting. This is level 3, level 3. They've kind of lost their advantage here. And now Renekton's can have a little bit going for him as he hits level 4. So yeah, this is now they're okay. Darius has to play respectfully. He might try to bait right here, but they have to respect that Rel still might be here. I don't think there's any way that Sparta goes for this. He could go for E in, empowered to W for the major damage, Q, and then E out. But it's going to get more and more dangerous as we go. How long is Rel willing to sit here? This is all about top lane. This is all about isolating this matchup, which is something that we don't see enough in pro games. That people just need to be willing to sit on a situation and to milk it for all it's worth, right? Get every last bit out of the advantage that you have. And if this is what you're trying to do, you're trying to shut a Renekton down, then it can completely make sense to invest everything here. And you challenge the Viego. You say, are you willing to just play your game and go somewhere else and let Renekton be dead? Which normally is the best response. Go get resources for yourself. Renekton will still be fine. Renekton's fine on one item. Renekton doesn't need to be a dominant player, it's still going to accomplish its goal as most Juggernauts do, especially Renekton with the extra dashes. He'll be okay, right? He doesn't need to be ahead. You play it a lot from ahead, but it doesn't need to be ahead. And shutting down Renekton, it's just like shutting it down a tank. Like shutting down an Ornn doesn't really do anything. Renekton's still going to have empowered Ws for those late game fights. Good chain CC right there. You see dash in, flash, get the knock up. Darius pulls him. That's another knock up. Allows Rel to land hers. So that was 100% uptime on the crowd control. Very important so that there's no counterplay there. Taking stock of the rest of the comp, Kai'Sa Rakan is a very popular combination. You see, because it's Darius and immediately with Rel camping top, that Kai'Sa goes and picks up Doran's Blade so that she can play super strong in her lane right here. Actually, it looks like she started Doran's Blade and picked up Cult, realizing that we're going to play for this to be strong side. I'm going to be able to farm freely. I don't necessarily need to worry about stacks. This will slow down the evolved Q, but we do look for Umbral Glaive into other builds. Ooh, I don't like this play. Okay, they could have frozen, and Darius actually could have left, hitting 6, and gone to impact other areas, including invading the jungle. Opts instead to crash the wave versus the Ignite Renekton. So you are going to take away some resources, but not all. All right, Renekton's still going to catch up to catch the back half of this push on into the turret, and he's going to be able to be there for the next wave. If you let that freeze, you're denying yourself that wave, but you're also denying Renekton 3 waves. Right here, he's going to get that experience. So he's only going to be denied 4 minions to that wave. Alistar's going to tank this up. See if he's willing to use flash right here if he needs to. Can use Q in response to the Viego dash. But they back up. I don't like that he's staying here. Yeah, it looks like he's hovering for a moment in case Rel wants to do anything, but Darius should just crush this matchup from here. He's up-plated steel cap, so he has his modal item. We talked about this a lot yesterday. Modal items being a very important manifestation of your lead, or even counterplay. We're talking about the Hex Drinkers and the plated steel caps. Items that allow you to play offensively and defensively. And getting the most effective modal item is often the best way to win your games. Here we go, Empowered Stun. That's an ultimate down from Renekton. Darius is going to light this lane up. He's going to have Prio. He will at least be able to get this control ward dead if he opts for it, or he might be able to go and actually just kill the Renekton, whose ultimate is wearing out. It looks, and based on the way Adam tends to want to play, that he's going to try to take his lead into other lanes, okay? That is the most common thing that he's looking to do. In this case, he uses his Prio to go grab the juicy fruit in the river, and now he's going to contest camps. He's going to say, hey, I'm level 7. Does your level 5 Viego want to fight? If so, let's do it. Again, with the plated steel caps, he's not going to be afraid of anything here. We'll see what kind of rotations we get for Rift Herald. Definitely it's their plan to play strength on the top side. Darius is incredibly strong, so what you should be doing if your Team Whales here is just leaving your carry and bot. Put your laners, preferably Renekton in mid, and then you get your best wave clear in top. You just push back the wave, you hold mid prio, and then you harass a little bit. You make them take the maximum amount of time, while you then, in turn, go get Dragon, and you get multiple plates for yourself. Oh, this is a mistake from Syndra. Getting knocked up means that she gets hit by the E-Flash from Nico. You saw that nice mechanical usage. And they get the Herald. Okay. This has to go down as a double minus for BDS on macro. They get the dragon, they opt for recalls, and then Syndra steps up while they're weak. It looks like there's complete dyssynergy on what's going on there. Steal. Viego is 6, however. Ultimate is down. He used it to get out of that situation in the pits. And now we go Adam going for the freeze. He could have done this before. Basically, once you hit 6, you're done on Darius. You can spend the rest of the game, literally the rest of the game, just shutting down Renekton and saying, like, if we're both level 7 for the rest of the game, I mean, I won't be 7. I'll still be soaking up experience, but I'd like to keep this freeze over and over. Renekton's int did get them the Herald, though. I don't actually like this all in necessarily by Rel. This is into the Renekton, but we want to kill Bean. Yeah. Sorry, Beanja. I don't know if that's what he goes for. Oh, he buffers the Q, so even during the knockup, he's got it. This is lethal tempo, though. It's not Conqueror, but he wins anyways. All right, that is the best case scenario. You get those full dives, people diving into Darius, even on low resources. Now, Ezreal's stronger here, but only for a moment. He can't just step in front of the wave all the time to cast his Q, because Kai'Sa Q is going to deal more damage. But as Ezreal, you're going to get more iterations off of those. And especially if you can get Sheen procs, you're happy taking those trades. And in this 1v1 situation with Rakan roaming, you're happy because Alistar's closer to you. So if you take trades, you're more likely to get the all-ins. Let's check out these fights here. Darius saying, how dare you try to break my freeze. Viego saying, I'm here to help cover the freeze. Oh, it's Aftershock on Rel, of course. That one makes it so strong. Adam hitting the double stack. Very important for himself here. Rakan going for the oh my gosh. 0 for 3. If BDS don't win this game, then I don't know how they're going to survive their mental, but I expect that they've got this in hand. Level 9 versus level 7. This is a true solo queue stomp right here. That guy's bleeding. He's using his refillable. He's dead anyways. 6-0 solo queue Renekton, solo queue Darius strat. My goodness. This is what they like. They like to punish the Renekton pickers. Force you to play a tank. You want to play a tank in this meta? Go for it. That's what BDS is challenging you to do. We're going to play Set, Garen, Olaf. If you play a tank, like Olaf's coming to town and just going to rip you apart. 6-0 has the Bramble Vest to cut off some of the healing. Also, like we said, modal item. This is defensive and offensive into Renekton. If you are just a Thresh, Bramble Vest is useless. No one's going to be attacking you as a Thresh, and you don't need to care. All right, Thornmail maybe as like a Shen, people with taunts. Those are the people that tend to get the Thornmails. This is going to be a Bramble, and then you complete the rest of your build, and then you can come back. Maybe you actually just allow it, but in this game with a Viego and a Renekton top, tons of healing, tons of AD, you're happy to let them brick into that Bramble Vest all game long. It's one of those items like Nullifying Orb, or Oblivion Orb, like Bami's Cinder, that they are just totally fine as medium components. You don't need to do the rest. Now, the one weakness that they had was that they did give up this Rift Herald, which means 3 plates are going over to Team Wales. What can they get in return? I do like seeing the Umbral build. This is going to be another Serrated Dirk, most likely. So that you get the instant evolve as Kai'Sa. You hit level 9 plus a Umbral plus Serrated Dirk, and you're already there. She's already completed the Cull as well, which means that when she backs, I think she got access to those plates, right? So with those plates, she should be able to springboard herself into that next Serrated Dirk. Dunked. So good. This is lethal tempo, guys. Lethal tempo allowing you to stack a little bit faster, also giving you the extra attack range. Yeah, nice smile. I like it. I love to see it. Also giving you that all-in pressure for laning phase. Conqueror, fine in the end game, it's true. But late game, it's very difficult to be stacking Conqueror anyways. So having the extra attack range is something that will help Darius in those late fights where he's getting kited. Perhaps more than the Conqueror itself. Now, Darius comp, they've got scaling from Syndra and Ezreal. I really like this combination. When you play a lane-dominant champion, you want to have scaling on the opposite side of the map. So they camped Rel, Darius, to make sure that they could win and snowball from the Darius position, and then you play scaling everywhere else while Darius takes over the entire map. That will allow Ezreal and Syndra to bide all their time. 3,330 gold lead. It's a shame that he didn't go buy Trinity Force. You know what I'm saying? All right, double rubies right here. Probably going to be something like Sterix Gauge. We'll see if he goes for Black Cleaver. Although Black Cleaver, the double Ruby Crystal would be fine. A lot of these champions at this level, this is what you have analysts for. The reason you're going double Ruby Crystal, apart from the flexibility in the build, all right, so that gives him more options for items potentially. But compared to Kindle Gem, the ability haste is the worst stat in the game, all right? Ability haste and anti-heal are the worst stats. Ability haste does scale very well. Does scale very nicely, but double Ruby Crystal gives you enough of a health advantage for snowballing. So when you're snowballing, you're going to see these people pick up double Crystal way more often. Now, good answer from Wales. They actually get Renekton into the Syndra lane and they're able to dive. They're also able to take control of Southern Quadrant, giving up the Rift Herald. Second Rift, not as important. And obviously, for those of you playing live on 1320, Rift Herald has taken a huge gut. The plates, the amount of gold in the game has gone down significantly. Adam said, this is a mistake. You can't actually deny this cannon, so you might as well actually go and push the rest of the wave in. There's no actual real rush there. Sometimes what they're doing is they're trying to let the turret kill the cannon, and by killing the cannon, you're just taking away access to 100 gold and experience. And you use that to continue your snowball, right? Every little bit helps. But in that case, that wave was always going to be pushing in. There's nothing that you can stop it. Will it be a hull breaker? Interesting. I think it's going to be Sterix Gauge. I believe Darius wants to group. But let's see where he ends up going with the rest of this build. If you play Hullbreaker, what you're trying to do is create lots of pressure in a side lane. The thing is with this Stridebreaker build, you don't really have all the pushing pressure, so you're not going to be able to get enough off of that. I expect this to be Sterix, that you can come team fight. This is what Adam does. He gets into the middle of the groups and says, "I dare your Viego, Renekton, Rakan to dash into my team. Let's see if you're willing to have the gumption to come after us." All right, for the second Worlds game in a row, we're seeing Duskblade on Kai'Sa. Duskblade giving her that option to dive in. She's going to be looking for ultimate into Q, trying to get a kill. And once you get that kill, you'll be able to get out. It's a wonderful playstyle for Kai'Sa now that Static Shiv is dead. It's always been there. It's always been good. Nothing against this version of building Kai'Sa items. Just while you had Static Shiv, you had wonderful AP scaling and good wave clear. It was just a very nice combination of items. Now let's see, Darius, again, right? In their face, constantly in their face. We're going to pick as many fights as possible. I've got a tremendous lead. I'm level 12. Renekton's 10. I'm on 2 items. Renekton's on 1. Also, we're looking at completed boots. So just the amount of gold in inventory is staggering. And he's going to flex this gold lead. He's not just going to try to go into side lane because you can't get enough pressure just in the side lane. He's going to look to group. They're going to start getting their vision lines relative to where the objective is. Oh, good job by the observers. Good job knowing that Darius is in that bush. See him just in their face over and over. He's going to go shop. Everyone's going to consolidate their wallet, all right? See, that's very important. Everyone's getting their backs in. 36 seconds, they are already back out. This is on the later scope of things. Was that not even Darius ultimate? Okay, they used both. They definitely did not need to use both, but they used both. Syndra gets more stacks. That'll be a benefit to her. Ezreal dutifully keeping mid lane pushed, right? It's very important when you go for this fight, even though you have a gigantic Darius, who's biding his time, by the way, to come over here. He's like, how much resources do we need? I still don't want to leave resources on the map. So yes, we're taking control of this area. We've got prio mid, we've got prio bot. We own the eastern quadrant. I don't need to come over, but if I sense that they're going to try to come to this fight, then I can come match. The big issue here is that Renekton does not have teleport, and that's what allows and enables Darius to play this style. He can kind of just always match whatever Renekton does. He's like, all right, my team's fine, and I can stomp you, but I want to come over after you commit resources. I don't want to just be there wasting time. I want to be there at exactly the right time to swing the fight. As we see, Wales doesn't even contest, and they get the dragon, and Darius is able to continue the snowball. It is a Sterix Gauge completed here. So this Darius is essentially unkillable. If he does die, though, that'll be 1,000 gold springboarded into the pockets. I don't expect him to die, though, honestly. This feels like it's going to be an 11-0 type of game for Darius. Might even be a pentakill. But we'll see. Very tough, very difficult to get pentakill on Darius. But you see how he built these items that are offensive and defensive, right? Thornmail has an offensive component to it, dealing them extra damage, making sure that they're not healing up. It has the defensive component being stats. Oh, he's going to pick this fight. They're trying to shut him down. This is versus Sterix Gauge. He gets flash, E, whole team comes in. They're going to clean up. Is there enough damage here? They're going to get 1 kill. He needs to get his R off. But he's good. Yeah, look at that juke. They try to set the trap on Darius, and this is why you don't play towards the deficit. They just steamroll this fight. Alistar's going to stop backs along with Syndra. They're going to pick off one. They're going to let Nico go. That's funny. They're going to let the cannon minion or the caster minion go. But Ezreal's dealing all the damage. They don't even need to chase this, but Alistar will, just to make sure that she can't get into the pit. They've got the Baron, so they may go for a cutoff. And they should, because she's the only one alive. So if they could stagger deaths here, this is basically game over. I mean, it's already game over, but with this staggered death now, you're talking about Nico coming up 40 seconds after everyone. Now there's no threat, right? You can just continue this, and if Wales tries to defend, then they're just basically inting one person into another like lemmings going off the cliff. So I expect this to be 2 inner turrets and then recalls. The reason that they're going to use recalls here is because after getting those inners, they're each worth 1,000 gold. So you can go spend, plus you have the Baron money. So this should springboard them into a potential 3rd item. At least for Darius, it's going to be a 3rd item. Although I don't know if he got all of the credit here. Beautifully done. Did he hit everybody with that Q? Showing complete mastery of this champion. Existing, dodging the Nico route, and still getting Q off on everybody twice. My man is special. Adam plays the game the way that we want to play the game. This is what we expect. This is what we think is the optimal way of playing. Constant tempo, bully, using every advantage, milking every advantage for everything that it's worth. Now that the inners are done, we're going to see adjacent lane pushes. We're going to see fighter in mid lane and 4 bot. This is the standard push. There are some exploits to that. We'll go into those as teams try to defend. Basically, it's hard engage into one, and you have to wedge yourself into a little pocket of vision and see if you can control one little area. But backing yourself into the base right here is generally not the answer. I like that they go for part of the engage. A little peel from Alistar. Sheo is going in because he's Rel. He can sacrifice his life and it's no big deal. But it's not even going to come to that. Alistar just walks in, uses ultimate. They're going to have full control of this. They're also going to cut part of the minion wave that comes in. So mid wave is going to come meet them. Plus they have the Baron buff pushing on this wave. Now, one thing that they did right here, they actually over pushed slightly. Meaning that their minions are taking damage from the turret before the team is ready to push. That's something that you generally don't want to do. You want to make sure that you're only coming in when you're ready. Very small thing, but it is a precise thing. And if you're going to take the game and measure out exact minions advantages in level 1 and 2, for example, this is the equivalent of that, but for game ending, right? You want to make sure that you have exactly the pressure coming up at the same time. Beautiful game from BDS. Absolute stomp from the top lane. I don't expect to see Darius make it through the bans. All right, game 2 looks like similar comps. All right, and we're off for game 2. Get some of these shots. I like to see this production value in the base. I don't know that they needed that close-up of Syndra's tush, though. Adam on Renekton. You know what? I'm going to take a moment and just peek back. What were the rest of the bans here? They banned... All right, so they banned Darius, and they picked Cassante first on Red 1. Actually, I don't know that that's true, because this is after the shuffling of picks. So by here. All right, so we had Kaisa Cassante. This is going to be very common, plus Nautilus. This all makes sense. Then we have a carry here, forcing them into Mage for the end of the game, and that's fine. Talia is very good into this. Also very good into this composition in general. And what was their final pick? Azir. Yeah, you're happy picking Talia into Azir, though. So compositionally, you get Ezreal Braum. This is fantastic. You have Talia into Azir. No, it's not going to be Azir. Oh, of course, it's Syndra. We talked about it in the load screen. And you have Renekton into Cassante. So they get everything that they want out of this draft for sure. It'll be a matter of executing from here on, though. Level 1s, BDS, always coming up with aggressive level 1s. Another thing that we talk about, game theory optimal, right? You make about 60% of your plays. You're going to break down your types of plays into brackets, like the most common simple split that, for example, you'll see with NFL running backs is a 60-30-10. All right, 60% of your plays, you want your best running back. 30%, you want your next. 10%, you want your third string. This is how you get more practice on more combinations. It's also how you allow your players to get rested. It also means that when they're in game, just because your best running back's in, it doesn't mean that you're going to do the best play for them always. You have to do, again, 60-30-10. Sometimes it's going to be run plays. Sometimes it'll be pass plays. Sometimes it'll be trick plays. And by continuing that little measure, you become unpredictable, unexploitable. Predictability means exploitability. Now we have this start. We do have a Conqueror from Renekton into Grasp versus Cassante. This is very common. Renekton is fine into this matchup to just trade HP. There were previous iterations where you just had to seed level 1. And even Cassante, who has a fantastic level 1, the problem is it's not enough to stop Renekton. And Renekton's happy to punch you back to get Conqueror stacks and then go for that fully stacked Q. And then trade back and saying, I will undo everything you've done with one empowered Q. And by doing that and by having AoE on the Q, you're able to hit the casters, and that's how he's able to get the push. This is what Adam does, rinse, repeat every single game into all but a very few matchups, and he looks to snowball from here. So we'll see how they take this advantage. Rel going 3 camps into Invade compared to Viego going 3 camps into Wolves. Viego's actually pathing back? That's fascinating. This is because of the bot prio, okay? So take note, this is what it means to have priority. Let's look at Viego's decision to leave. See how bot lane is all the way pushed in? Kaisa and Nautilus are glued to this bot lane here, and we have the Rel invading with the support of Braum. So even though you are Viego into Rel and you're happy to duel a Rel, you're not happy to duel versus a Braum. And Braum Ezreal can be here versus Kaisa Nautilus would have to give up resources. Now, one thing that we talk about, you can actually give up the disadvantage here in order to go match this fight. And as long as you're equal in levels, which we are right now, level 2 across the board, they're not gaining a level by holding onto these minions. So they could go and actually fight this Rel and say, we're going to give up some of the resources bought in order to kill Rel and put those resources into Viego. So it's an investment, right? Which one are you willing to give? In this case, the most standard approach is tuck into your wave, hold on to your wave, let them have the advantage that they've invested in, and Viego goes elsewhere and tries to get advantages somewhere else, okay? This is the method that they're going for. Viego's going to go to the Western Quadrant and try to get as much as possible. Now, he's also doing this from Fog of War. So Braum, Rel, you see that Braum actually has to stick around and invest a couple more spells to come do this. Now, Renekton's going to pair his ward. Cassante actually gets the timing perfectly right. Based on how long Renekton's gone, he's able to mark exactly where that ward is, even though they didn't have vision. You ping it a couple times, because you're not going to get that lingering vision that you get in your solo queue games. You want your team to know that you're like approximating, like check here, this is where it's at. Whereas in games, when you see them place it, you can just ping once because then it's marked. All right, let's check this Braum advantage. Ezreal is going to have an XP advantage. He will be the first to 4 in this lane because of the time Braum spent out. It was about 2 melees that he had solo. All right, now we've got Rel pathing topside into the teeth of the Viego. We'll see if we get a fight here. Braum is rotating over for this pick. Syndra can pick up the scuttle, which should be enough to swing this advantage because they get the gold. They time the Viego damage with this fight, but Nuke is a little bit too weak. No, they should have committed to this. That is a shame. The call, they had the right call. They could have gone all in and they could have moved faster to Braum and been okay, but instead they go only halfway to the commit and it's not enough. Acton trying to take this fight. He's got the W empowered, ready to go, but doesn't quite have the window. Let's see what he opts for, whether or not he uses his Fury here to gain some health. Most of these guys don't do it. You're also going to notice he's got 3 points in the queue, but this is probably the last points that he puts into queue for the rest of the game. All right, until you're level 17 and 18 to get the rest. Q is a laning ability, okay? You use it for the sustain and the AoE for clearing, pushing waves, but for the rest of the game, expect these guys to put more points into W. Ever since the changes, the amount of damage that you get is tremendous, and that's how you can play it. But that said, Renekton is not part of the gods lineup, all right? Garen, Olaf, Darius, and Set. We'll see if Adam actually goes for this. Too bad they're going for this replay right now because we were about to see a very nice mechanical play by Renekton coming up to get the play. Yeah, look at this. Just a little bit of discombobulation. Nuke's also sitting on worked ground. He could have thrown another Q, and that could have been the fight with the Braum. Instead, they opt not to go for it. Rel not realizing that they weren't going to go for the rest. Also, the fact that the scuttle went over to the Syndra Viego combo was a shame for them. Rel's going to be on perma ganking duty. I like that she doesn't go in here saying, hey, we're already winning. I don't need to show myself. What I can do instead is bait Viego into coming. And if Viego shows up, then we will steamroll this 3v3. That's what this control ward in the river is accomplishing for them. Huh. That minion tanks up the shot, but you actually wish you got hit there. If you get hit, then that turns into a winning 3v3. Instead, they'll come over, use the prio again. Ezreal, one of the best champions in the game at gaining prio. You also see Ezreal into Kai'Sa plenty of the time because Kai'Sa cannot punish this weaker first buy phase of Ezreal's. And Ezreal's just always going to have the pushing prio, which allows them to get into the river. Unfortunately, giving up that death, Braum dying, don't know if that was necessarily needed. Let's back it up. Let's see. Rotation over here. So you see they stick to the turret. They're here. Braum's stepping up a little bit more. All right, so this is too deep. Right here, you're in the spot where you're looking to consolidate this kill. And Rel's level 4 compared to Viego's level 5. All right. Also, if you press tab, you can see that Viego is 700 gold. Sorry. 800 gold ahead in inventory. So Viego absolutely wins these fights. He wants to take it. Braum does not want to give this opportunity. Yes, you're stepping out, but now you're also at a position that Talia can't really help. Now Talia should be coming over, hugging this wall, allowing Braum to jump over here. But we see the execution, a couple chain CCs, plus the fact that that Q hits. Yeah, like it's just a little bit too much of tanking, a little bit too much. How do I want to put it? Just miscommunication, different channels. People are planning different things in their mind is what it looks like. So we'll see if BDS can clean that up. But that is, they should have a big advantage based on the top lane for themselves, faced on Rel getting the invade on the eastern quadrant, but they haven't been able to manifest that at all. Team Whales actually having a 1k gold lead for themselves, and importantly, it's almost all on Viego. Now, Talia having some issues right here with the clear, is opting for the early Null Magic Mantle. This is something that you see a lot of players do into Syndra, because Syndra has no ability to kill you if you have early Merc Treads. All right, so getting early Merc Treads allows you to move in, go in for more trade patterns, but most importantly into the Syndra matchup, it means that you can dodge all the Qs. It also means that your her E, you can walk away from the stun faster. and not have to deal with the follow-up that comes, right? So when she throws QE and gets a long-range stun, normally you're worried about the continuation. Oh, Crowny not realizing that he was strong there. But they're doing it to make sure that there's no continuation damage. That said, because you go Boots and Null Magic first, Talia is dealing with mana problems. Takes you a little bit longer to clear the wave. Normally, I'd like to see a mana item to go along with this. And if you're going to go Merc Treads, I normally want to see a tier so that you can still get it very quickly, but you still don't have to give up on the clear. Sometimes you're going to see Lost Chapter into Merc Treads, but in this game, she's opting for the early rush, perhaps because Nautilus and Viego are two champions that can show up in their lane. So she wants to make sure that she has access. So there we go. Merc Treads is done, and you see the tier picked up. This is so that you have the earliest access for the most mana effective item in the game. Uh-oh, all out. We saw this the other day. Casante's being able to play at post level 6 against Renekton's, using the stat advantage and saying like, hey, you know, it's hell for 5 levels, but then we're fine. But Renekton actually takes it to him up in the top lane. Post ultimate is able to get it. 4-man Ezreal ultimate means that they're going to be able to take the rest of this fight. Viego's actually going in. This guy's way overdue. Renekton's coming in for the collapse, but they did get the kill first, which means they're going to be able to move away from Renekton. BDS, again, you have this moment where your strength is in one direction, but they're moving towards their weakness, allowing Wales to consolidate the kill and get out. That's got to be frustrating for Adam, because he's saying like, I'm in, we're super strong here. Now, it's worth noting, Renekton actually did go for the 5 points into Q. It does give him the most lane dominance in this situation. We'll see if there's an avenue he could have taken. If, for example, he could have ridden behind the pit here. So there you see him on the mini map. If he comes in this way, that is the best angle at making sure you get here the fastest. Coming through river is a little bit longer. Also, it means, and this is a mistake, I'm going to talk about this in a very precise way. It gives them options. Not only does this mean, like, by putting yourself on exact opposite sides, it means that they get to choose which side of the seesaw to go onto. And this is what Wales does. They go forward, they lean heavily in one direction, away from the Renekton. When you're flanking, usually it wants to be at more of an obtuse angle like this or like this, all right? This is usually your best chance, because if they run away, you can still match and you can still flank, all right? If they run towards you, you can change your angle and you can continue to sandwich. So hammer on the anvil. If you think hammer to anvil, it looks like this. From an angle, not straight above like that. It's from an angle. That's what you want to create with these plays. By not pathing this way, it means that enemy team has a choice of either steamrolling forward and just driving through your weaker members, or if these guys retreat, the 4-stack comes onto the Renekton and tries to get a lot, especially with his ultimate being down. There might be a window with chain CC to kill the Gator. But here we go. Viego resets. They do get one trade back for themselves. Kaisa getting the good ultimate. Crowny could be dealing way more damage. There's no reason not to do more there. The main CC abilities were down, and Crowny could have punished those lack of cooldowns. Now, Herald is in pocket. We're going to see where they use it. All right. It's very important to use Herald Gold early. Best case scenario is that you move it to the 80 carries lane, because you want the 80 carry to get the most gold. Ideally, you want the 80 carry to even pick it up so that they get all of the gold. Now, that being said, it's very common to junglers to pick it up, because junglers get to go to different lanes, and that way you maybe get the best use out of it. If you can, for example, get a gank into a Herald drop, then you might be looking at a free entire turret. But by doing this, at least you're sharing some gold. This is fine. It tends to coincide with junglers getting their mythics. Interesting play there by Nuke trying to pair up. Oh, I don't like that. That was missed empowered W. All right, so that's one of the things. They end up getting the kill. But the difference there, if you're empowered Q and you've got 4 or 5 points, but your empowered W is the longer stun, you get the more attacks, it's more damage. yes, you can come up and you're healing, but you're already at full health. It's not really doing anything for you. Whereas if you have the empowered W, it's going to deal significantly more damage. And it's going to be easier to consolidate that kill. Now, something I'm seeing from Nuke, he's treating it like he's tiny from Dota. All right? He's actually trying to throw into the rocks falling. Ever since the changes, I believe Talia wants most of the time to just drop the E first to get the slow, and then to come knock you back in. Nice steal there by Sheo. Could have, again, this is another issue though. Like, let's look at this. You do not need to flash out. This is the team thinking that they're weaker, but comparing this, right? Talia or Cassante could come over. Cassante does not have an item. Now, that being said, Talia does not either. But Talia also has the option of canceling his ultimate by throwing the rock at him, not allowing him to go, and then teleporting herself, or going into fog, making sure that they're good. But Renekton is your strongest member, and he's right here. So you can take this fight, continue it off, go all in into the Kaisa. Braum will come up. He'll be able to land a perfect ultimate because they're grouping trying to kill you, and then you can go for the rest of the kill. I am seeing some significant lack of synergy between the players right here that is very concerning. One thing I didn't mention before, Rel has this Bomby Cinder, which you're going to see from a lot of tank junglers because it helps them with their clear speed. They don't need to finish it. Sometimes they'll finish Sunfire second or third. Most times, they'll actually just sell it because late in the game, you don't actually need Sunfire. They'll just use this Bomby Cinder, keep it in their inventory for the entire game, and sell it for 6th item. But when you're diving a turret and when you're using Herald Top, one of the plays that was available to Cassante was actually to just engage onto Rel. Rel having the Bomby Cinder, it doesn't matter that she hasn't targeted you with anything. The fact that she goes into combat means that she'll be proccing Bomby Cinder and she'll be taking that aggro, and Cassante could have held her down long enough to actually sustain that dive up in top lane. But instead, opting not to do it. Perhaps a miss window, perhaps just a calculation that, hey, I don't need to take risks. I'm going to be fine. I'm scaling up for my team anyways. But are you playing into the scaling hands of Talia Israel by doing that? Renekton playing against Kaisa. Renekton has to think that he's not strong here. Now check this out. Again, not playing with the empowered W means that you don't get that kill. If he has empowered W, he wins that fight. Instead, he doesn't. I'm sure we're going to get a replay here. Good job by Kaisa recognizing how strong with the Kraken Slayer plus the BF sword that she is. But that is never a fight that you're supposed to win. And that is a big problem because BDS, that was their big source of gold lead, was on the Renekton. Now this Kaisa is going to be huge. We're probably going to see Navori Quick Blades to go along with this Kraken Slayer. That's the most common combination that allows for the Q evolve. They already have the evolve here with the finished Kraken Slayer plus the BF sword. This is normally what you get, you know, some 1,000 to 1,300 gold item paired with a completed item to get an evolution. That is the most common thing here. This is this is really too bad about the Renektons. So Adam does not know about the adaptation with the W. He only has 1 point in W, which if I'm another team now, what that means is I'm going to try to bait him into playing Renekton. Interesting for this game. Pause for a moment. Let's see. We're at 21. We're at 22 minutes in the replay. 22:05. Go to this draft. All right, Renekton was B1 picked. Why are you picking B1 for Adam? If you're trying to flex exactly the matchups that you want to get and you're feeling super strong, I suppose it has to be because Darius is banned and he has a significant preference of playing Darius into Renekton, and if you can't do that, then you just pick the Renekton. But you have Set available. That's obviously going to be insanely strong here. Normally, I'd rather you give them up. So if I'm red team for the rest of the tournament until Adam shows that he knows this build, I'm going to do exactly this. I'm going to ban Darius, leave Renekton open, make him pick it in blue 1 so that I play against his Renekton because he doesn't know about the W adaptation. This is something, if you're an advanced scout and you're scouting ahead for what you might do to win draft against certain teams or what play styles to go, I am looking at that, and that is a huge sign of weakness. Now, it's a small thing, right? It's a Oh, no, you gotta go. Again, BDS and specifically Nuke not synergizing with his team here. He's like, no, no, I'm weak. And it's like, but you have you have strength coming in. Syndra's already been completely blocked. This is concerning. This is really concerning. Small thing to talk about with Renekton. Q and Core Drinker, all right? When you Q Gore Drinker, it locks you into your animation. If you're going to do this, you want to go Gore Drinker Q, and you can cancel your Gore Drinker animation with the Q. This saves you about a quarter of a second every single time you do it. It can be a significant amount of time if you're looking at certain combos, whether or not you can get in and get out without getting hit. We saw right there that he went one and then the other. He didn't pair them together. So another sign that Adam maybe doesn't have everything on Renekton locked down. All right, even gold leads 2-0 on the Dragons. We've got 46 coming up on the Dragon D3. We also have Baron. We're going to see a shallow pocket ward here. The reason they put it shallow, by the way, it doesn't see the opposite corner, so you can actually tuck a ward down in against those. That red ward. I'll back it up and show you. Sorry, not Baron, Herald coming up. This ward, when it's tucked in, you can actually place one on the opposite side. You actually have to go, if you can picture like a pinky width or a champion's width, you want the control ward to be out here if you want to see everything on the far side. Now, sometimes you don't necessarily need that, especially if you have vision somewhere out in the river to control that. But the reason that they're putting it all the way tucked in, yes, they're giving up this little pocket of vision that not everybody knows about, for one. But for two, if the enemy team wants to come clear it, they just have to take a step further into the pit. The way to answer that is to just put it right here. All right. So if you put it way back, yes, they still have to come out. The ranged champion still has to go into the mouth, which allows you to potentially have a window to come answer them and trap them in that area. A little bit. That's what red team has to do on top side pit. It's what blue team can do on bot side pit. Just getting that ward over the wall, but there is exploitations available based on that placement. Looks like they're going to muscle in 5 people to get Herald. This means that they're going to give up Dragon Prio. Talia is almost definitely going to take this opportunity to shop. Yep, there she goes with Leandries. Using Leandries because you're going to have to chew through this Cassante eventually. That said, a lot of times I prefer Ludens into Cassante because even though you're getting burn damage onto the tank, it's not true damage the way it used to be. It is magic damage, meaning it will get resisted. Not only that, but when he's all out, you absolutely want to burst him. You don't want to just chip away at him. You actually want to get full burst. So not having Ludens is another sign. Maybe they won't be able to get this done. I'm excited for this BDS team. I love the way they're playing, but in general, but this game we are seeing significant weaknesses. Now, is Talia going to be able to wall them off? She's able to get Syndra and the knock-up, throwing the W and getting off. Insanely good mechanics. Finally, we see Nuke showing up. Good to see that. They get this kill, which means that they're going to get D3 for themselves. Kaisa is not the one that picked up the Herald, so she won't have that much pushing power, but I like what she's doing answering in the top lane. There's no sense in coming down here and trying to contest for any amount of the East River. Instead, going for top side, she's going to go for the push and try to get the maximum out of this. Now, this turret, solo gold for the Kaisa, is a big deal. She is going to be the carry source. She's opting to share it with the team, which means that she has enough for Navori already. This is something that pro teams are doing. If you have enough for your item, you share. If you need the solo gold, you take the solo gold. All right, and that's what they tend to do. A lot of times they end up sharing anyways because it's good to make sure that everybody's leveled off. But again, this is a game where snowballing is important. You want your strongest members to be as strong as they can be. So most times, if you're going for this, if you're a tank, obviously always give it. But if you're a carry, I think you always want to take it unless you have someone like a Talia that's still like, hey, I need 200 gold. I'm 200 gold away from my item. This will help me, so I only need one wave and then I'll come go get it. Beautiful play by Nautilus here. I'm surprised that was possible based on the lingering vision that should have been left over from Dragon. You see that Labrov has already moved vision into the western quadrant in a very shallow way. Normally, like, this is fine if the enemy support had been top, but it was Kaisa. Kaisa didn't come and drop a lot of wards, so you don't actually need... Beautiful knock up there. You don't actually need the vision in your western quadrant to be shallow. Looks like he's gone and turned it into deeper vision, but that's a huge tempo loss. The fact that no, this is what he's getting now. You got one deep here. Is it Rel that's leaving it behind? This is fine, but again, this is like the least, right? This is the least that could have been taken. Enemy team just came in and made a play from southern quadrant. I'd like you to get deeper vision response. Now, Kaisa is going to be the strong member on the team. She's still a little distance away from her E-Evolve. I believe that she'll try to get it here. Might even go for Gnasher's Tooth. Often they go and try to consolidate into the rest of a crit build. Something like Runon's Hurricane can be very strong. Something like Phantom Dancer is fine as well, just to give you very good kiting against the Renekton. But you can see these extra attack speed bonuses here. I believe this is enough. I don't think that she needs Alacrity. I think this is enough for her E-Evolve. We'll find out soon enough if she goes invisible. But let's see this showdown. We're seeing a proactive Talia wall to wall them off. Often against Cassante, you're looking for that. You want to make sure that you're not giving Cassante any all-out targets. You don't want to give him a spot that he can just go for. Israel's going to be very, very strong in these positions. All you need to do is make sure that you don't get hooked by the Nautilus. And they should be very happy to siege against these guys. Now, Syndra is a siege breaker. She can totally turn the tides on you. Diego can also just put the shroud onto the walls, and he can use that as a way to put pressure on you, right? You're just unsure for a moment, kind of like Nico. Yes, you know whether or not he's in there necessarily, but there's that moment of doubt, and that moment of doubt can cause paranoia, all right? Same thing with Nocturne, speaking of paranoia. You can cause that moment of doubt, and the moment of doubt can be enough for your team to create weaknesses. And it's sort of like in football, you're showing a blitz, you have a bunch of linebackers line up, and the quarterback changes the protection, and then you actually drop back into coverage. Another example where Q is not good enough. Steric's Gauge being used as well. Steric's Gauge has a short enough cooldown that he'll be able to bring that back for the next fight just on his death timer. But again, we see that he's not able to consolidate the kill during the stun duration. Feel bad harping the same point over and over, but I feel like it's a big point. This is something also worth noting, that against Cassante, Viego with a stun. Cassante, all of his abilities, even though they have knockups, also have mini stuns attached to them. So you can actually escape from the backside with tenacity boots. You're not going to deal with any of the damage. But we do have a full AD Kaisa, so the plated steel caps are fine. That being said, there is still significant chunks. You've got the root from Nautilus, you've got the stun from Syndra, all of the burst from Syndra. I would have preferred to see Merc Treads this game into armor optimization. Instead goes for plated steel caps. This is fine as long as you go Abyssal Mask. All right, Abyssal Mask, 40% of Ezreal's damage is magic, 100% of Talia's is magic, 100% of Rel's is magic, 100% of Braum, even though he doesn't deal damage, is magic. This should have been an Abyssal Mask third if you're going plated steel caps. And actually, now that I think about it, plated steel caps plus Abyssal Mask would have been so good this game, so that you get your itemization against the Syndra as well, and then you can go off into the rest of the build. Instead, he's opting for Randuin's. This is not a Kraken Slayer Viego. Kraken Slayer Viego is fairly common, but it looks like we have Trinity Force into Black Cleaver. And the main issue, right, the biggest reason why you don't need points number 4 and 5 in Renekton is that since you're going Gore Drinker, that active will make you be able to clear all the minions anyways. You don't need the 5th point. All right, we'll pause to talk about that. You don't need the 4th or 5th point to continue. Renekton's very strong here. We've got the Talia wall, but this is in position for an all-out, so we have to be careful. This is the type of spot that Cassante loves coming into. Peels the team. Let's see if we can get the whole team moving back to fight the Cassante. It looks like Rel is the price that they're going to pay, and we get a multi-man knockup because they got the kill onto Rel. Bean showing mastery, jumping into the Rel body and getting a W flash on Rel means that they clean up this fight. Tragedy for BDS. We can look all game at the amount of times that we weren't able to consolidate the kills on Renekton. He left them on the table. The amount of times that the team had syncopated plans, right? It was like windshield wiper. One was going left. They were both going left or both going right, but it's like they never got the chance to actually meet and clamp down. We had bad angles on the hammer to anvil play. Good play by Syndra flashing the wall here to get that stun. Again, like an empowered Q, it doesn't matter. It's not, it's a fake ability. I'll put a link in the description below. Remind me out. If you haven't seen it, ask me in the comments. I'll try to remember. But the video about the Renekton one trick that climbed up and just went on something like a 93% win rate on Renekton in Challenger or into Challenger with W max, right? 3 points into Q and then W max. And basically that removed the weakness. It's very easy. And this is something that you don't really think about because you're like, yeah, this is the best ability. I just keep putting points into it. But level 4 and 5 on Renekton, don't do it. You guys heard it here. I go watch all those videos so you don't have to. You guys can get all your shops right here. Reminder to like and subscribe so you can get more content like this. We're going to be covering all the games through the tournament. We're going to be trying to get as much insight into these teams as possible so we can try to build on some of the plans, see what is available, what teams are leaving on the hanger or on the menu that they're not consolidating for themselves. Now we'll take a moment and see what their endgame push strategy is. We've got a 4K gold lead, but they've walked themselves into a Talia flank. Cassante is going to be able to come over, but it's a little bit too late. They don't get the kill onto Artemis. That is the most important kill. Yes, they're able to get Cassante, but Cassante was countered by Renekton. The fact that Artemis was able to escape is huge. They see the vision that they put down. They've got these 4 wards. It is meant to stop Talia, but they didn't get one of the angles that Talia could use coming in. One of the things that's important about these Baron pushes is making sure that you have slow pushes going off into the other lanes. You see this in the top lane. It means that even though you push and even though they fought you back off that push, yes, they got a kill. That's great, but they've lost that much in the top wave. Plus, that dealt damage to the turrets. So you dealt damage to the bottom inner. You dealt damage to the top inner. Yes, you died and you have to reset. That's something that we'd like to improve. But have you gotten enough in this turn? All right, Viego going really deep. This is vision advantage. All right, they're not able to continue this because of the vision advantage left over from the push. I like the re-raise from Team Wales here, saying, you know what? Like, yes, you killed Cassante, but we're coming back onto the map anyways. So let's take a look at the play. I'll just finish that thought. Even though you killed one of our members, he's back up, he's alive, we're still stronger than you, we still have the gold lead, and we're playing within the windows of you missing some of your cooldowns. That's the pivotal thing for deciding whether or not to come back in. So let's take stock of what's going on here. We have teleport that's going to land on the rock. Bean is separated for the moment. We're coming in, Adam with the immediate flash W. Wait, no, what? Flash W. Okay, it was empowered. You get the extra stun. Look at 1 health Zonia's. Oh my god. That's not Guardian Angel, right? That's stopwatch. Wow. Wow. Rom actually missed an auto attack there. He put up his E, did not go for the auto. That's the difference between Kaisa living and dying. Yikes. Okay. A lot of feels bad moments for BDS this game. All right, so Team Wales, so you've got vision in the southern quadrant. They're going to look to keep this because Dragon's spawning in 35 seconds. They're going to use they have used the remainder of the Baron push to get all that pressure into those lanes. They use the Remnant vision as a source of controlling it. Now, what's the best answer? We'll have a little pause the video moment right here. You guys can comment if you have a solution. Enemy team has pushed into your bot lane and they've taken control of your southern quadrant. You want this dragon because it's soul. So how are you going to get in? What's the best answer? Pause the video. I'll give you guys a couple seconds. If you break this down, what you need to do is push through mid. All right. By pushing mid, you create your two threats of going here, continuing to push, or moving into the top exposed turret here, or you can go into the river. All right. You do not want to path through this at all. You don't want to put any effort. Enemy team is not going to want to come back into your deepest part of your worst lane to try to hold this lead. They're trying to use this vision and stop you coming through this area. In reality, what you want to do is push through mid and then come through this area where they're much less likely to have vision, and that's how you can come in and contest this. This is something that Faker and T1 do exceptionally well, and it's something I'd like to see these teams pick up. Right now we have a lot of lingering effect up on the top side, which means that maybe they're thinking of giving up this dragon and instead going for vision in the northern quadrant and playing for Baron in 230. There's pros and cons to this. One of the biggest cons being that you're playing against Viego, Syndra, Cassante when we're talking about scaling. You'd rather have your Renekton playing at his strongest moments here, especially 3 items. He's a full item ahead of Cassante. This is something you want to take advantage of. Also, Kaisa is sitting on half items here, a broken stopwatch, and only the half piece of Lord Doms here. It means that they do have windows. Also, you're looking at Syndra not being fully evolved as well. So we'll see how they continue this. Ezreal is coming into mid. This is where they belong. You see him hovering the left side of the lane. That's because they have priority on top side, not on bottom. And because they are lacking that vision, they actually muscle their... Red team, good job. Team Wales muscling their way in. I would have liked to see Braum, Rel, and especially Talia being here ready to answer for this. You know that they're missing teleports here. You have those timers down. Yes, Talia has her teleport for herself, but if you come in and ultimate and just take that 5v3, you're going to be in a fantastic spot. Syndra will not get there fast enough. It does mean that they get nothing for this. Dragon goes. The only ward that they got for themselves is shallow, Western Quadrant Beach, and shallow into the Raptor Pit here. This is not good enough. Runon's Hurricane, popular continuation if you're going to go for this AD crit style build. Going for Cassante, but they can't. Yeah, nice job walking away from the walls. Look at that, setting the trap, making sure that they can consolidate this kill. The problem, if there is one, is that Baron is spawning in 80 seconds. Cassante will be up in 50 and will have his completed gargoyle and will have teleport up. So you won't really feel the impact. It is good. I like that they're making a super proactive play to go get a kill, turn it into some kind of advantage. But if you can't actually claim anything, are you gaining an advantage? Because look at what happened to the Western Quadrant here. While they made that 5-man play bottom, yes, congratulations, you've killed Cassante, but you've lost all your prio in the most important quadrant for contesting Baron. Like the proactivity, I like the tempo that they did it with, and the timing is about as good as they could get, but how much are they giving up? And the fact that they didn't have deep vision to see the invade coming, right? Again, they only had the shallowest sources. They gave up mid prio. They are giving up way too many windows on mid lane macro. Ezreal's going to pick up red for themselves. You're going to try to get Rel and Ezreal stacked with this. Less important for Rel to get it because she's obviously already going to have all sorts of CC, but you absolutely want it on the Ezreal. That being true until you have Cyril does, which he does have. It's much less important now compared to just hitting with the Qs. Renekton actually dashing away from Nautilus. I wonder if you could have instead gone for an ultimate. I want to talk about another moment here. And I hate, I apologize that I'm ragging on Adam because he's been so good, but the team needs him to be that good all the time. That's how they succeed. Force of nature, not good enough. There's only one source here, maybe a little bit of Nautilus damage, and maybe a trickle of Kaisa damage, but that's not enough to necessarily want just force of nature. Compare that to Abyssal Mask this game that will still defend against Syndra, also amplifies the damage of your ultimate and amplifies all the other damage. Like we said, we've got 100% of Rel's damage, which is moderate. It's not great, but it's moderate. 100% of Talia's damage, 40% of Ezreal's damage, right? That stuff adds up. It's significant. You absolutely want to have Abyssal Mask as your MR item on Renekton. And it's like the ultimate deals a significant chunk of damage. We're talking about hundreds of damage per second for each tick. If you have the Abyssal stealing their resist the whole time, it also makes you even stronger than the Force of Nature for an all-in. The speed accepting. Like we talked about, it's one of those modal items. Force of Nature, you can't force it to give you a speed buff. It's not like Dead Man's Plate that you can turn into guaranteed speed. Force of Nature, they can just kite away from you, wait. Target selection is going to be on other champions anyways. Yes, you've turned into a tanky threat, but you're not putting enough pressure on them now with triple defensive itemization. Yes, modal, not modal, not modal. This is pure defensive. All right, you want to have that Abyssal Mask for the extra damage. All right, well, let's take stock. 2K gold lead, 2K gold deficit, we should say, to the scaling team. The scaling advantage is going to be here. Casante's hit 16. Diego is the last 16 that they care about. You see that everyone that matters is also 16 on BDS, but Rel is particularly weak. Going to use not Force of Nature, Frozen Heart plus Radiant Virtue to get the maximum out of her ultimate in the big fight here. You saw that they lost mid prio, which means that they lost river prio, and they're coming in. Ezreal's going to try to get vision, but now they don't have anything left. Braum got chunked out, and there's nothing to speak for it. Good job by Team Wales. A fantastic job. They're playing their macro game very, very nicely. Most impressed by their ability to contest from mid prio, and also their ability to come back for a fight bot lane, even though they lost their Cassante. They stepped back exactly long enough for the respawns, and then they came back in to take that fight and try to get more damage in. They didn't actually consolidate that turret into their wallet, but I like seeing that they're willing to play with tempo. Ezreal, Braum, Rel playing super defensively again. What is this ward accomplishing? You have 30 seconds until Dragon. Enemy team has Baron. This ward does nothing. You need to have these wards in lane and in the junctions so that when they're coming through, you can see the maximum. I'd like to see one ward right here so that you can cover as many control wards as possible. You're basically trying to sacrifice one ward spot in order to turn on their control wards so that you can see their control wards. All right. As these fights break out, you absolutely want to be able to drop a control ward into the bush of the fight. By putting these wards way back here, you're only stopping their approach to Dragon from base. But this is a team with Baron buff. So with a Baron buff, they're not going to be coming from base. They're going to be coming from lane, meaning that they've got full prio in mid. They're able to break the turret, come back. They're going to kill this Dragon. Talia, once again, nowhere near. And obviously, you have no right fighting this. Talia's not wrong to be gone, but this is again syncopated with what the rest of the team's trying to do. Talia's as big as she's going to be for a long time. She finished her 3rd item. Ezreal has finished 4 items. Renekton's on 4 finished items. This should have been an opportunity for them to try to take their full fight. I expect Syndra to back with her full item here as well. She's got stopwatch. We'll see if she turns that into Zhonya's or whether or not she just has enough for her own Rabadons here. Sometimes you'll see a Horizon focus as well for her long range abilities. No, she actually has nothing. That surprises me. 281 CS, 3 kills. This must be that she just prefers having this compared to having like Fiendish Codex. Adam Flash is down, ult is down. Kaisa taking the maximum. Well played, Artemis, going on the hunt. And at this stage in the game, Kaisa, Renekton's no match for the Kaisa. Also, you have the Guardian Angel completed. Means that there's nothing. Syndra has, we just spoke about her coming back out onto the map with 2 control wards rather than another item. She's already gone through both of them, which is what allowed them to step into the river like this. Now, with the Baron buff, sometimes you'll see a 1-4 split, sometimes you'll see 5. Cassante willing to step up because there's no Renekton. This is why they don't go for the split. They're able to just muscle in for themselves, walk it in, and basically by keeping 5 people together, you make sure that your Cassante is available to block the Ezreal damage, and there's no one that can really threaten your backline. Kaisa takes the maximum. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. People willing to int to deal the most amount of damage. Is this going to turn into a Renekton flank, though? This is all in. Their game is going to hinge on their ability to get this kill here. Boom. Unfortunately, it's not an empowered W. They don't have enough damage. Once again, the Q is shallow. They dodge. Oh, my goodness. They're not going to get this. They will get Nautilus, but that'll be it. Will they? Rel goes for the Q. She locks herself up in the animation and then stops. Oh, everything as bad as it could be for BDS. Can't spell bads without BDS. Ooh. Beautiful engage all out into Syndra stun means that they're able to chunk. It does mean that Cassante bites it right off the bat. Perhaps didn't need the all out to go along with that. They were going to be in the Syndra's range anyways. Syndra's looking for a teleport in at this point. I like that Ezreal's pushing to the limit right here. Maybe could have done a little bit more as they were progressing. It's too bad that they didn't have any lingering vision for Renekton to take a deeper flank there. Empowered stun, but again, not enough damage. Right here, if you're Rel, you don't even need to cast the Q. There's no reason to cast Q. I see what she's trying to do and say, hey, I'm catching you during your animation. Let your buffer resolve, and then once you start traveling, go for the stun. But could have just continued on that path. Instead, using the Q locks her into that space. Could have just waited for another E cooldown or for the smite cooldown and would have been fine as well. They end up getting nothing. So now base is in shambles. Let's see what Wales does to go for this. You're going to see most likely 5 in top lane with vision in the western quadrant. Another common play is to put 1 into the middle lane. In this case, it would probably be someone like Syndra, especially since Renekton teleport is down. But you don't want to be isolated against Taliyah. But now that they see Taliyah on the map, they may opt for just going in for this fight. The teleport timer is going to take too long. Big empowered heal and Sterix, but again, not enough. Wales can take this fight, and it just feels like Nuke has never really been on the same page as the team. He had that one super spicy play, but this has just been the story of syncopation. They're just offbeat. Trying to wall the minions here. Ooh, gets hit. Popping her off the wall means she goes on the wrong side. Perhaps wanted to go over there. Normally you place this wall to try to stymie minions to try to get respawns, but this is, there's not enough time. Too much of the base is in shambles. Nice win by Team Wales. All right, we go. All right, here we go with game 3. BDS. Oh, we have to go back to the draft here. When did they pick this Renekton? Did they identify Renekton as the problem? They did not. We have first pick Xayah into Rakan Renekton. Totally reasonable answer. Renekton blind pick, going with Darius, not wanting to give Renekton. Apparently not caring for the set versus Renekton matchup, even though that's something that Adam has busted out before. Opts for Renekton. We'll see if the coaches have mentioned it, if they spot it. If not, then we'll have to send them a message ourselves. Leeson LeBlanc. This is a very nice pairing. This is something we wanted to mention. LeBlanc is probably not going to see as much prio in these because of the Static Shiv nerf. That being said, that doesn't mean she's dead. She's actually still tuned just fine for her full AP build, all right? Static Shiv is playable on LeBlanc. I don't expect it to be where she goes. And you see right now she's got Corrupting Potion, not Longsword. Normally you see with the Static Shiv build that they would go Longsword, use it for extra harass and extra ability to get last hits. Instead, she's going Corrupting, which probably means that she's going to get the full AP build, which is good enough. As far as the rest of the composition, we have double AP for jungle mid between Syndra and Gragas. And that means that we'll probably see a Merc Treads from LeBlanc. We also have the LeBlanc Lee Sin synergy, which is a classic pairing. LeBlanc is going to go for a WE combination to try to get a guaranteed chain. Guaranteed chains means that you can get Lee Sin to get his guaranteed Q resonating strike, and you're going to try to get your kills this way. So I really like the setup. Really love how they played the draft, and I'm telling you, if I'm any team playing against BDS, I am scout ahead. I am saying let him pick Renekton, ban Darius, make him pick Renekton. Maybe they'll adjust, especially if they lose this game. Maybe they'll find these adjustments, but that is a point. That was a point of weakness, that he's not playing that champion to its fullest because of the build path. But again, we'll see what they do with this. Ezreal, superb at getting level 1 priority, right? The Q stacks, the passive, opting not to go for a Q there. That looked like a free hit onto Nautilus, and the cooldown was up. Ezreal is one of the best champions in the game at level 1 because of the stacked passive, so you're always going to see Ezreal's fighting for level 1, never asked to leash. Although something you can do on other champions like Draven that have combat stacking abilities, Draven stacks his axes off of a leash. The difference being that you can do that while kiting to your camp, and then you can reactivate your axe as you're approaching the lane so you can get double spinning axes. And it's the only way to get double spinning axes safely coming up into the lane. And that's what the Draven one-tricks use. Can't do that on Ezreal. He'll fall out of combat too quickly. The buff doesn't last long enough to get there. See Adam again using his health as a resource to try to get this crash. Same way he always plays. Same wards as well. This is the Alois special. Trying to get these 3 4th. You want to make a plan for your first 4 waves. Ooh, Glory pathing towards the Gragas with confidence that he'll be able to dodge, and he does it. This was a mistake path. You don't want to do this. You just want to walk straight away. But apparently felt confident enough that he'd be able to outplay the Gragas dash, and he does. Now, a little bit of an awkward timing for Rakan to go for a ward and to step back in, because as you see, Artemis and B were able to get the prio here, meaning that they're going to hit 3 first. Now, check it out. What's going to be the consolidation here? You've got a stacked minion wave. You've got Nautilus, Xayah, both being at level 3, which means you have full power unlocked onto them, onto the Xayah. Nautilus obviously at 2. You've got Rakan, Ezreal, a very slippery lane that don't need to go for anything here. But you're going to see this, a freeze in, well, it's not freeze, but you're going to zone. You're stepping ahead of the wave. You're going to ask Ezreal to try to land skill shots. And you can either try to dodge them or answer his Q with your own Q. See if you can try to pull him in and create an engage for yourself. Lee Sin's going to come hover. Based on the prio here, means that they can go contest into river if it's a matter of going after the Scuttle Crab. Or they can have Lee Sin take that, or I should say and Lee Sin can take that tempo. If they're still stacking waves, Lee Sin can take it, help mid to push, and then come over for a dive. This is much harder than it used to be because of the change in the minion speeds ever since the mid-season update. Minion speeds coming up to their wave means it's harder to actually get this push on the cannon wave mid and have time to show up bottom to get your play. This is something that is still available to, but you have to be very precise on your movements. We'll see if they opt for it. If they do, then maybe Wales will be our new favorite team. Lee Sin's going for the Scuttle. Here we go with the stacked crab. All right, so he's not going over to mid, so they're going to opt for a 3-person harass here. We'll see if Ezreal or Rakan fully retreat or whether or not they keep Gragas nearby to answer in a 3v3. One of the things that you have for yourself when you're going for this stacked crash, you can get level 4 if you're precise and you move in exactly. You see how Xayah hit level 4 here? Now, something we talk about in the pro game is these timers on waves where you would normally be just short. There's a couple waves where both laners, if you're soaking together, neither one will get the level bonus. All right, level 6 and level 4 being the main ones. If you are a support, you can step away for a moment to allow your carry to get the level spike. You will still get it on the next wave. That much doesn't change, but that way your carry gets it on that wave, and that matters in a unspeakably large way. All right, Nautilus roaming over here. I like to see the roam timer. Has a control ward for themselves. We're going to see where they place it. This is going to dictate a lot about what they're trying to accomplish in this game. Playing towards Cassante Renekton. They might go for the window here. Yep, there we go. Nautilus is here to answer. Perhaps I actually could have fought this. In fact, if Sparta thought for a moment that he could have survived long enough in that fight, could have taken this, because Nautilus plus Lee Sin is a winning fight here with Renekton spells on cooldown. That being said, with Renekton on 6, you're basically never trying to take that fight, so they opt to get out. Lee Sin's going to path towards bot again, and they're going to try to protect this splash crash, right? Where you stack these waves, you try to get as much in as possible, then you're going to throw spells onto turret and see if you can get some kind of pick with Nautilus, for example. Nautilus uses the entirety of that timer to just scout. Scout and sweep, comes back with his control ward here. Just in time. But I like this proactive play. Are they going to get anything here? No, they don't hit the scatter of the week, which means they don't get enough. I'd like to see them stay here and actually just push this wave in, or stay nearby and opt for a freeze, depending on what the wave state is going to be. If you have enough of a minion advantage where you're going to be crashing anyways, I'd like to see the team come over. They instead decide to come back and give Syndra more access to the waves. I don't think that's going to be 7. Shouldn't be 7. Maybe if she picked up a couple minions on this way down here, maybe she'll hit 7. But that's why I don't like this, right? I'd rather see you give up a little bit of resource, give up a wave here to try to bury the bot lane. Now, the upside that they do get for sending Syndra back, putting Gragas back into the jungle, means that you do have the capacity for Gragas to actually hit 6. It does mean Syndra will hit 7. Unlocks a little bit of extra power by putting extra levels into Q. Adam taking over this matchup again. But again, this is the window. You have to be very careful. As Renekton level 6 and 7, this is where you might have Cassante go off against you. Opting again for early item, not plated steel caps. This is a Lee Sin Cassante combination. I would have liked to see this. Let's take a peek at this all in. Brownie getting engaged on. No. We'll see a replay, I'm sure. Just finish that thought for a moment. If you're Renekton, again, the modal item's going to be plated steel caps. It lets you play offensively and defensively. I know you do want the stats. You're going to want some combination of that anyways. But the steel caps can be a way to play super aggressively into the combination of both and just using the kit. We'll see shortly whether or not he gets the 4th point into Q. Oh, the predictive E. Or the predictive Q into the E. That's a feels bad moment. Crowny again. That is enormous for them. Now with that kill in pocket, let's see if they go back and pick up Noon Quiver. Yes, they do. We have Hex Tech. This is not something we see all the time from Gragas. Normally we see Fiendish Codex first, even if you have the 1050 for the alternator, or 1065. See, we get the all out. Oh, that's the worst possible timing too. You see this stun? The stun happened during the all-out duration, which means that Sparta basically missed nothing. All right, because you are stunned for your travel time, ergo, you don't care. You're actually on the other side, and you have no qualms about that. That's something that you want to have. That's something that these pro players will try to do. It looked like he was going to be casting it anyways right then. But always, anytime you're going to be hit with a stunning ability or any ability in general, that's when you try to cast a spell. You know what animation they're in. You know you're going to be stunned. You might as well get a cast animation that has a cast time to it. And you basically buy yourself an extra half second or a second in some cases to be able to get more abilities out. I want to see them click Renekton. I really want to see this. They've moved Xayah over with Noon Quiver. All right, good. This is a play we don't see nearly often enough, which is sending your top lane to bottom in response. God, that's the worst possible E right there, Crowny. You send your teleporter to bot lane as you contest Rift Herald. All right, some teams do it, some teams don't. It is probably the least utilized macro decision. It's not going to matter so much for your games in solo queue now that Rift Herald has been gutted, but it is still a play. If your team's going to be going for Rift Herald, you want to put your teleporter in bot lane, you want to put 4 people over, and ideally you have your carry pick it up. This is still an adaptation most teams, even on the world scene, are not doing. Renekton, 4th point into Q, 2nd point into E. This game's over. It's a little reductio ad absurdum right there, but I'm pissed, frankly. I'm gonna pull this up on another screen. I had to restart the stream platform. Sorry about that. Sorry, repost any messages. I'm sorry I missed them. If you get a chance. Those of you watching on YouTube right now, I'm going to post this link in the comments. You should absolutely check it out. How I climbed from Diamond 1 to Challenger with an 87% win rate on Renekton, and it's by putting 3 points. But basically, the main description is Q after 3 ranks is a fake ability. I think you might even be able to go a step further and say Q after 2 ranks, but it really depends, because at first level 5 with no items having access to the Q makes sense. But once you're at Gore Drinker, you want to be on 5 points with W. You don't want to have 5 points in Q. In this game, we've got 1 rank on Renekton. Renekton's W. Just not good enough. All right, as for the rest of the game, what is going on? We have a teleport coming over here. We're going to try to contest. BDS has the Gore Drinker picked up, so he's looking to teleport in with that item. Means that they should be able to find a kill here. We have a flash consolidation. Good job by Team Wales, repositioning and reassuming an advantageous position for this fight. That was really well done. I can't say that enough. Also means that Lee Sin's able to get this Herald down, which means they can have mid lane prio. Should allow them to come back in here. This is another moment, like I said, I'd rather have Xayah have this. Not only will Xayah get the gold right away, you want your carry who scales off of gold much better. Also, in this case, it's a Lee Sin who wants to have access to ward hopping. That's something that's denied to them when they pick up the Herald. So that is something that Wales can improve on. And really, I think I've only seen it from 2 teams in the entire world all season. Haven't been able to watch every single game, but I have not seen nearly enough teams moving their carry over. Mostly because a carry is staying in bot lane, and that is a totally acceptable thing. If you're solo and you expect 5 people to go there, then it's fine. If you want to give Herald to put your carry in the bot lane. They pick up 4 waves and 2 plates for themselves sometimes. Normally it's at least 2 waves and a plate, but it can be as much as double that. Powered Q is not enough, Adam. Whether or not you watch that video and believe it, you guys can see it right in front of your eyes right here. It's just not enough damage. The empowered Q does not do enough for these fights. It is not good enough. And you see that Sparta's willing to take these fights. Iceborne Gauntlet into Gourd Drinker. He's just happy to take this. In fact, he's going all out into Adam. How dare anyone take the god of top lane and fight him like this? Easy, says Sparta. I'm at full health. Another time where Renekton goes with Q to one-shot the wave. You could do that with a Gourd Drinker. Again, Gourd Drinker activation into Q. Cancel the Gourd Drinker active with the Q. So you go item activation. Let's say it's on one Q. Boom. 1 Q, and that instantly cancels the animation. You still one-shot the wave, even with 3 points in your Q. And that way you can have more access to more power. All right, rest of the game. Renekton's lead is fake. 236 is not in the right place. You also have Cassante is very happy in that matchup at this point anyways, so he is outscaled. We have Lee Sin ahead of Gragas, as he should always be, and LeBlanc way ahead of Syndra. Showing, like we said, the AP build, no static shift here. You're going Merc Treads because of how good it is into this entire team. Like, let's be real. Gragas, Syndra, Ezreal, Rakan, Renekton, everyone deals magic damage, and Syndra's in your lane, which means that early Merc Treads made a ton of sense. It's even so heavily magic indexed that I would expect a Banshee's Veil to perhaps make the scene, or maybe even this could be the game where you see full magic resist itemization. You're not scared of the Renekton damage, especially if he's going to build full tank like he did last game. And Ezreal is only about 60% AD, all right? A lot of the damage in the course of these fights is going to come from your W procs, from the ultimate over the course of the game. That Q is just single target, right? You're not going to get as much from it. Now, all the spells, all of them are single target, but just over the course of the game, Ezreal damage tends to start amplifying. And actually, Mirror Mana, unsure about Mirror Mana. Look it up while you guys are enjoying the game. Mirror Mana is physical damage. Okay. LeBlanc, good use of the clone mastery there. Gobsmacking BDS. Renekton going for a stun. Not going to be enough. Let's see, moving in. Zaya's got Prio in mid. She's going to look to push out this wave that's approaching. Are they even going to contest? That's the question. Probably not, because of how chunked Glory got on his teleport. So he gets punished for a little bit of a greedy position here. Ends up going straight to bot lane. This makes sense. Zaya's hovering to the right side of her lane, knowing that the threat is on the left. Still playing for the push here. I expect Ezreal to park his butt in the lane here, and especially once he goes to shop again. He's probably sitting on near Mirror Mana money. With the 1 death, I'm not positive, and I am not sure he got enough plates, but we'll expect him to get that once he recalls. This is something that is very common. I don't think it's great. I'd rather see people get Ravenous Hydra second while they're still stacking tier. Anytime that you finish Manamune, Manamune, but you have not stacked the tier, it's like a fake item. It's basically just a component. All right, because you're not getting any of the effects from the mythic passive. You're just, or not mythic passive, but the legendary passive. You're not getting any of the extra stacks. You're also just stat-wise playing an inferior item. The mana is nice, but the mana is not combat, right? You can't use the mana in combat. You're using it for sustained pressure in your lane, but it doesn't actually give you combat stats. It looks like he's still pieces away, and that makes sense, right? Because he was down, he had that 1 death, and they did not make that work. Also, they haven't had any real tempo to speak of, right? BDS playing through this bot lane. The fact that he had that really bad death on the E into the Nautilus hook, they just still haven't come back from. Now, with all turrets up in the mid game, second Herald should almost always go middle. This is because even if you break an outer turret on the side lanes, you won't have access to leverage that into any sort of directional play to come through the jungle. Oh my gosh, Cassante is going to get the all out. They lock up Renekton. He gets the full kill. But like I said, that Herald wants to be in middle because you want to break that turret because it allows you to get into enemy jungles. When you take side lane outers instead, you end up with this weird position where, yes, you can get into a quadrant, but then you can't transfer through it without taking significant damage from the turrets. Not only that, but the turrets are going to give permanent vision, so you don't really get that much on the rotational value. Or going for a nice easy Luden's proc. You're not going to deal that much damage right now as a LeBlanc. Base stats, you're going to be fine here. But just with Merc Treads means that she can jump in, not take any damage back. Or very little, I should say. And they instead use that time. They harass a little bit. That buys time for Xayah to get into mid lane and push that out. We'll see if that's enough damage for her to make this play. Now, Renekton is looking for this, uses his E, but gets knocked back into turret range here. Was it enough to get aggro? Yes, it was. And again, the team was on a different plan. Like, he's going in saying, hey, we can burst this turret down and then take the fight. The rest of the team was not there. And frankly, he was completely right that time. If you look at the total amount of damage that was dealt and the fact that BDS had full HP bars and basically still had access to their cooldowns, they could have gotten way more out of that. And if they had been willing to sacrifice some amount of health to continue, make sure that the turret does die, get that spike, jump in, get all your damage ripping into them. Especially Gragas, AP Gragas and Syndra should have been able to make work out of that play. Instead, they get nothing, which means that Xayah's enormous here. Cassante is going to be relatively enormous. Lee Sin's going to pick all of his fights against Gragas. If there is a way for BDS to win this game still, it's going to be the fact that they have major burst from the combo here. Rakan can jump in, and basically that should spell doom between the Gragas and Syndra splash. One thing working against them is that Renekton kind of wants to sit into the middle of a fight, whereas Syndra and Gragas might explode a fight outwards. That can scatter your synergy. It can be a dissynergy, Gragas and Rakan. And we saw that Gragas and Syndra, right, already gets very easily itemized by LeBlanc. LeBlanc has had access to 10 CS a minute for this entire game. The one real misstep was when she teleported onto a ward and didn't even die, right? Like, was able to survive because of the Merc Treads diff. Uh-oh. Go up. Thumbs up while dodging Gragas ultimate. If that's not a tilter. Let's see, at this stage in the game, this is basically the biggest point in the game for LeBlanc and Lee Sin. This is as strong as they're going to get. They're going to have plenty of AoE damage scaling from Xayah. So you really just want LeBlanc to be that backline threat that's constantly making them think backwards and missing out potentially on feather damage. Xayah also very good front to back. Cassante good front to back. Lee Sin can pick someone out if they ever misstep. Love this composition that they've put together. Like we said, we already mentioned the Lee Sin LeBlanc combination, and the fact that they gave Renekton with the plan, you know, starting with first pick Xayah, forcing enemy team to pick Rakan, so that they don't have to deal with that bot lane. Then you give them Renekton, knowing that they're going to pick it, and then you grab Cassante, and BDS was unaware. So this is a huge draft diff. Absolutely love the way that Team Wales is playing. They did get stomped in the first game, but largely that was because of not knowing the Darius matchup, perhaps. Should have been some amount of advanced scouting. It could have been Sparta saying, hey, I've never played against someone who is supposedly this good at Darius. Let's spend a game finding out exactly how good that is, which is something that you see from these players, because in scrim block time, no one's ever willing to just spend an entire game or a block giving you practice against the champion you want to do. That's why these teams should be playing with 10-man rosters the way that NBA teams do with 12, right? You want to have starters and backups, and they should play against each other. And you should take your support and bot lane and top laner and pair them with the weaker mid and jungle and create that mid jungle synergy. They're going to work together. Bot support synergy, pair them with each other, see which combinations on your team work best, and actually practice as a 10-man squad. There is no reason for LCS teams to play their 5-man and then to play their academy and just have them separate and do their own separate things. It is the biggest room for improvement that NA has. Hopefully the word gets to them. We've tried to spread the word. They haven't listened yet. Hopefully after their 7th early exit in a row in Worlds, they'll pay attention. But we'll see. Maybe NA has a chance this Worlds. This will be the year. Wouldn't it be something if this were the year? What if they did go and win? If they do, I mean, Cloud9 has been strong enough. They have enough talent to maybe make a splash somewhere, but it's just such a weaker region. We get worse practice. The culture here is not great. Our number 1 seed is not particularly strong. I don't think, although, Energy had the biggest turnaround. All it took was 5 minutes in Dokla's stream. That's all it took. But who knows? We can't take credit for it, not really. Adam against AD carry again. Sterix gauge diff, but he just gets kited out by this Xayah. He gets the full differential, and boom, comes in. This is something you can do if you're a fed AD carry against a Sterix gauge second item, right? They're going to get that big shield, but they're not going to have enough threat against you. I don't think that that's enough of a reason to not go Sterix gauge, because Sterix is so incredibly good on this patch. And still in live, you should absolutely be taking lots of shares of Sterix gauge, but it does mean that you don't have Black Cleaver, for example. Now, this game would be a bad game for Black Cleaver. You don't really need it. You do want the shred on Cassante, but that's the only real target. And again, we're going to be looking for Abyssal Mask to maybe be picked up. Let's check out this engage. We're going to have plenty of damage from Xayah. All this AoE damage is going to be really big. LeBlanc flashing in. This is the type of situation she wants. Xayah has the mid lane prio for themselves. Don't jump this wall, BDS. There's not enough here to get for this. You see LeBlanc just completely comfortable, willing to stand in the face of Renekton, seeing that dashes are down, and just putting the leash on and stepping back. 3k gold lead plus a dragon on the Infernal map means that they're going to be dealing tons of damage with this extra gold. Not only that, but it is a super high damage map, right? What you really want when you're Renekton, when you're Garen, you want Cloud map and you want Chemtech map, because you want the explosion, you want the move speed. So we had Warthog flash, ultimate to try to separate, but it wasn't enough, but it was enough to start the fight, right? And continuing the forced beginning of the fight, allowing the team to go forward means that they get a lot of upfront damage. That said, Cassante having to ult from full health is not optimal. You want Cassante to spend a lot of time in the fight before he has to go for his ult. There we go. Big ult from Renekton, but the team's not here. I don't know why they have to play that so passively. I'm sure we'll get a replay here. This looks like we're getting Death Stance. Death Stance is fine. Again, not respecting how much damage Abyssal Mask is worth. Good mastery of Xayah there, putting feathers in multiple different directions for the pullback. Also making sure to use the pullback as an extra source of AoE damage for the next splash to get it onto the Raptor camp. Slight improvement. Doesn't really matter. Not even worth thinking about potentially, but you want to kill the Raptors first. You want that respawn. This is kind of true over the course of the entire game. You want red to last a little bit longer, and you want the Raptors to respawn faster, more than you want to get red to respawn. Especially at this stage where you have Baron, you're going to want the maximum length of the power play. So let's look at their approach. Unfortunately, we didn't get that Baron replay. So you know what? Let's go check it out. Okay, so we have in the pit, Renekton's in the perfect position. Rakan is not here. This is why they're opting for just a harass play and nothing else. But honestly, this is the sort of situation Renekton wants. You also have Gragas on stopwatch with flash. So he could easily come into this pit. If you haven't seen it before, Q into E flash plus R is enough damage. So you can throw your R, E flash, land it as the Q. It's insanely mechanically difficult to do, but you have a large amount of damage, plus the fact that you can hit it on almost everybody because you aim that cask right here, either pushing people who stay on the Baron into the back of the pit, which makes it able for your Ezreal and Syndra to deal them damage, or they all get exploded out of the pit, which means that you have access to the smite if you don't have the perfect combination. So let's take a peek at what it goes 2 seconds later. This is the window. 2400 health is usually when these people are trying to go. Gragas is opting for the blast cone approach, which is a little bit slow. Well, not a little bit slower, infinitely slower compared to Flash. And going for the fight here. Syndra's also going over the wall, does not have flash for herself. Ezreal has no sums, has just used his R. They're a little bit chunked. This is a fight they could have won. No joke. All right. I don't know if they even know that the timers are still down here on ults. They should, because they're pros and they're playing at Worlds. They should absolutely be respecting exactly what these timers are and knowing these windows. This was a window. This should be a win. So if you're BDS and you're reviewing this game, this is a window where you have to say, I want to take this. Not just is it objectively winning, but this is the best chance you're going to get for the rest of this game, most likely. Okay, you're down 3k gold. You know you're losing. You're down in dragons. If you give up this Baron and they escape, this game is checkmated. You are done. Okay, you don't have scaling to speak of versus Xayah Cassante. Yes, you're a little bit stronger with Syndra Ezreal in the end game scaling, but it's not enough. They're going to have too much of a lead. They're going to destroy your entire base. So we look at it in practice. Gragas is knocked up. He's not able to get the smite. We also have Q2, which is a beautiful resource for Lee Sin to always get the smite confirmation. And we have Renekton in the middle of the team. And again, like look how long he dealt all this damage and stayed alive. Look how chunked everyone is. Everyone's debuffed by the Baron. This absolutely could have been a window if they didn't just try to go for a reach over the wall and actually went for the fight. They could have had this. Reconsolidated the fight right here. Importantly, massively important, you have to drop a control ward in this dot bush as you fight. Okay, that will be the game changer. If you do that, you absolutely win the fight. If you don't and they do, they might win the fight. Cast comes out way too late. So now we expect this to be a bleed out. 3.5k gold lead. All the resources are going to be consolidated. They're going to finish their items right here. Looks like we're going to have a Spirit Visage from Lee Sin. I agree with it not being Abyssal Mask for this game because they only have LeBlanc dealing magic damage. They don't need the extra source. And so he's just going for the extra health, the healing amp that will come from his Safeguard, part 2 of Safeguard, plus the fact that he has Gore Drinker. Looking at the rest of the items, we have Gargoyle Stoneplate, so Cassante is basically full build. We do have burst items from Syndra, although it's still that Liandry's. Like I said, I'd rather see Ludens into this composition in general. There is some amount of magic itemization that's going to come in against you. You're going to want to have this Void Staff next, and the combination of having Ludens plus Shadow Flame makes you immediately lethal, and then when you have the Void Staff, you're taking away enough of their resistances that it continues to be good until you get into that 4-item tank status. And even then, you'll be okay because Cassante's not your target for ultiming. Your target is going to be the LeBlanc and the Xayah. So again, we see Liandry's. There's some things to love about BDS and some things that they just need to improve if they want to go. I don't expect this to be a pattern across everyone. You see how he's not pushing? This is pivotal. I love this. Sparta, thank you so much. Why did he do this? This will be a positive video moment. You guys can pause the video. I'll give you a couple seconds. Put it in the chat. Timestamp. Why do you think Cassante did not push that minion away? Answer is because what are you going to do with the push? Killing the minions right now or killing them in 3 seconds? It matters nothing to you. You're not going out into the lane. You're not going to create anything with that like 3-second extra window. Instead, by waiting, you ensure that your minions have to pause for a moment. That moment is the difference between this lane going all the way past this turret to fight and having to go all the way to this ledge right here where you might be able to get engaged on. Not only that, but there's no concurrent push in mid wave. So you want to slow this push down as much as possible and then stack with the next wave while mid lane comes barreling through. Then you put them together. All right. In this case, being very precise about this exact case, with mid lane already gone, it's not going to matter. But showing that the thought process is there and that Team Wales and Sparta specifically know this is vitally important for their team success when it comes to endgame pushes. See that little pause? Boom. Also, Renekton pulling the wave. This is actually kind of bad for him. Maybe he wants the melees. Actually, no, maybe he's doing this on purpose. The melees will now collide right here, which means that the turret will hit them all without any of them dealing damage to the turret. So this is actually a good answer by Adam to this, saying, all right, you were trying to hold the wave here so that it could stack and then crash. I'm going to bring it to the edge of the turret and hold it at the edge of turret aggro range so that as many of your minions as possible start taking damage. Oh, beautiful play. Q3 into W, lockdown. Renekton never gets to breathe. Doesn't even cast his ultimate, which he just hit level 16 off of with that wave. If he had been able to hit 16, level it up, and cast it, they might win that fight because of how strong Renekton can be in those 5v1 scenarios. The push turns into a Renekton kill. They're going to go consolidate. They're going to spend their money, make sure that they get their gold lead into their wallet. Here's the advantage. Boom. Right here. He's 16. I almost wonder if in that moment he's trying to level up before he casts his ult. And whether or not he even needed to do that. Could you R and then level up? I know with York, for example, you can cast your maiden and then level up and she'll just gain the stats. I don't know this about Renekton. I'm not positive. If you know, let me know in the comments. So here we go, mid lane push. They've got an extra 10 seconds on Baron. They used it to get mid lane prio. Zaya's last one out of base, but it's not going to matter because they've got the pushed waves. Means that there's no answer for Dragon here. They'll be able to get D3 for themselves. This wasn't a highly productive Baron, but when you just look at the entirety of the map here, what's actually gone, all of the inners are gone. That means that they've gotten the most gold available. So as far as pushing the base, no, they didn't get the actual base destroyed, but they've created the maximum amount of lead for themselves, 6k gold lead, which they'll be able to spend and use at this next Baron fight. Looks like we have a split in builds here. Gragas, a lot of people are often going to pick up Fiendish Codex and then they wait till they break their perfectly timed stopwatch before they go for the next play. Ooh, Fiendish actually going for the Q rather than just R. Had access to the flash, so could have cast R and flash yourself into the perfect spot. Could have been dodged anyways, or reflash so that the Q, so that the R resolves and puts you in a different direction. But like we were saying, with this split build, it looks like they bought the Fiendish Codex as a, hey, if my stopwatch breaks, I'll go finish Zonia's. If it doesn't, I'll just continue building Abyssal Mask. And this is about the time that you want, or not Abyssal Mask, Void Staff. When you have Void Staff, you want it to coincide with this 2.5 item mark. A lot of times you'll see Void Staffs bought second, and that's purely as an anticipation for itemization coming in, knowing that you want to have the Void Staff ready for 2.5 items. That said, you don't need to buy it second to have it at 2.5. You can actually buy your other half, whatever's the most productive thing at that moment, and then start going into Void Staff. That's if you expect magic resistance to be built, which they obviously should. Renekton's got a significant chunk from his ultimate. Ezreal, like we said, 40% magic. Syndra, Gragas, Rakan, 100%. Sparta versus Adam. Just, well, you know what? I'm looking forward to posting this. Going to reach out to him and see if we can't do it. I believe they actually played today as well. We're always going to be a day and a half behind for broadcasting reasons, for the rights reasons. And I don't know, if BDS had to play again without this knowledge, I would feel bad. Have to know. Not going to look at the result, but I'm going to take a peek at whether or not they played. EFM, yeah, they had to play again today. All right. Rip. Glory getting picked off. What did I miss? Shit. Stepped away for a moment. All right, so Gragas. Ooh, I love this. All right, coming out of a Baron push when people are going to spend their money is a very good opportunity to go and hide in some kind of death bush in a otherwise unprovoked area. This tri-bush being a very important one. Whoever needs to go into this tri-bush, especially if they had vision somewhere around here, they might just expect you to drop some wards, usually at about this half depth level into their jungle, +1 in the lane. And this is sort of the umbrella of vision that you give yourself. You make sure to space them out plenty wide so that they can't be seen. This tri-bush tends to not get seen, which is why I absolutely love it for Gragas to be in this spot. So here we go. Control ward. R flash W from Rakan. Beautiful. Pairing up with the Gragas Bop. They get some first strike damage as well. This is 14 seconds till Baron, so they actually have a window for themselves now. Renekton's about as strong as he can be. Syndra, how many stacks is she at? How come we can't see? Wish it would show us this number. Thanks, Secret Lab. I appreciate you. All right, let's look at the fight. Adam taking a good spot. Oh, they're looking to consolidate. Ooh, Gragas whiffing on the explosive cask. Zaya's just going to rip this fight apart now. No, Renekton gets one kill for himself, but that's going to be it. It's just Nautilus. Zaya still takes this. Sparta saying, you know what? Thanks for the leash. I will take this 3,000 health that's missing from Baron and actually go, ooh, flash forward first, Sparta. I don't know about that. What you really want, you want to jump over here. They can get the friendly dash once the all-out is available, but they end up stepping back. A little bit of an overplay. Now, Sheo's re-bluffing, doubling down. Maybe they forgot about the vision that was inside. Now, again, like we said before, this ward can be exploited by a token ward on the other side. When it's hugged against this wall, it will not see the far side. Look at them using for vision play. The fact that these vision wards are on the beach means that they don't have any access. This ward right here, I'd like it to be further out, and then you put another one hugged on this wall, all right? If you can see precisely, or I can step back for a moment. Right here, boom, pause. Right here is where you want it. You want it out of the vision of a sweeper walking this way or walking this way, but you want to see the entryway. You don't care if they actually sweep the ward, or sorry, you care if they sweep it. You don't care if they have a sweeper walking in because they won't see the ward when it's right here. This is like a little secret spot. Another one that you can put is right here. Again, with the idea that you're trying to see them as they come in without being vulnerable to a ward on your own side. So definitely some improvements available on the vision side. Both teams have missed this in the pit. Again, you can exploit this control ward with a ward right over on the opposite side. I guess seeing the animations, throws in the Q, but it's not going to be enough. Baron is down with a 7k gold lead. Dragon is in a minute. So if you want, we'll do a second one. We'll have a second pause the video moment. Pause the video. What's the macro play here? What is Team Wales going to do to lock in this win? Team is checkmated, but how do they do it? All right. The answer is mid lane. All right. Mid lane prior, you're going to create the shove. You're going to allow yourself into the eastern quadrant via this way that is less likely to be warded. These wards right here are going to be meaningless in the southern quadrant. What you want, if you're BDS, to try to stop this is lane wards. You want to know exactly and from where they're leaving the lane. You don't get to see them come in here because this is where they're going to turn on their sweepers. You want to make sure that you're having vision of them in lane so that the moment they leave, you can fight them back. That said, it's still not going to be good enough. Team Wales can push up, get prio, threaten that if you're staying in the eastern quadrant, they will just continue pushing. Versus if you stop the push, then they'll come back and they'll be able to burst the dragon. So we'll see. Team Wales, their end game protocol. How is their technique? Going through it. We already saw that Sparta knows the minutia of wave management in the end game. It's fantastic to see. We saw it. Well, it was game 1 where we didn't see it from BDS. Where we saw that moment where you'd like to just hold that wave for a moment before going any deeper. Killing Nautilus is still just killing Nautilus. And again, this is juxtaposing the tankier Renekton build with how the rest of the team should or could want to build with their or play with the Renekton. It's syncopated. Again, Renekton's building this style that's allowing him to stay in the middle of fights. This is not Blade of the Ruined King. This is not Black Cleaver. This is a Renekton that's meant to stay in the middle of the fight and take 2 full rotations of spells and attacks. If they're doing that, you have a window as the rest of your team to come in and fight this off. All right, we have mid lane prio. They push it up. They start coming over. All right, now the flank is fine, especially if you're Cassante. But what I'd like to see from Team Wales, come back over, revisit this lane, and get this push off. Especially since BDS has taken the right line here, and because it's an Infernal map, Renekton's going to guard against this flank. Notice this control ward also. This is pivotal. This one in Infernal maps, this one in the bush in Ocean maps, all right? Absolutely pivotal. If you're a flanking champion like a Kennen or a LeBlanc, you might want to have one in this bush as well. But this will allow your team to come in through this bush and not ever be obfuscated by the dot bush vision. So even when the enemy team draws a line on the right side of the pit, this favors Team Wales because they can see you. You can't necessarily see them. They can drop back into this bush and cancel all targeted abilities. We're going to have an all-in for this, and it comes down to a smite. I don't like that they're actually triggering this to just a smite. They should have been playing for their wallet lead. They should have been going for the maximum amount of pressure early, with Cassante doing the most amount of tanking going forward and then going. But that said, they were happy to play with Lee Sin smite, but now that they have the soul, they should be very happy to take the rest of this fight. Sparta's still getting chunked. LeBlanc did not have the best position there. Like I said, LeBlanc wants to be the one that stays in that flanking position. Can't take this. Good job by LeBlanc, though, taking another little chunk out of this. This is another red ward you can see very commonly placed, especially Gen G loves that ward. When you're in that siege, you go into that wolf pit and you tuck that red ward along this wall and basically seize any ward that they tried to keep in along that arc. What you want to do if you're an advanced scout, you want to see exactly where they put their control ward. It cannot see the full, it's approximately 120 degrees of vision that it needs to try to get along that wall. It can't see that far. So whichever side they tend to put their ward on, you want to get yours on the other side. Same thing like over here, you just want it just barely out of vision so that you can create something for yourself. Infernal means that the poke battle is going to favor them, especially for LeBlanc. She's going to be dealing insane amounts of damage. We do see that she's picked up the Verdant Barrier, which means we're going to see Banshee's Veil. This is very good against Rakan and against Syndra and Gragas. Even Renekton to an extent, because if he's casting his Empowered Q on you to not get the Empowered Stun, then you know you're in good shape as well. Nice blind shot by Nuke, saying it's pretty likely that they're in this bush. Love to see that. Baron has whittled away. They do have Infernal for themselves, but there's no more Baron buff. This is where you have to engage. Cannot allow this game to recall. If they recall, they're going to shut you out completely. It looks like they don't get their window. Renekton playing in a front to back, rarely getting the flank. He was able to get a couple good flanks earlier, but again, the team was not willing to be the anvil for the hammer to drop. Is that a real flash? That was a real flash. They do get Ezreal's flash. That is a trade that they are willing to make every single time. They're going to shop back. By the time they get back on the map, they'll have a 6k gold lead. You're going to see BDS recall right now. The reason they're recalling now is because they know that Wales has recalled. Since enemy team is shopping, you need to shop. All right, this needs to be your moment. Get your shop. Get as close in item parity as you can get. That's why they're taking this recall right now, to make sure that they will have as much strength as possible for this ensuing fight. We'll see if Lee Sin comes over for this blue buff. He should, because by this stage of the game, when you have this stacked ability haste, you can actually run out of energy on Lee Sin. We'll see if he comes out for it. Yeah, it looks like he's coming straight there. LeBlanc also having access to blue means that she'll be able to look for more angles to go for a WR, poke someone over a wall, try to get an EQ or a QE, and then dash back without ever really giving up any kind of resource, especially with this Infernal map with triple Infernal buffs and the soul. There's going to be a high dividend for that kind of play at very low risk. So expect LeBlanc to go for that. Now, sometimes we speak about fighters being in the mid lane with 4 people being in the adjacent side lane for the push. Sometimes with the LeBlanc, you can actually just send LeBlanc there, right? She's mobile enough. She's safe enough. You basically want someone that's never going to die those spots. Interesting right here. Opting to not kill that zombie ward. Wonder if that's going to come back and bite them. You see this control ward as well. I don't think that's in Lee Sin's jump range. Or maybe it was. Maybe that's how it ended up there. You'd like it to be further away so that they can't just auto-attack it over the wall. Certainly Ezreal and Syndra will be able to clear that whenever they come for it. Exposed inhibitor. We're going to have numbers forward, mid lane prio. Waves are pushing in the side lanes, which if BDS cannot succumb to the pressure, they'll be able to go collect that, and that will be meaningful. All right, that will be a meaningful difference in golden experience. The problem is that Syndra's already 18. She doesn't really need it. She's not really looking to pick it up for experience. She is still significantly far away from Rabadon's, which we assume will be next, although there's a world where maybe... No, she's already got Shadow Flame, so never mind. Almost definitely going to be Rabadon's. You see that from basically every mage. 4th item, you just need that amplifier. It deals so much. It's like having critical strike for your AP. Now we do see that BDS had been able to get some wards in there for themselves with everything tucked close to the wall. Waves are still fantastic. Waves are pushing in. Those are dealing meaningful damage. That is going to add up. They do have an experience lead. For those of you guys who don't know, if you add up all the levels, you take your average lead. For every level that you have over the enemies, your minions are 5% stronger. Okay, let's see. Gragas goes for the big play. Lee Sin's too good on the smites. Do we have a flank? Yeah, we are going for a teleport. LeBlanc has recalled and she's teleporting in. We have a GA being used. LeBlanc skirting to the outside of the fight and using stopwatch to dodge this. Cassante gets into the whole backline. This is going to be the end of the fight. Renekton's not going to be strong enough to hold this down. Cassante just ripping them apart. And the lanes are already in position. That's GG. Team Wales comes in and destroys. And honestly, they played great. Their macro was great. Their tempo was great. Game knowledge seemed very good. Their preparation, they're checking all the boxes. They're dotting their I's and crossing their T's. And, you know, as soon as this game's done, we're going to go post. We're going to go message Adam and warn him about this Renekton. Well played, Wales. Nice done. Nicely done. Okay. Check up. My wife got her vaccines yesterday and she got the full brunt of it last night. Let's take a moment. Link for DS Adam Twitter. At BDS. At Rick Adam. It's a fake spell. Hey guys, tough L to else. Various ban. Thing you picked Renekton is a problem unless you stop putting. You can consider Thistle Mask since the ultimate is all magic. All right, let's see. Is that what we want to do? At Team BDS, Rick Adam, hey guys. FL rooting for various ban. Pick Renekton is going to continue being a problem. And also, you can Abyssal Mask ult. I'll just all right, we'll see. Hopefully that's well received. All right. Oh, one series down. Do we go for another or do we take a break and play a game? Just double check what we got going on today. We've got practice for my boy at 5 o'clock. Let me take a moment, catch some fresh air. This is a reminder to you guys as well. Thanks so much for hanging out this long. You spent the better part of 2 hours with us. Actually, 2 full hours, so I appreciate you guys hanging out. Stretch, get up, do some movement, go outside, get a chore done, whatever it is, get out of that seat. All right, we got to make sure that we're moving around, keep our body and our mind healthy, so we don't ever overdo it. We don't want to burn out. We want to keep on going strong. So let me be right back. I will put this back up. I will put this in the chat as well. Why not? What's up, average gamer? How you doing? It's been 2 hours. It goes by quick, right? How about get straight to next VOD? I will in a moment. I won't be long. I'm just gonna go out and let the dog out, and then I'll be right back. Refill my drink, and I'll be good. I know 2 hours is not a lot, and you guys are used to Tyler One, who can play 16 hours a day, no problem. That's why he's getting so good at chess. On top of being a genius, we'll give him credit. He's a really smart dude. So he's going for that. We will get into the next VOD in a moment. I will be right back, and we'll get into the next one. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the follows and the likes. Thank you so much. I'll be right back with you.
Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light, and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. 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 Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. So alive, your touch is like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. My monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven all over the stars. Hear you calling for me. Hear you calling me on the phone. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. 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 One touch and I Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. Like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. My monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven, all over the stars. Hear you calling for me. Hear you calling me home from me. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide. Like a fever that feels so right. So baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. 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 One touch and I ignite.
All right, we're back. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate everybody. We're going to get into the next series. That was exciting. Good stuff. Now, very little that we know about DFM CFO. Actually, almost tempted to watch this. Where's CFO from? CFO Turkey?
He doesn't always.
这样吧，就是我们5个选手都是这样的个性，因为我们都队伍。我觉得我们是在越困难的
みんな
变得更。
Actually, want to watch this.
たりしているうちまあそうですね。子供
people here. I think it's important to keep believing, kind of keeping your head down and just grinding.
Mình sẽ không bao giờ từ bỏ cơ hội này.
プロのシーンから2年ぐらい引退して遠のいてたので。
Wow, retired player coming back?
子供がいるのでまあ普通に働いて普通に。
That dude looks ancient compared to everybody else. Wow.
いろいろワールズとか試合を見たりとか、まあそういう LGL を見たりしている。
Oh, it's Japan. All right. Oh, no, DFM's Japan. We know that.
いろいろやりたかったな的なことを考えることはありました。
I will say League of Legends is not a forgiving game when you have an infant at home. We quit playing both times we had kids and picked up playing card games because card games having a nice like timer for yourself, you can take a moment, you can come back.
ワールズとかの経験もあってやっぱりなんか僕は学ぶ感じで。
我觉得我们是在越困难的时候，然后会表现得越好的队伍，这样吧。就是我们5
Is this another Taiwanese team?
个性，因为我们都非常不服输。
2年のブランクがありますけど、まあそんなことを感じさせないようなプレーを見せます。
Banger song, by the way.
Player now. We all remember Udapon. He has been so good over the.
All right, here we go. All right, we have got game 1, CFO versus DFM. Don't know much about any of these players except for Udapon we've seen in the past. Will be a good to see our first sight. Obviously, every team that is competing at Worlds should have an advanced scout, should be looking up these teams and knowing what their proclivities are. That's something that BDS does perhaps better than most teams, and something that happened to Golden Gardens. They had no idea what was going to hit them in the early levels of the game and seemingly had no answers for everything that BDS threw at them. If you watch that series, if you haven't watched that series, make sure you check down. We'll put a link in the description below for our coverage of that series. But If you have, you know how it went. BDS absolutely slaughtered Golden Guardians. There was one game where we had a window. GG had a window, but it just like the players were not doing anything. They didn't accomplish anything. It's like they decided to come into the series playing base LoL. And that is the biggest like North American plague, is to do that. We talked about it a lot, that you walk out of the Riot Theater. If you guys have been there in Los Angeles, right when you walk out of the theater, you see Riot Games across the street. And it's like this constant reminder that Big Daddy Riot will come and patch out something. Holy shit. Nope. All right, we have to talk about this. Let me just finish the story real quick. They are across the street, and if you talk all of our conversations to every pro that we've spoken with about it, why don't we innovate more? Why aren't we like challenging the status quo? And the answer from everybody, all of them, is why innovate? If we find something good, they'll just patch it out. And that, I think, is exacerbated by the fact that you walk out of the theater and studio is right there behind you. You just see it. And it's a constant reminder that they are not preferring you, that they're preferring the bottom 50% or more casual players. They say pro people are happy with pro and they've got pro and that's great. We're going to support the other people who like the game just to play. And so that's why we're not going to give you practice tool. That's why we're not going to give you chrono break. It's why we're going to make your players go into solo queue for some asinine reason. It just doesn't make any sense. It ends up leading to no innovation, and also when you get used to this mediocre approach, that let's just play the game the way it's designed to be played, that you end up getting stomped by teams who do innovate. That'll be a good segue into this. We've got Udapon on Senna with Harp Maokai. It does look like we're actually playing Senna from the carry position. We'll see which itemization we get coming into this. We love Senna with Tom Kench. We love various of these combinations. We've done Tom Kench with carries like Zyra, and you can actually have a lot of pressure in these lanes. Maokai is one of our favorites as well, because Maokai can go for Revitalize, getting extra healing from your second wind, extra healing from your passive, extra healing from your Senna, means that you can basically tank up all this damage and not really be afraid. That said, Draven is one of the best champions into this sort of combination pick, because you deal so much damage up front and Senna is so weak in these early full damage fights. It does mean that they have to give up the early prio. Nautilus at level 2, Draven at level 2 is completely lethal, so they're going to have to back it off. You do see that it is going to be Spectral Sickle plus the Doran Shield, which is going to mean that Senna is not the one picking up the CS. This is obviously the way that you have to play this composition. You're going to have Maokai farming and then trying to heal back up. And eventually, when it is time for your big fights, Maokai will have a very solid amount of engage and sustain. Now, take a look at this path. By trying to be unpredictable, goes Raptors into Western Quadrant, into a reverse, to the red. This is meant to be an unpredictable path that will create early tempo for diving into bot at a surprise moment, right? They think that you're pathing from bot to top, but in reality, you're just starting Raptors coming back and circling around so that you can create not only this, but different types of gank paths at that 4:30 to 5:30 respawn timer, where you can start choosing other options. Because Sejuani takes red and Krugs, it means that Vi's got nothing on the map except for going for this scuttle or for an invade. We'll see if she's got the gumption to actually go for the invade first in the face of Sejuani. Probably won't do it because Draven and Nautilus are on recall timers. What that means is that Nautilus is able to go out onto the map. He, of course, does not need to back because he's a support. He hasn't gotten any money yet. Whereas Draven went for a four wave crash. They crash the wave. They come back. You can count the minions. They've barely lost anything here. Looks like they've only lost 3 melees for themselves in that tempo play. And he's able to come back with refillable plus longswords. That's what they're trying to get with this big crash. They also are able to combine that timing with Sejuani going top. So now that Sejuani's on the map on the top side, now that Draven and Nautilus are weaker, you're not actually weaker because you have a longsword. So that's what they're generating with this recall window. The fact that Nautilus and Sejuani moved together into the river to help secure that, to secure the Scuttle Crab while Draven was recalling. and then creating this longsword advantage for themselves. Coming here, oh, a little bit of mis-execution here from Jace, but he's able to get it. But it will be a trade back. Ahri, very importantly, turning around and getting that auto attack onto Jace to make sure that she gets credit for the kill. Jimmy not realizing that he needed one more piece of damage to go in against the Ahri. That is very crucial for Ahri to get back in this game, although you still have the assisted gold going over, and you will still have the advantage going to Jace in that situation. Also, you have all 4 summoners down, so expect to see Sejuani re-ganking here. Ideally, you try to get it pre-6, but that's basically never going to happen after this 5-minute window. Hey, take it easy, Giordano. CFO is Taiwan. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, so right there, turning around, not realizing that he needed one more. Or if he just turns on the W, honestly, if he had turned around, had turned on the W and gotten his Q in, Q flash, means that when you flash, you will automatically Q. You're buffering your spell. For 99% of the spells in the game, there's a major one that doesn't, which we won't see at Worlds, but Briar Q is one of those that you have to wait till you're in range to cast. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a bug on my setting, but we've tested it with every interaction, trying to R into a fight, trying to W into a fight, or just clicking W on someone from a screen away, and it just doesn't do anything. So you need to be in range. But most of these abilities, you're going to see them input the command for the spell, and then they flash, meaning that when you flash, you immediately cast it, and it takes away their reaction time. Jace to the Skies is one of the abilities that can be flashed, so it's something you have to be careful about. We already saw one int earlier in the tournament in that style where you had Jace just jumping into turret range to try to secure a kill. It got flash dodged, and that was that. That was it. This is nothing but a huge misplay here. DFM cannot be this far up. This is Draven Nautilus. They are aptly getting punished. Now, they did try to go for Senna instead of consolidating the kill onto Maokai. All right, I want to talk about this from a fundamental point of view. Look at this decision to push. Vi is nowhere near. You're past the line of vision. Yes, you've gotten some wards for yourself, but you haven't covered all avenues, okay? Sejuani can just take the line straight up, especially since this ward does not see her, so she can go, and even if she gets seen, the fact that it's Draven Nautilus means that they'll be able to get this in cage anyways, and this is without even expending flash from Nautilus. Now, from a fundamental point of view, you'd think, who should I kill? I'll let you guys pause the video. Who's your target here? Well, ideally, you've got Senna on lower health, and she's the carry, right? So you'd want to kill Senna. The problem is that Senna's always playing behind Maokai. Maokai can freely poke while you're going for this, and if you kill Maokai, Senna is effectively erased. You don't need to necessarily kill Senna. Now, if you could get to her and you could absolutely hold her down, that'd be great. You can go for it. If you can get that first, or I should say that successive piece of crowd control. But the moment that you don't go for it, which I think happens right here, Nautilus aiming for this, ends up getting the auto attack, but no flash to follow up. Ignite is on, but now they don't get anything for it. This importantly means that Vi is able to stay on the map. She's going to be able to play with up tempo now that Sejuani has shown herself in bottom, has gotten nothing for it. Draven and Nautilus will have a significant health lead, which is going to give them prio in this lane. You may see Vi go to bot lane, which is exactly what we're seeing now. She's going to go over and try to punish the fact that Draven's on low mana. Draven on low mana has very little access to his W. He can basically only cast it once, and certainly he won't have access to stacking more axes. So they're going to go for a recall, and this is a huge punt. You just brought Vi to bot. You forced enemy team to recall because they're on low mana. This was the perfect opportunity to freeze this lane. Go get your own recalls in. Matching their recalls, you both get to shop, and your wave would have been eviscerated. This is a mistake by DFM. This is something that you guys can improve on. Option B, which is what it looks like what they're going for, is go for the full push and then go for the recall. This is a slightly worse net advantage. It is still a net advantage. You do get to get that push out. You get to shop with a little bit more. And if it's the difference between completing an item, which is what we always talk about, if you're actually completing a mythic with it, great. But if you're not actually completing a major item or something that completely changes your lane, then it's not worth doing that. You'd rather come back, both people spending less, and with you having a favorable state. Instead, Draven's able to just hop back, pop the ward again, come back, or pop the wave again, and now he's going to shop for Serrated Dirk plus Sheen. Now, one thing that's going to be interesting from Draven's, the best build, all right, we've gone over this on the channel, but Serrated Dirk into Trinity Force, all right, that's the most potent combination. You're going to see a lot of Essence Reavers still from Draven's, but the just straight up math, how are you going to do the most damage over time? What's your best overall build? It's with Triforce. It's also the winningest build now in high elo. So I think people have caught on to it in general, but we'll see if it's trickled all the way over. And whether or not they can turn that into anything. Ari dashing forward to block the accelerated shock blast. I don't know if she did that on purpose, but it certainly worked. 4 people were going to get hit by that thing, and instead only 1 did. They're able to come over and consolidate this for themselves. Nautilus and Sejuani biting the dust. Draven getting some solo time for himself means that he's going to get as big as he can get off of this Herald play. This is a fairly common counter to Herald, is to leave your bot laner in bottom, but you're supposed to match it with not actually contesting the Herald, right? You just kind of exist around, you help your mid laner get prio, you make it so that the enemy team has to be as hesitant as possible. But what ended up happening instead was that CFO committed into a too far forward progressed state with no Draven, which means that they got engaged on. Vi was able to dash forward and get the ultimate off to get 2 kills for themselves. And Draven never even got the plate, which is what you want as your consolidation here. This is way too committal, right? Like, why you can't be here, especially this position. There's no great area to run away from. Nautilus would have been okay here because he can hook to walls. Gemini might be thinking that between Sejuani passive and Aftershock, we're okay. But you just never want to be here. And if you look, DFM, this is the original NA Herald. This is the strategy that we wrote for Clutch way back when it was a 10-minute Herald timer. It was to send everybody. All right, the first iteration of NA Herald was send everybody at this timing. You crash in, you go for a stacked wave bottom, then you move over to mid with the jungler, you help push that. The AD carry and the bot laner, meanwhile, go back to base, and then they come back out. You basically had the exact same pattern here, and they brought all 5 people over. Largely because Senna wants to get out of the lane with Draven, but also because she wants to get lots of stacks. So the best way to get a stack is not to be in a 2v2 fight, it's to be in this like prolonged fight where you can have Qs and Ws hitting everybody, lots of auto attacks. It is going to snowball her. And on top of that, they got the 2 kills. She got 2 assists, and they got the Herald, which means they're going to put this up all the way. Now, another thing that we spoke about in the last game, you see how Vi has the Rift Herald here? That's fine. They kind of go out. We've got the Duskblade from Jace almost keeping them alive. It's fine to put it on Vi. The advantage to putting it on your jungler is that your jungler is going across the map, right? They're constantly fishing for the best place to use it. But the longer you hold it and the more you're fishing for like that optimal place, the worse it is. Okay, obviously the best case usage of it is to kill 2.5 plates, then you summon it. While you're summoning it, you have an extra 10 seconds before it crashes. That lets you take the 3rd plate and a half of the next one. The Herald kills it the rest of the way. The reason being that the turrets stack resistances based on how many people are pushing and how many plates have been lost. If you lead with the Herald, that means you're going to have a turret that has 455 resistances, and basically instantaneously it goes to about 250 or 265. You don't want that in the push. You don't want the Herald to be bopping and then other people to be there. You want to get the kill, then you get the push, then you get the Herald. The issue in pro compared to solo queue is you just don't get that. The teams are too good at defending, giving the minimum, which means that you're often just dropping Herald for the 2 plate value. Since you're doing that, you'd much rather it be on Senna, so that Senna can go and get the rest of her carry build. Or in this case, when you have a Senna Maokai type game, let's see, you had Jinx, you'd want it to be on Jinx. But in a Maokai, you want Maokai to get his tanky stats so that he can front for the Senna, so that Senna can continue to stack up with her passive. Hopefully that makes sense. This game we saw it with Vi, which means that Vi is going to have more access to early items. We see it spent into an early Black Cleaver. Actually really love seeing this adaptive itemization here. Not going for Mythics right off the bat, but going for Black Cleaver and Maw. Maw from Aatrox allows him to flip this matchup on its head. Basically, he can use his ultimate for kill pressure now, even though most of the lane is favored to Rumble. It means that this modal item that we speak about so much, gives you offensive and defensive capacity, and it allows you to fight back from more. Now, this is what we see, right? This is the average. This is 80% of Rift Herald uses in Pro. You're not going to get that like perfect situation. You end up dropping it just to drop it. And there's a couple things wrong with it. Obviously, it didn't hit the turret. That's a huge one. But compare dropping it at 10 minutes, which is before everyone has their mythics, to 13 minutes, which is after people have their mythics. Which one would you rather do, right? You want to do it in the port where people are weakest, so that the Herald has the most baseline strength. Not just that, but it allows you to shop with that money right away, which means that you might be able to come back and have 3,500 gold spent before the enemies do. So hopefully that all makes sense. That's the baseline of the NA Herald. We've gone through a couple of iterations of changes, what you can do as far as leaving your carry in the bot lane, and you can push mid as a way to contest. You say, all right, you guys have Herald, we'll get mid prio, and then we'll stop your ability of getting to the other side of the map. We can take Dragon, and our carry will go get as much as 4 waves and 2 plates, but definitely usually 2 waves and 1 plate for themselves. But you do that by not committing. There's the next adaptation. So that's the level that everybody's at right now, and that's what all the Korean teams do. Even better than that is to send your teleport super strong top laner to bot. Right, you want Aatrox against Draven right now. So you'd send Aatrox over to bot lane. He has teleport available. You send 4 people into the Herald after. So if you're getting all the timings right, you're talking about 7-minute cannon waves. You're pushing those. You're getting your recalls. Aatrox swaps with your duo lane. You get 4 people straight into the river. Then you can use Aatrox. If they leave just Draven in their lane, you can answer that and then go from there. But anyways, that'll be enough of that. We'll get back into the game action. We've got a little bit of prio here, but we're going to have a strong fight. Sejuani's going to look for this. Nautilus ultimate means that they can fight back. Plus, they have the Rumble ultimate, the best ultimate in the game for damage here. Aatrox is going to be a house at this stage in the game, though. You see him popping off with his ultimate. Rumble's going to be taking as much ground as possible, and we're going to have a smite. Smites were used. Smites were used in combat, so we don't actually have it for the dragon. None of the players are willing to go up. No, it was Sejuani who got... Either of them? It looked like a smite animation. All right, sometimes the spectator can be a little bit bugged. It was Sejuani that was able to get it. Look at this continuation play. We've got Gemini flashing out. Aatrox just so strong in this position. You want Aatrox in these fights. You have to be careful that you're not inting everybody else to get to that spot. Maw of Malmortius, great against Rumble. Not so great against Jace Draven, obviously. Now, Draven is going for the Essence Reaver build. He also has cashed in, which means there's going to be a bounty on his head. So he's going to be playing for momentum and snowballing from here. You notice that the bot lane is rotating over to mid lane. This is the lane that you want to be in now that there's no more plates to get off of 0 resistance turrets. Basically, you can't stay in bot, especially as the solo laners start accessing level 10, 11. They're so much further ahead of you, right? They could be 10 tier 7 or 11 tier 8, and you can't be in a side lane against them in that situation. Aatrox Harp, Sejuani Aatrox felt like they might have been strong here, but look where the rest of the team is, right? You're fighting on enemy side of the map, which means that you're going to have recall coming, or not recall, but respawn coming in from Draven. They're going to go. Unfortunately, he was not able to get that kill. It looks like it went over. But he did get something for himself, wherever it was. It has been kind of long since Draven does get played more this year than most. And largely that's going to be due to Kai'Sa metas. Kai'Sa metas will necessarily mean Draven metas, because Draven's going to get picked as a way to answer. And especially you have a lane like Senna, for example, very weak laning phase, gets punished by Draven. So your Ziggs, your Senna, your Kai'Sas, all of these champions can be punished by Draven. Draven will show up less when it's Ashe Caitlyn, but Ashe is going to be glued to a lot of banned lists for this tournament. She's just too strong. Too much value has been put into the queue. She's quite strong. In an effort to take away her support capacity, they've overbuffed her carrying capacity, and basically at level 1, she's the highest damage champion in the game, rivaling Karthus by getting that empowered Q off. Let's see, what do we get from here? We have a almost 4K gold lead and 2 dragons. We're going to be seeing the Herald spawning. No, we've got, sorry, not Herald. Baron spawning in at the 20-minute mark. Second items are going to be coming online between 19 and 22 minutes, depending on game script. That's going to be huge for champions like Draven and Jace, because this is where they're absolutely strongest. Jace is way ahead of the curve, so he's already on 2.5. He might be looking to get a Cyrilda's Grudge by the time we're looking at the next dragon, which would be crazy if he's got that much. This fight might determine whether or not this game just blows up. We've got a Rumble, which is a classic pairing with Draven, because you want to front all that damage, right? Rumble doesn't need all the kills, but he does want all that damage. Early Night Harvester to create that effect, right? You're splashing all that extra damage, all the unique targets on the enemy team, and then Draven comes in and cleans everything up. That's the plan, at least. That's the design. Jace, kind of same thing. Jace and Rumble, tons of upfront damage. You want someone like someone with good execute threshold, or someone who's good with resets like Tristana or Jinx that can get excited, especially if you're playing on 1320 and Jinx is cracked out of this world right now with her buff where she can actually stack her get excited passives. This is the sort of composition that she loves. Nautilus for engage, Sejuani, 2 people that are willing to throw their bodies in. Rumble and Jace front the damage, and Jinx gets the kills. All right, good shadow play. Love the proactive tempo. I love seeing this from DFM. They're playing really aggressively, and they're moving around the map quickly. This is what got them the Heralds. This is what's getting them extra tempo on top. They look quite strong. The problem is whether or not they're going to be able to fight against the wallet of this Draven and Jace. Why does Ahri have mercs? That is a great question. And I will just say whatever the reason is not good enough. Whatever rationalization, this does not make any sense. Maybe she thought that she'd be moving into a lane state where she's going to face off against Rumble so that Aatrox can go against Jace. That's going to be my guess at what they think they're doing. But Aatrox has Maw of Malmortia, so he clearly thinks he's going against Rumble. There is no reason for Ahri to have this. Some of her damage is true, but that's not enough of a reason to not want, even especially just Lucid, right? Lucid Boots having the extra cooldown, more access to the ultimate. Now you do see in the pro level, they have a lot of investment into safety. We talk about a lot about it on this channel about modal items that let you play offense and defense. By getting Merc Treads, you're making sure that a roaming Nautilus and a roaming Sejuani are less likely to tie you down. And maybe you can say, I just have the skill to dodge Jace abilities. That could be another reason. If Arya is playing at that level and is that confident, then if I'm coaching, I'm going to say that's fine. If you are so confident that you can look at this matchup and say, I can dodge one of their AD threats and I can punish the other one. Draven can't function without axes. He puts up an axe, you throw the charm, or you get Everfrost into charm, whatever it is. Ahri is very confident playing against Draven because she's got better range and she can threaten him without him threatening her back with the charm and the root combo. That's what I have to imagine is the thought. As long as I don't get caught by Nautilus and Sejuani while I'm trying to outplay Jace and Draven, then I accept that. I accept that. It's like, all right, you've got faith in what your champion, in what you are and what you can do. Then that's fantastic. And right now, obviously, she's doing great. So I won't take it against her. It's not something that I would script for my players. It's not something I would want to tell my players to do. But if they had insights on a champion that they're really good at, and they say, hey, I cannot take damage from Jace ever, which is basically true. You can play around Jace to never take damage. And then you say, Draven can't actually hurt me because I hurt him more, harder, faster than he can ever do to me. Then there's an argument for that. In a lot of those cases, I might suggest Sorks might just be better anyways. But like I said, this way you don't need to think quite as much about Sejuani and Nautilus. That's at least what I'm presuming about this build. Win traders could be win trading too. You know, didn't think about that. When trading at Worlds, man, what would it take? That would rock the entire gaming world. Someone threw the championships, for example, and whew, that would be something. Very tough to do that. You'd have to get not an entire team behind it, because League of Legends, you know, one person making a fumble is enough to generally cause losses in these difficult scenarios. But still, I'd rather not think about it. It goes so against everything that we do. You guys have seen it when we're streaming, not doing the game replays, but when we're doing either the BRB screen or our normal cast, we have that ticker across the screen, all of our principles here, what we do, which, you know, most of which I got from Bill Walsh. I'll give him full credit. Finding the Winning Edge, best book for coaches probably ever. There's a lot of X's and O's for football, so if you don't like football, maybe not the best for that, but you can skip over that parts. It goes over everything about how to run a team, how to schedule a week, how much time do you need for media, how much time do you need for practices, what kind of iterations do you need your players to get so that they can master something and feel confident and create, you know, positive team culture. That was part 2 of our consult with Clutch. Part 1 was strategically, what do we have to offer, the NA Herald. Part 2 was, what do you do with a toxic player, and the answer is positive culture precedes positive results. You need the culture to be there. If Piglet is ripping your team apart, get rid of Piglet, bench him, it's fine. Like, yes, he may be that much answer, and this is what at the time Toby Kwan did not like that answer. Toby Kwan's the GM of Clutch then and Dignitas now. He didn't like that answer. His response was, but what about if that player is so much better than the replacement? And it's like, it does not matter. It's a team game. It's not tennis. This is not one-on-one. It's not StarCraft. You need your team to be functioning together. And if they don't trust each other, if they have bad reports, and they won't trust, if they don't trust, they won't play together well. That has to be the change. And they went from 9th place spring and 10th place summer all the way to Worlds that year. All right, there's a dodge on Jace. Accelerated Shock Blast. You'd like to see this E, this gate right here, put right next to the Jace. This is something you see from the Chinese and Korea players who are used to playing on zero ping. They're much better at it. Basically, the combo is QE, right? You never do EQ at this level. It's QE. You send out the Q, the animation starts casting, the ball starts coming out, and then you put the gate out so that the ball is basically on the gate and it immediately accelerates. This is a way to deny reaction time. There's also Q flashy, which is pretty insane. If that ever comes up, that tends to only happen at the top, 1% of 1% in these games. It's Q flash E. I just walked into it. Q flash E, so you Q with a flash, your general combo for getting spells to get closer to someone, and then E is on their face, so it just hits them in the face immediately. That is how you're going to confirm damage always on Jace. When it is right next to you, though, you want that gate to be at an angle. The base level of the combo is just have QE, and it just goes straight through a gate that looks like this, and then you can walk in and out. But that forces you to walk kind of in forward and backwards. What you really want is a gate that's at a diagonal, so you can walk forward and backwards to get your buff, or you can go side to side, and it gives you more actions that you can take that hide your intent, right? In this game, every frame matters, and the ability to juke left, right, and up down means that you're that much more evasive. All right, Jace picking up Merc Treads. That's interesting. Not going for Lucid Boots here. Yeah. You've got Maokai, you've got Senna, you've got Ari. You're playing far enough back. I mean, this is a guy that wants to get into the fight, so I like that. He's also a big source of the lead, so you do want to play items that have defensive aspects to them so that you can play more aggressively. This is just champion diff here. Aatrox is a champion we expect to see played, and the best players will play it well, but it's not as strong as it was last year at Worlds. It's a significant step down from that. And Rumble's just on a whole nother tier. Rumble, we expect to be the #1 champion played at the knockout stages. Cassante will continue to get played as like a leftover from 16 months or 18 months of training on the champion and knowing the synergies, but other teams know it as well. We expect to see lots of Rumble, not only being great into into it, but also being fine into Jax, Renekton, and other champions that are going to be present here. Aatrox trying to solo carry this game. Double stopwatch drawn. Not quite enough. Would have to go down. I'm not going to go frame by frame in a fight like that. That's more for another video to break down exactly like frame perfect cancellations and things like that for these champions. You see what Aatrox can potentially do. Good use of vision. Jace coming over. It's a little bit late, but it's timed with the rest of the team. Senna, Udapon just never really able to get a great spot in here. The moment they step up, gets one shot by the Jace. It also means that Jace gets to walk up with Duskblade active, so there's very little counterplay. This is the main reason I like Lucid instead of Merc Treads. You're just more likely to get that invulnerability proc, and then go from there. You don't necessarily need Merc Treads if your team is getting a kill. That's the best form of Merc Treads. They can't touch me, all right? But we'll see about the rest. Guardian Angels, similar thing. You can actually get takedown credit while you're in stasis and come back with that with the passive. You're only going to get it once per fight, though. Is something I need to be careful about. And we are seeing the effects potentially of this Ahri having a little bit less damage, right? They're just not quite enough to consolidate, especially when you look for a Vi Ahri combination, which is kind of season 12. Like that was the most picked lane combination in all of season 12's worlds was Ahri plus Vi. The combination being that you can set up the Ahri charm by using Vi's ultimate, and then you basically have guaranteed kill confirm. Let's see how they handle the rest of this fight. Great job with the Rumble ultimate, splitting up the rest of the team. He's going to come in. He's almost overheated too, which means that he's going to absolutely carry this fight if we do get to that stage. Nautilus ult is down. We only have ultimate on nobody. All 10 ultimates are down. Well, 9 ultimates down. Jace obviously not counting, but when Jace respawns, that is a slightly longer timer. His teleport won't quite be up on his respawn, it looks like, although it's going to be pretty close. They may look to continue this push with Baron. They've got a minute 19 here. Yeah, they're absolutely going to step up. Senna doesn't have... I want to find out what the Senna stacks are. We'll see if we get a moment to check it out. I know you guys can't see it because of where my camera is, but if we can see the Senna pull up, we'll get a chance to check out her stacks. She really wants to be on 80 at this stage in the game, and against a team like this, you want to be on 80 stacks. The problem, like we spoke about, the moment she stepped up into a fight, she got one shot by the Jace. Rumble, good job being on the outskirts of that, dealing maximum amount of damage. Did actually miss a click, went for a kite, could have just used stop command there. Small thing. Now, worth talking about the build as well. Right now we've got lethality. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. Umbral Glaive, great. Yes, I'm happy with this. That's fine. Edge of Night and continuing on the lethality road when your team is already Vi Aatrox. I don't like it. Radiant Virtue, tons of value. Guardian Angels, tons of value. Will be fascinating to see how this continues. Also, what I want to see is what is Maokai's next item, if he ever gets to one. Probably unlikely to happen with this Infernal Soul, plus the team snowballing in your face. Jace is one of those biggest champions that's going to spike off of it. Normally, he's going to drop off of a cliff, but when he has access to Infernal Soul, one QE combo is enough to put your carry at about 20% health if they don't itemize against it. And even if they do, might still get chunked. Now, the Edge of Night is going to be one tool to stop that. I guess I don't mind it for that aspect, but this is 32 minutes into the game, and Senna doesn't have her mythic item. Now, I'm one of the biggest proponents of not buying mythics for third or fourth item, but when you're this late, like normally you're looking at fourth item by now, and you're having those stacking legendary synergies, she does not have access to that. So will be interesting to see whether or not she's ever able to get to that stage. Now, Elder Dragon face-off, you see how Jace went over into the mid lane. He's going to go create mid lane prio for himself. He's going to escort that super in so that it's going to be better at dealing base damage so that they pay the maximum for this. Also makes sure that he's got the resources. Now he's back in line to get these QE combos. The longer this lasts, the more it favors the Jace. This does not favor Senna, although there are situations where Senna might be okay here. This is going to be exceptionally good. They commit forward, which is what Sejuani was looking for to get her big Arctic Blast out there. Rumble is overheated without having cast his ultimate. So he actually missed his window there, but that's okay. Oh, beautiful. You're going to see a lot of these Rumble ults being cast right in the middle of the team, forcing you to decide, do you want to come forward and fight with us, or do you want to cross the gate and go to the backside? Really like that positioning. Could have been potentially been at a little bit of an angle, but love that Rumble spot. You see what this super did to the base while they were gone. That was a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we stand there in the standoff, their base is just going to die to the supers. If they don't, and they fight for it, well, you saw what happens. I like what CFO has put together for themselves. It looks a little bit like a talent diff here. I love the DFM macro. I love that they were able to get some proactive plays for themselves. But they didn't get that one dragon that they needed to slow this down. And like we said, that Merc Treads on the Ahri may have been the difference between them actually having enough to deal this damage in the end game. All right, game 2. All right, here we go with game 2. Hey, we finally see an Akali. Let's see if we see a Static Shiv Akali. This is the one champion that we think this item is still okay on because she's got good AD scaling to start the game. It also helps her with her wave clear, which can be something that she has to use multiple Qs on later in the game. I don't expect it to show up, but it could. I hope it doesn't show up anywhere else. We already saw one and it looked awful. Static Shiv is just a dead item. See Akali into a Jace, which is a super explosive matchup. Love to see that. Also pairing Akali with Jarvan means that we could see some good plays, especially at level 6. Jarvan's level 5, right at that like 520 mark. We'll see if they fight for that. The 530 cannon wave is always going to be the one that you get level 6 on, unless you don't miss anything. If you miss 0 minions, and you're able to teleport back and you don't miss anything, then you will catch it on the wave before that. And these teams largely play for that, right? They want that window for themselves. They want to be able to hit 6, use the prio, push in the wave, let the cannon go to the turret, and then go roam with the fastest 6 possible, meaning that other people on the map are still level 4 in the bot lane, for example. Arya really playing to the limits here. You trying to use the Doran's shield to the maximum. Trying to use your health while you're low. And I'm going to explain this really quick. Doran's shield has a scaling amount of regen. That actually just got buffed, by the way, on 1320 if you're paying it live. The lower health you are, the more it's going to affect. That's also true about your Revitalize, and then you have it for second wind. So the lower you are, the better your regen is. That's why you're not going to see these guys use their potions. A big mistake people make in their solo queue games, all the way up the ladder. I'm talking all the way up to Challenger. People will use their potion because they're thinking, oh, I'm uncomfortable. That's not the purpose of the potion. The potion is, oh, we're fighting? Okay, you're going to fight against an extra 150 health that I bought for 50 gold rather than 400 gold. That's the big advantage that you get from having a potion. The moment you cast it, you don't have it, and then it's going to slow down your regen, and then when it comes to an all-in fight, you don't have it for yourself. So instead, she lets herself get low, she lets the regen start coming up. Compare that to the Jace, who did use his potion. He's thinking, all right, I'm going to use this potion because I'm going to go for an all-in, but now if this doesn't work, Akali will have the freest lane because Jace is going to have to take his recall. He's on half mana. He doesn't have as much effective health as she does anymore because she's got the extra health ticking up from that green tree, which she almost definitely has. You know, not guaranteed, but I'm going to say almost definitely has. And then she can go from there. So now she can continue looking for harass trades, and Jace can't accept. Now, right here, she takes a turret shot, so that kind of washes things a little bit, but you can't accept this trade now because if you're Jace and you use all your mana to trade back, then you're left with nothing. And again, you don't actually have kill pressure. She'll be regenning all the way back up and you'll be stuck at low health using just your minimal Doran's Blade healing. So that's how that interaction's going off in mid lane. It will be interesting to see how that continues. It is nice to see that DFM, that Arya has that mastery at that level. Not everyone has that, even at the world's stage. Not everybody has even that element present. Another thing to give a shout out to Akali. Love that she's using the WE combo to get a trade. E2 is a huge portion of Akali's damage, but in the early game it's very difficult to line it up and hit it until you're using your R to use E2 as a hit confirm, or E1 as a hit confirm. She's going to use the shadow. You E backwards, meaning you go forwards. Your shuriken will attach to the smoke. You go in, auto W, auto, and then you E back, and it will bring you back to safety. Or in a case of a champion like Jace, you just basically hold it and wait for him to go to the skies, and then you zip back and you dodge his spell. So good to see this like micro utilization within the matchup. Good to see that level of mastery. Now Maokai 1320, you know, the patch that we hate so much, but one of the things that they changed was Raptor health, targeted basically essentially at Sejuani and Maokai, tanks that were able to pretty much one-shot the camp. They've given some extra health. You won't be able to do that in your live game anymore. But you're going to see most of these junglers, especially on tanks, they're going to start Raptors. They're going to get 2 fastest by doing that. They also don't need a leash by doing that way. Right? So Raptor start will be the meta. You're going to see most people do that. It's still the right play, even on 1320. Check out this blitz engage. Oh, he's trying to go for a dodge. Realizing that there's a little bit of extra time here and Jarvan might be able to show up, but that little head fake means that they're able to get the kill from themselves. Xayah gets into a good position, means the root is able to line up for Jarvan to get in. DFM was able to buy enough time for themselves, and crucially, it's Rakan and Kai'Sa that are dead. Kai'Sa being dead means that Xayah is going to have a tremendous lead in this lane. Even though they both got the kill, Xayah will have the extra experience coming from that, from being alive for this situation, and will be able to use that to her advantage. She should be able to spike 6. You see her right now, she's already 5 versus 4. Love what Blitzcrank's doing here. Oh, he messed it up. He tried to get a little too greedy with his HP. He's going to be backing anyways. You might as well step out and let Kai'Sa get everything. Notice that Xayah had to cancel her back. I say had to. You choose to. You want to, because you want to get the rest of this wave pushed in. You don't want to have Kai'Sa gain an advantage when you feel like you've won, but that's the duty of the support and the jungler, to realize that, hey, my carry needs to get back, they need to shop. I'm going to be the one that's going to go to make sure that this wave gets crashed in. I'm going to stay long enough to ensure that that happens, and then not get punished for it. Instead, you saw Blitz step in front of the turret. He holds the minion aggro outside of turret range, waits for his reinforcing wave to show up. Then he steps out. Kai'Sa's able to walk and pick up all 6 of the casters that are waiting for her, rather than have to lose anything. Xayah sticks around and continues the push. They're able to turn it into something else. Again, a good applause for DFM for proactive tempo. They take a bad situation, or what could have been turned into a bad situation, and turn it good. Xayah staying means that there could be a punishing effect, where Kai'Sa has shopped and Xayah hasn't. And you still have that. Like, look at this Serrated Dirk. In fact, we almost have Umbral Glaive completed by Kai'Sa. If you're forced to stay in this lane configuration with Serrated Dirk active, you will lose. So it is on you to get the team moving together, get some tempo for yourselves, get prio. You can turn that into Dragon, but again, that means that we're going to have a freeze in bot lane, and we're going to see Kai'Sa freezing this wave against the Xayah. And even though Xayah has had more access to resources, she's forced into this awkward recall timer because support and jungle went to Dragon rather than forcing the wave in, forcing it to crash back. Then you can go get Dragon, and AD carry can recall first, and they can come back out and collect everything. That's how you get everything on your marksman. Instead, they end up paying the max, where Xayah tried to get her recall in. Blitzcrank pulled the wave. You see that we have a completed Umbral Glaive. We've said it before, but if it's your first time in the channel, I see a couple new faces. Umbral Glaive plus another serrated item is going to be instant Q upgrade for Kai'Sa. Many of them are going to go for Duskblade. I think the mathematical best choice is actually Collector into Ginsu's Rageblade, but that can change comp to comp based on how much you're going to be auto attacking, right? If your plan is I ult in, I auto Q, and then I get out, then Duskblade is perfectly solid there. If it's going to be more front to back where you're going to be auto attacking a lot, then Collector into Rageblade is a tremendous amount of damage. And plus, by getting Rageblade, you have access where you can turn Zonias into your W upgrade from there. Or you can go Nashor's Tooth and get both upgrades. Nashor's Tooth having synergy with Rageblade, with the build that everyone's used to, which was Static Shiv, Rageblade, Nashor's Tooth. Oh, Akali gets that first Q. She's going to look for another aggressive trade. I love this usage right here. Goes up, realizes that she has a window to deal a little bit more damage. That being said, Jace is looking for a recall anyways, so any amount of resource that you use against a laner who's already going to recall, they're just going to consider that profit. They're like, okay, great, Akali spent 200 health to get there, but it does open the potential where it did cost Jace a little bit longer to get back. There was a window where he had to potentially reflect on what an all-in might look like and go from there. Now we see another Rumble versus Hex Drinker lineup here. The Hex Drinker is going to be very good into this team. So good, in fact, that I expect Jarvan to, or maybe Rakan, but probably Jarvan to go for Abyssal Mask third. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Is there enough? Akali is the only extra source of damage? No, never mind. They won't do it. It's just Akali. It's not like having Renekton in top that benefits from it himself. But Maokai, Rumble, Kaisa, Blitzcrank, this is a significant amount of damage for themselves. They will be looking for that item. It'll be the singular item that you use to prevent Akali damage, and then you'll stack armor against the rest of the team. Now, 1k gold lead for CFO. We've kind of seen just individual level outplay. DFM did salvage a bad situation, but it's still, they kind of walked themselves into that bad situation. Would have preferred that that never came up for them, but we'll see how Xayah goes into this endgame. I'm also super excited to see this Akali get played. Engaging onto Blitz is always a double-edged sword. Got that shield, very hard to get this kill anyways. Ends up getting all the flashes because they're pulling out Jarvan, one of the strongest champions in the game at level 6. He's got big base damage on his Q, plus he's got armor shred, plus he has on hit, plus he has the attack speed. He's just a menace at this stage in the game. The Rumble advantage is the most important out of all those, yes. But Rumble, looking at this game, I'm actually, I love seeing, it's not very common, but we see these Swifties here from Rumble. This is going to allow you to basically always dodge Jarvan. Jarvan's no longer a threat in your lane as far as ganks, because you can just run away, plus your speed buff. Plus with Swifties, at this level, Aatrox should never hit you. And because he's never hitting you with sweet spots, it means that you're going to take advantaged trades over and over. Love seeing this. It looks like it's going to be an early Night Harvester. Sometimes we see Demonic, but usually that's into the Casantes of the world. I do think that Aatrox is a little bit scuffed. He will get played, but just not on the same level. We expect to see more Jax, Rumble, with a mix of Renekton. Kennen is one that we haven't seen enough yet, especially if we see Renektons get picked. Very happy to see Kennen as counter picks to that. Basically, we already saw one game where Kennen completely shut out the Renekton by the 5th level in the game. Now, other advantages. So, Maokai, I do want... That's where I want the Abyssal Mask on CFO. You want it on the Maokai, he's diving into the team, he's casting a W forward, you're going to get extra resistances, you're peeling resistances off of them, you're also the central pivot point for your team. You could put it on Blitzcrank, but Blitzcrank not always in the middle of the fight, whereas Maokai's guaranteed to be in the middle of the fight. And you absolutely want it because of the amount of extra damage that Rumble can deal on top of what Kaisa's dealing. Now with this build, yes, she's mostly physical damage based, but still her passive proc is magic based plus her W damage. And as we get into these end game situations, when we get into sieges, even though you'd like to deal more damage with Q, your opportunity to cast W is about 5x compared to the amount of chances you have to cast your Q. Nice use of the blast cone here. It looks like they're going to get a proactive play for themselves. Nice job getting everybody over the blast cone. A little bit loose there from DFM, not checking all their boxes. How you doing, Kevin? Thanks for joining. Ole. All right, Rakan, are they going to get something back for themselves? This is a good window because of the amount of resources that were used early, but are they going to consolidate this kill? Like we said before, putting all of these eggs into the Blitzcrank basket means you end up chewing through the shield, and it takes so much. And we have the inverse of what we had last time, where you're trading your carry for a support. That's a huge win for CFO. This wave will get pushed in. This also means that Kai'Sa is going to have her completed mythic item now on 130 CS and 3. I do believe she's going to be able to finish this. I don't think she'll also have enough for the boots, but we'll see on that. Yeah, you know, Zaya Rakan, you're strong here. Good job bundling him back up, but like still, all this damage is on Blitzcrank. He's like, okay, that's sweet. I got my knock up. That's good enough. Zaya did get a significant chunk here by flashing right on top of the Kai'Sa. This is what they do to maximize their damage. That moment when you're on that bush and you just see everyone flying out. You can also see that his camera was not panned there. Because if his camera's there, he can immediately EQ out. You can buffer your Q against the knockup from Blitzcrank and still get out of that situation. But it did not look like he was even ready for it. By Rakan tanking up that hit, using his shield and bone plating to make sure that nothing's ever touching his teammate. Actually, no, never mind. That was his Guardian proc. Guardian proc plus bone plating plus your passive shield. Not what you want. All right, Kai'Sa's on 2 completed items. Like we said, this is the most common build to be put here. Duskblade is extremely overpowered. So we're going to see lots and lots of Duskblade through this entire tournament. That get out of jail free card is just too strong. We see Blitzcrank, just a wonderful counterpick to Jarvan. Blow up the shield, make sure that when he's diving in, he doesn't have any continuation. It stops some of his mobility. Also, EQ always puts you in a predictable path, which means that you should be able to land your Q at this level on 0 ping. $2K in the gold lead, almost all of it in the pocket of Kai'Sa. Going to be interesting to see how they continue going. It looks like we're not going to get the static shift from Akali. Not a surprise, like we said. Dead item, but best on her. She's been playing things to the limit. I do want to continue to see her going for it. And on this double spell pen spike, this is the strongest that Akali is versus the field. Later in the game, when she's got 3 items, she can go and basically one-shot all 80 carries anyways. But at this stage with double pen versus no resistances, you're always going to be very, very strong. Like to see her try to get a window, especially here against someone like a Kai'Sa, but are you thinking it's worth going in against Blitzcrank? Blitz is one of the best counters to Akali in the entire game because of that AoE instant cast silence, right? Not only is, I mean, it's just a fantastic pick. It's good against Rakan. It's good against Akali. It's good against Jarvan. The one target you don't really necessarily want to hit might be Aatrox. What was that? Nice pull. My goodness, Blitzcrank is cracked. If you ever pull an ultimating Aatrox, it's not quite as scary as getting Renekton, but you might have to deal with lots of damage and AoE healing coming in, especially if they're anywhere near Q3. Sometimes you're going to see these Aatroxes just kind of blanket. They're just going to blank cast their Q1. They just want to have their cycle coming through so that they always have Q3 available. Depending on which iterations they're going through. There's so many distinct combinations with Aatrox to look at. We'll see if that window ever comes up, but that's the nightmare for Blitzcrank. If you pull in and they have Q3 available, that's going to be an issue. But what you want to do is get the pull, immediate silence, turn that into a knock up, like right here. Boom, good. Oh my god, that's so blunt. We'll go over that in a second. So Q in ultimate immediately to stop any sort of counterplay, right? You want to try to get that silence immediately. Now, she was able to get the Twilight's Refuge, or is that what it's called? Twilight's Refuge? Maybe that's Shen one. Twilight's Shadow. She's able to get the smoke out. Then he uses his empowered E, the knockup, the power fist, or whatever it's called, and he's A-clicking in place. All right, so you're tracking where the shadow, the silhouette of Akali is, but you have that ready, which means that the moment she becomes visible, your character will issue that attack command. And because it's an empowered attack, it will resolve even if she goes out of vision, okay? Even if she goes past, all those empowered attacks will be strong. So really, really good job by the Blitzcrank there. Hex Drinker, Aatrox being punished by Jace. Obviously, that's the matchup that they want to get as much as possible. You see, or you think that they might go Hex Drinker or Maw of Malmortius. That amplifies the power of these lethality items. Jace not even on his Manamune spike yet. But things are looking pretty good for CFO. So 20 minutes into the game, they've got two dragons for themselves, Barons spawning, and they've got a tremendous lead. So how are they going to do this? They're going to be looking to push up mid. They're going to ignore bot. In fact, they're willing to give that extra gold over to Akali even. Doesn't really matter because they want to create prio in mid. They want to create as much harass as possible in that lane. You see right here, that Jace, you see how we put that diagonal? We spoke about that earlier. When you have it diagonal, you can continue fighting and you're constantly getting your speed boost. That's what it allows it to be so strong. So CFO is going to push up mid. They're going to try to get prio in this lane. And then they're going to use harass with their long range from Kai'Sa and from Jace, as well as the threat of Rumble laying down the red carpet. If you ever try to engage, they're going to try to put out a vision advantage for themselves, which will allow Blitz to be Blitz. And they have Maokai paired with it, which is a very nice combination with Blitzcrank because you're just constantly littering the map with the saplings. All right, by putting all those saplings out on the map for yourself, it means that you constantly have chances at slowing your enemies, dealing extra chip damage, but more importantly, seeing them and allowing Blitzcrank to do exactly things like this. Jace, what are you doing up here? All right, that's a mistake. It gets punished. They are going to be able to go for this fight, but the problem is Aatrox and Akali are coming over, and they're missing Jace damage for this fight. This could flip the script for them if DFM can stall just long enough. They have a Rakan engage. Rakan should have just turned on his ultimate and let himself get hit. If he gets hit, that will auto charm and there will be no counterplay. They'll be able to get that in right now. We'll see if he ends up going for the play with Akali and Aatrox looking to clean up the rest of the fight. Akali deals tons of damage in this position. Is it going to be enough? You see this position, the battle lines they're taking, moving in and out of vision. This control... Control ward difference is a tremendous thing. It even did the ancillary benefit. All right, so dropping this control ward, massively important so that your team has a safety spot and they don't. What also happened in that fight, if you noticed, Kai'Sa used A-click while kiting. That's a very common thing that professional players will do, which is click away, right click, left click, right? And right click for movement, left click to be an attack move command. Attack move will always attack the thing that's closest to you. And if there's a control ward in that bush and you have actually A-clicked closer to the control ward than you did to the Akali, then you will hit the control ward. So a very slight thing that can happen, but you saw that one auto attack was almost enough for Akali to get the kill onto Kai'Sa. Would have liked to see Rakan respond to the Blitzcrank Q with just casting his R. He would have had access to Guardian. He would have come in with the Charm active, and then he could have maybe gone for the rest of the fight, or at least get all the cooldowns right off the bat. Instead, did not have access to his own dash to get the big knock up to follow up the fight. So yeah, you used it and you saved it, but at that moment, the play needs to be called off. It was exciting, but the moment you don't have the Rakan engage, that's got to be it. Blitzcrank is hitting every hook this game. Want to buy tank against this team next time. Although, what are you going to do if it's a rumble? I love these observers. These observers turn off the screen, the vision, and immediately zoom in to where Blitzcrank is. The production level is very high. Well played. Well played. This Blitzcrank's taking over this game. This is absolutely incredible. Like I said, the combination of the vision from the saplings, the prio, the poking threat from Jace. This is a beautifully combined composition that they have for themselves. And because they have the super high burst damage of Night Harvester, Shadow Flame, double Duskblade, Mirror Mana, plus Umbral Glaive, like everyone's going for flat pen. That is how you punish to the maximum at this stage in the game. Now, if enemy team is doing that to you, you have to buy resistances. You have to eschew a little bit of your build to get the resistances. You see that Jarvan is going immediately for Randuin's, that Akali has gone for Zhonya's second. We already had the Hex Drinker in play from Aatrox, but that's how you're going to beat this. So you can outscale this composition, but the question is, has too much damage already been done here? Love the Everfrost play by Blitzcrank. This is something we've spoken about with Morgana, with Blitzcrank, with even Azir at times. This Blitzcrank is hooking all over the place. You see the power of Kai'Sa. One spell lands means that she's able to jump in and assassinate. Duskblade means she gets out for free. It's so strong. I'm glad it's nerfed. They're probably going to get rid of it. I mean, they're entirely getting rid of all mythic items. I don't know if they're just going to try to change items from being mythic to not being mythic, but Duskblade is a problem. You see this playstyle. It's so hard to punish someone who's supposed to have a downside. When they go in for a kill like that, you're supposed to be able to punish them with a death. And that erases that possibility. All right, DFM's going to approach with trepidation. They're going to get this mid-wave up for themselves. You can expect CFO to shop here. The reason they're shopping, even though it felt like a moment where maybe you can engage, maybe you can go for dragon, you have to shop, okay? If we go back and look at the items before purchase, right? Look at what hasn't been bought yet. Compare this, 2.5 items, 2 items, 3 items, 3 items. Watch what happens once they hit the base. This is all the sitting gold that's in their inventory. It's what's in your wallet. You actually need to consolidate your wallet, turn it into active items. Boom, we get the Last Whisper. We get 2 needlessly large rods. We get extra Zhonya's components for the Rumble. We have just look at everything in total. Now you can actually spend your money lead. Now Maokai's going to be going back to base as well. He's probably going to get another half item for himself. Yeah, there's Giants. Belt probably going to turn into a Demonic Embrace, although could be Anathemas. You've built this much armor, you can stick Anathema onto Akali, and then you can go and say, all right, Akali doesn't damage me. I've got armor against everybody else. I can just exist in the middle of this fight and be fine. Would like to see Abyssal Mask next, though. I do not want to see Demonic Embrace. It is not important for you to be the one dealing damage in this situation. Now, 2 dragons down, because they staggered their backs, they were able to maintain some amount of pressure, and they recalled from fog, meaning that DFM was not able to derive that information that the dragon was available for them. That's a pretty big miss. That's a risk you just have to be willing to take. You are checkmated. You are going to lose this game with everything being played well. You want to take risks, and specifically take risks while wallet diff is not as diff, right? You don't want to have as much gold in the enemy team's pockets, because once you do, you have a situation like this that there's just absolutely no chance. Now, we do have fully stacked Conqueror from Akali. Is she going to be able to do some amount of damage here? Not enough. Fully stacked Conqueror and Riftmaker, if that were the build that she were going, would have been enough there. With the Rocket Belt, you have plenty of damage, but it's just never going to be enough with that much of a team gap going into this. And CFO punishing, well played. Some moments of really strong play from DFM, but congrats to CFO for a strong win, and we'll see him in the next round. All right, it's time to play. Time to play. Do I go with this Ivern? I'm going to try to get Ivern in top. We're going to play River Ivern. I think I should spend some money on an Ivern one-trick name. Swap my name. Actually, you can do this for Blue Essence now, right? think it's bundled. I haven't done this in so long. Where is it? I need your help. Oh, I want more. Are you ready to play? Let's do it. Jinx's Castle?
Let's do it.
What's up, Jinx's Castle?
Castle. Yo,
You want to play?
I'm booting up.
Okay, sweet.
I'll come and play some terrible, terrible, terrible ideas.
It's
Well,
not terrible.
ideas.
You know it's great.
No, it's got legs, right? Like, but it's still a terrible idea.
It's true. It's Big Daddy Riot's gonna patch it out. Don't innovate.
I mean, they do hate meta, or they do love meta.
They love
hate,
meta.
They
love.
hate rejections of the meta.
I mean, that's the entire reason. That's the entire reason why they put up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Can you speak up? I can't really hear you right away.
Hold on one sec. Let me adjust some numbers, and maybe that'll help. Like, is this a lot better?
Oh, that's way better.
The first one is better?
Oh, this one right now is better.
All right, well, let's just hope that that's better.
Something changed again. What'd you do that time?
What about now?
Less good.
What about now?
Less good.
What about now?
Great.
I think it's using the
Yeah. I think it's just that it's not handling my room mic or something.
Like it sounds in one case like the mic is facing away from you or it's far away, whereas the other one felt like it was right there. All right, where do I get this name change?
How are we doing now?
Less good than the great one.
Less good than me leaning over this microphone that's a puck?
Now it's good. But does that involve you leaning forward? Because that would suck.
Let's see if a little reboot helps. Did that help?
Less good than the great time.
All right, I'm gonna just switch my.
It's like fine, but it's not clear, right? So if I start talking, if we both start going, I kind of don't realize that you're talking until later.
Is this just better?
No, it's clean, but it still feels like it's far away.
Weird. Do you just have me like turned down really bad or something?
I don't think so. I normally turn you up because you have stuff happening in your house a lot. I could just turn you up. Try again. Just speak normal.
What about this? Is this better?
All right, I'm gonna turn you up. Warn me if you change anything else.
I do not plan to change anything else.
It still feels like it's far away.
I think I've got my yeah, my output volume is like at 100. My output volume is like at 172%. So I'm already overshooting it.
We're gonna see what Bard AI gives me for an Ivern one trick name.
What's a good Ivern one trick name?
Ivern the
I
River
don't have an
Treant.
opinion on League of Legends. It's a complicated game, but you should work well with your teammates.
Yeah,
You know what they say.
that's exactly what we're trying to do. All right, Ivern the River Treant. Check name.
Just Isengard.
It was not accepted. Oh wait, let's see. It's probably over the maximum.
Just the Siege of Isengard.
River Treant. And can we do better than this? I feel like I need this name change. I also need to log back out so that when I'm actually in game, it'll show that they don't see it. We're gonna do this. Boom. It's done. I am a true one trick. Oh, it's actually logging me out right away. Interesting. Oh, so what do you think about that game?
DFM.
The DFM CFO game, yeah.
I mean, Oysters impressed me since their last go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I like they played well.
I'm currently a Wales fan.
Well, yeah, that's the one that kind of ticked. I was like, wow, they're playing some pretty cool. They're playing well. They really look strong.
Also, Bean J is a ex Saigon player, so I've got one of my boys are there.
One of my boys. Didn't you name your fantasy team after Saigon, or you picked Saigon for something, like biggest upsets or something?
I mean, I got the 50 points for where'd you go?
It logged me out when I did the name change. Let me just pop back in.
Their 80 carry, I predicted getting a pentakill, and they did in like game 2.
Oh. This was Saigon, not Wales, right?
Saigon, yep.
Yeah.
This year, I think I'm like pretty busted.
Already?
I mean, just like I haven't gotten any high variance luck things. My bracket's busted for the plans. I didn't know that Wales was at least some bit Saigon Buffalo. I didn't even realize there was 2 VCS teams because I figured that one of them would have been Saigon Buffalo. JC and I were randomly like on LOL Esports, and it was Buffalo versus I think Wales, and we watched them get eliminated. And I was like, oh, now like Buffalo. So I just like didn't pay any heed to it, and I think I even put Gam as an advancer, just because they beat Saigon Buffalo all the time, apparently, because Gam just keeps showing up at the top level.
I mean, the region is definitely strong, and basically each year at Worlds, they use an equation for how much progress teams have made from different regions, and that's why Europe and North America had to fight for their fourth team this year, whereas Taiwan and Vietnam got 2 invites, and why Korea and China have 4 invites to the main draw. So last year Europe had a main draw, but they only had 1 team make it out, I think. And
some of it's decided by what happens at MSI, and they're the two teams that escaped plans, so they get 2 teams in the plans. That's the reward for doing that.
Oh, okay. Is that strictly what it was?
I think that is the.
I thought it worked something like the tennis ratings do, where it's this year's MSI has a certain amount of weight, last year's Worlds has a certain amount of weight, and then like a quarter of that for the year before.
I think that Worlds affects some of the MSI stuff. So like, if like let's say Vietnam comes out of nowhere and wins the whole thing, I think that would have an impact.
Yes, yeah, they would definitely get 3 spots then. I mean, DRX last year they won.
I don't know if they'd get 3 spots. I think they'd get 1 spot guaranteed, which they don't have right now.
They would have to get a guaranteed spot. Have to.
Yeah, have to. I mean, I don't think anybody's thought it through because, like.
Yeah, what's the chance?
Yeah.
But honestly,
honestly though, Wales has been playing really good. I'm excited to see them play against a Korean or a Chinese team.
Yeah. I have not seen Wales' second match, so I will get to that. That probably happened this morning, right?
No, yesterday.
Oh, it was yesterday? Is this their only match that they've played then?
I think you're 2 days behind.
Oh, am I 2 days behind?
Because it's Oysters versus Wales. It happened yesterday. Battle of the Sea Folk.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, because I was sick. Oh my god. I had potassium poisoning.
Did you eat too many bananas?
Yeah, something like that.
Did you take too many loads in the mouth?
Too much bananas in the mouth? No, no, it was I was trying to get aggressive with electrolyte, with an electrolyte powder, and and I had too much. Yeah.
All right, so I'm the jungler, so I'm playing the Vern.
Okay. I am queued mid.
Oh right, you wanna play a Vern.
Yeah, but I'm queued mid.
I don't think we can give up mid.
I don't think we can give up mid, but I can still play Ivern and still play River Strat.
If you want to play him in the jungle, go for it. I'll swap with you.
No, I'll play, and unless you want to play. If you want to play Ivern, then go for it, and we can just do something more.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like it's going to be a standard game. I'm just saying, like, let me play mid. You can keep your Ivern practice.
Oh, keep my extra Ivern practice? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
I'll just, do something mid.
Be a tanky boy now that Dorn's shield makes you completely immovable. Actually, no, Pantheon annihilates Yasuo. That should be a fun matchup. Alright, I have my Tarzan rune page for a jungle.
Ash Cannon Being Ash?
Oh, never mind. It's online.
What's online? Oh.
We've gotten the blessing of our top laner.
Oh, alright, sweet. Sweet. Winning.
Especially because it's Kennen. Oh my god, he can't even like push.
Yep. Yep. All right, I dig it.
Although Ziggs is literally one of the ones that's like, no, don't do it.
Yeah, but Ziggs is going to benefit the most from a 4-stack bot.
Yeah, like I don't know why he said that. Ziggs is one of the best turret destroyers.
It's just that you want somebody who's going to be in front of you.
Well, sure.
Yeah, turret destroyers. It's just like Vern feels shitty when Vern. I understand. Timo could do that. He's not. He's not gonna.
Daisy can do it, right? It's all about Daisy.
Yes,
Daisy can handle.
Then it's that you only have uptime on a front line. Trust me, I'll do it. I'll be in.
You're gonna show us the Timo frontline, Grasp of the Undying.
I can't show you the Timo frontline. I'm not in charge of the Timo.
Yep.
See, if the Timo had actual support, I would have gone like Nyla because she's great with the Vern. But no.
Oh, this guy had Timo. Oh, I missed that. Whoa, this is a GM Timo. Sorry, guys.
I mean, it happens.
No, that's actually fantastic. You know, I'll take that. Let's see what they have. What's in this live game.
Simultaneously play just as bad as my rank and better than my rank. So
Master Timo, Emerald, Kennen, Emerald 2, Yasuo. So be very careful about your spell usage. Okay, this should be fun. Shyvana's Silver 4. Okay.
they found somebody that I could fight against.
I almost want to just flash this wall the way that they did in LCS. Flash over the backside of this Herald wall.
Nobody's
the cheeky one.
Nobody's ever here. Like,
yeah. As levels go up, though, they're more and more likely to be here.
They're either here or here. Oh, that was bold.
Give a.
Here for this one.
Okay, they're probably in our jungle, so we should go fuck with them.
You want to fuck with them, or you just want to, go? All right, I'll stay
given,
nearby.
giving the enemy jungle a chance to get off the ground is a bad plan.
Yeah, but I can let them get 3 camps and then me completely block them too. I'm nearby. I'm nearby.
All right, Timo. See, he's front running for me already.
Actually, Teemo's a wonderful. We can battle ward with Teemo in the future. You just put Teemo out and he sits invisible, and then there's no counterplay.
I should have taken TP. I'm an idiot.
Have to wait for this to go by before I can step out. Alright, still no sign of Shyvana. Which means she's going to be really sad when she comes over here. Wait, is Pantheon still? Oh no, Pantheon's you. Right, you're jungling. Yay. I'm going mid. Oh, you went for... Oh, you did a... That's a foul, Kevin.
Sorry, we had to make sure they weren't down there.
No, but when you do those 2 camps, you should always go straight to Gromp. Wait, what? Oh, does Krugs not give you enough experience to get to 3 on Ivern? Rip.
That sounds like it's possible.
Yeah, that seems like it happened. Alright, I'm coming for this dive down bot, though.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll walk out. We'll walk out, yep. He's thinking about going after me right here. I didn't get biscuits with this, but oh, hello. A lot of heat here. That's on me.
Oh.
I didn't see the recall. I could have gotten back out in a better spot. Nice. Now Shyvana has to leave. She's got nothing. You're still good, but careful with Ashe. Ashe disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh, she stayed. Alright, we'll be there in about 5 seconds. Or I want to skip that, Kevin, and go straight to the gank here. Alright, I am in. Stay alive. Flashed.
Aww.
Beautiful. Love the proactive play there. Alright, Dragon. We're gonna help for the push, and then we'll go get Dragon. It's gonna smite early to start getting that. You don't have.
I got it with red buff.
With the red buff. You know? Sometimes we do red buff. Oh, Yasuo is inting. This is what I used to think win trading was, by the way. Trading wins. Like, small advantages in your lane. Oh, they know how to... I'm gonna give this little guy the T-mote right here. There, they have no idea. Careful up there, there might be a ward right here. Think I can get all the way to that bush in time? And get here. Hey, oh, my thing went down. Oh my gosh, I'm such a... My Hex Flash cooldown. Rip. Alright, I'm invading. Got Teemo there. I missed my invade window now too. I'm level 3.
Oh, no, but
I almost bought himself enough time. Heals down, exhaust is down. Nice.
and the cat got me. Sweet.
Yeah, the cat got you.
Right, Shyvana went and took wolves.
Oh, should I push that more? I'm sorry.
Yes.
That guy is almost dead. Oh. He stayed. Is he gonna get executed?
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Took 9 minutes to take the top turret down. That's how bad Kennen is at pushing.
He has a hole breaker.
He does have a hull breaker though, so we bring more than just me and Berto.
We have maybe a gangplank. It is Hullbreaker after all, so it's actually not very strong. I mean, alright, he's on cooldown. We can just go in.
Can we?
No. No, JK.
I was like, it's a hull breaker, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, like,
yeah, I don't know. My brain hemorrhaged. I was thinking Pantheon could ultimate in, but you're Pantheon, and you're the other person with me, and you're not Gangplank. Like, just bad. Don't mind me.
oh no, we lost dragon stacking for that too.
Oh. Extra reason. Oh, this guy's strong. Yasuo has no ult. Can you ult here?
Give me a couple seconds. Ulting.
Beautiful. Good job, Ziggs. Thanks for the support. Alright, where is Shyvana? I'm feeling not having biscuits, by the way. Shyvana. My inting.
Probably
She's
gonna
got,
show up at blue sometime soon.
gotta be a Herald, I looking. Oops. Alright, they're all the way pushed back. You're gonna be able to break that turret, right?
No problem.
Sorry. Nice. All Daisy. Not even close. Good push there. 5 plates is good.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Alright, so now we get to push top all the way in with Ziggs.
Well, I guess mid instead.
No, Gangplank, no.
Shut down.
Alright, Cannon's super low.
And I can open.
Run him away from you. Got you. Ouch. Nice Ash Arrow, though. Prognosticator of prognosticators.
It was actually aiming for me.
Oh, was he?
I don't know.
Hey.
I had flash.
It's a good one if it has the opposite effect, the chance of hitting people on the other side of the map, then it's... Alright, Herald's dropped. They're trying to get in position for Dragon.
You're just lying down so peacefully there.
That was a real... Should I just put out? Nice. I love these exchanges, by the way.
They changed something dispatch?
Yeah, they gave him 30 extra splash on his spells, which means you can aim them 30 range away, and they will hit 30 range. So it's kind of like they have 60...
Dragon's coming up.
Alright. Ouch.
and we did not meet that one perfectly.
Shut down. Ace.
Lost the 4v5 and gave up top inhib.
Yeah, I guess I'll just stay top.
Hey, Josh.
Oh, Kinnon's gonna dive here. This is the fight we want.
Yeah, let's go in one at a time. Let's get him. One at a time, though. Everybody be patient. I made part of the problem. I understand.
Oh, have some faith, Timo. I believe. Yes! Huge. Huge shutdown. Wait, we didn't get a shut... No, we must have. We didn't? The shutdown...
No, we got a shutdown the last time we went in.
Yeah. Oh. But, like, the game doesn't check until every 15 seconds. So he hadn't, like, ticked up this round. That makes me so sad. Get your E up.
Ashen coming.
No. Okay. GG. Unless you guys want to do it. Gangplank could be kind of big, but he probably won't be. Up to you. Oh, he might. Never mind. Solo carry? We have to give him a chance, right?
Sure.
Nice. I have 11 candies stacked up. I should probably take care of that. That means I'm definitely not getting enough resource. I'm spending a little bit too much time being a little crazy.
I thought you were going for him.
I believe.
Every time I walked at him.
And goodbye. Oh, this.
Go, keep going. Have the thing. Can't attack him if you can't see him.
Cannon's up above you guys.
Nice. My hurting. All right, so when we do come back, it's gonna be because I'm Dark Sealing. Alright, they're Sweeping Dragon, which means we can steal Barmy. We have 2 Leandries. It's tough. It's so much harder to kill now. Ace, big damage. You in? I dig it. Yes! And we shielded the Teemo to keep him alive! Don't ever say it's over.
Can you hold bot? You know, leaving, we can't do this.
No, we can't.
No, he has the inside track, unfortunately. He needs to get rid of.
Shielded. Yeah. I like Ivern Pantheon a lot. Ready now. Can't believe I screwed up that play earlier where my flash cooldown actually came back while I was trying to hex flash.
Coming in.
Alright.
We're scary.
Probably coming in a second time.
Okay. Dig it.
Although we haven't taken the turret, so there isn't the actual place to go.
We have Baron, so we can just like sit here and kind of force them to come to us. You know, we've got Ziggs plus Ivern. Our siege is insane.
Yep, we can probably stop an bottom inhibitor for this.
Putting Daisy after Yasuo. Ash found me. I kind of lost track of her. Not by Ian. Hey guys. Definitely got to win that fight. Arrow. Boom. Oh, she killed it.
Nope.
Oh! But what about second? Shotgun.
What about regular shotgun?
Well, you know, the first one got Zonya's.
All right, go set up. Go set up a dragon. Whatever you're doing is wrong. This dragon is coming up.
Okay.
Your turret has been
Oh.
destroyed.
I've got ult to chase behind.
I wish I could clear that vision. Thing that vision. Teemo's actually like a nice little combination for this too, because Teemo can stick shrooms in the bushes to make them so that they don't. Go Shyvana.
And here's the cannon. Keep him alive.
Oh, all right, we got Thick shut down. 5 dead. We got the ace. Don't ever say it's over.
It might be over.
30 seconds.
But,
I should get.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah.
There are 2 of these guys.
And more.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We the fun. Are you going? Are you going Lich Bane next?
Probably.
If we ever get access to the base, we will win off of that. I have 19
I
camp.
guess Rabadons maybe.
Yeah, Rabadons is also very good.
If you want a blue buff, you can take it.
Better on someone else, I think.
Cannon behind. Okay, just gonna use it on me. Nope, we got it on you too.
They're looking at the Ash. Oh no. Wait, oh, we want it. Yeah, double. Gangplank ult. Alright, 4 are dead. Yeah, I think you can push.
Yeah, Yumi's alive, that's it. You've
It's
got
just
whatever you
Yumi.
wanted to-
Alright, we'll respawn and get the base. Pantheon's up in time for that.
Can't believe I didn't get my Aegis off in time. I just keep doing it.
Alright,
Like
you don't
I keep
have
getting
time
stunned
for
rather than
inhib.
pressing it.
Ash is up in time. You have a time for top though.
Okay.
Awesome.
Teleporting in, I love it.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Baron? Right. It's turned off though. Dead. Big deal, big peel. Inhibs respawned. We've got Baron. Oh, Nevis. Oh, he missed his combo.
Careful. That is a Yasuo with a fucking Yumi on it.
Blinded. Yes! Yes!
I can't believe we might get away with this one thing.
I don't understand. Why don't you believe?
Because we made some major mistakes this one in terms of the game plan.
Oh yeah, there's somebody in there. What's up, guy?
Dragon 27. Gives me to start working my way down.
I think it's just end, isn't it?
It might just be end now.
Can you jump over this Ash's head?
Going.
It's happening.
Oh, it's kind of guaranteed at this point, I think. We'd have to fuck it up pretty badly.
Yasuo Yumi are up, just a heads up.
No, just Yasuo. Yumi's
Oh,
dead.
just Yasuo? Don't ever say it's over. That's so much.
I mean, Pantheon was good because I was able to respond to some of the stupid things that you were doing.
Dude, I mean, see, I'm happy to take the Ivern so that I can take away the blame if you're worried about getting reported. But we definitely should have you on this champ.
I mean, two gangplanks mid. There's a trend.
It's a trend. That was hilarious. Nice bot lane, double S bot lane. You guys, they just kept at the end of the game. You're just like, cha-chung, we can go up. We've got shrooms to cover us. Ziggs has got the cover fire. I've got the artillery. We break the turrets.
I was so sure so many of those team fights were going to end poorly because I could not get to them. So I'm just like, I hope these bombs are long range enough.
Oh, he didn't have a good time? Oh no, poor guy. I don't know if that's what he's. What do you think this guy's saying? Man, I sure hope I get told what to do again. Man, would I just snap? Wasn't it just like, hey, unless you want a mid, and he goes, sure? I don't think it was anything more than that, right?
I don't know.
He played well. It was fun. That was a fun game. All right, that's gonna be it for me. Got family stuff.
Yep, makes sense. Have fun.
Thanks for that. Thank you for the carry. I appreciate it. That was good stuff. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, so there's a taste of it. Ivor somehow coming from the brink of defeat again. Just grouping up, having some fun playing the game. We obviously have a lot of work to do on that one. But anyways, it was a lot of fun. I will be continuing the coverage. I will be uploading today's videos up onto YouTube. If you didn't get a chance to see them this morning, they'll be live tonight. So make sure you check it out. YouTube.com at Giga Gaming Academy, or you can come to Twitch TV, or you can go to gigagamingacademy.com and check out the coaching where it has special deals for all of Worlds. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll catch you guys next time. Have a good weekend. Peace.